Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. I'm Zach Seward, part of the programming team here at ETHDenver this year. I am so happy to see all you here in the crowd. Thanks for showing up this morning. Thanks for being here after a really solid day one of content programming here at ETHDenver. Day two also looking pretty good here at the Atlantis main stage. We got DeFi, we got RWAs, we got a really strong privacy block in the afternoon. We have DPIN to kick things off. That is a thing that I heard. I heard it's going to be DPIN summer this summer. I was out last night and someone said DPIN summer is a thing. So to dig into that and emerging trends in the decentralized physical infrastructure network space, I'm going to welcome our moderator to the stage, Adam Wozni of Akash. He's going to welcome our panel. Let's hear a nice big round of applause for Adam and the gang. Let's do this. All right.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, ETHDenver. Day two at ETHDenver. How's everyone doing today? We're having a good morning. Everyone's fully caffeinated, ready for some DPIN talk. Awesome. Well, thank you guys for joining today's panel. My name is Adam Wozni. I head up community for Overclock Labs, the founders of the Akash network. I'm honored to be the moderator for our panel here today. In the landscape dominated by centralization, collective shiver. DPIN offers a new paradigm. It challenges norms, empowers communities, and fosters innovation. So needless to say, I'm very excited for today's conversation. Before we get into any of that, I wanted to introduce our guests. So first up, we have Rob Solomon. Rob is the co-founder of Demo, which is an open platform for connected vehicles and developers who want to build smart contracts for them. He's definitely a blockchain guy. He wrote that. I just got to put that in there. He's definitely a blockchain guy who, prior to Demo, worked for Consensus for 4 years. Thank you for joining. How are you doing today, Rob? You look great, by the way. You look fantastic.
Doing great. Thanks for coming at 10. Appreciate you guys being here.
Absolutely. Next up, we have Shannon Wells. Shannon is the head of ecosystem at LivePeer. She's an award-winning policy and governance expert. We were talking about that earlier before we got on stage. Creative systems thinker and entrepreneur, passionately building a future that empowers people and places on LivePeer. Thank you for joining, Shannon. We were talking about this briefly, but you're in Canada, right? You live in Canada?
I am, yeah.
Excellent. Oh yeah, you can pull a little closer.
Yes, I live in Canada.
Excellent. I've been to Canada before, but I've actually never been to any kind of crypto events in Canada. What's the general crypto vibe in Canada?
Canada was one of the first places to start hosting crypto events. I'd say the early Bitcoin community was actually out of Toronto. Vitalik was obviously out of Waterloo. Founder of Cosmos actually is from a place just outside Toronto as well. So like most technology innovation in Canada, we're really good at developing it, commercializing it, not so much. So we've seen most of the growth come outside Canada. But I think Canada's been also interesting on the regulatory side. I think that there's been a little more innovation around sandboxing for DeFi projects in Canada. There's actually the first Bitcoin ETF was actually in Canada last year. So people think Bitcoin ETFs actually just came to life recently, but they've been in Canada for a while. There's also Ethereum ETFs in Canada already as well.
Awesome. So Canada has crypto, in short. Excellent. Thank you for joining. And finally, we have Mustafa Kazi. Mustafa is a research engineer at Six Man Ventures, where he publishes research on crypto economics. He previously worked with the Ethereum Foundation researching EIP 1559, snaps to that, game theory. Welcome, Mustafa. How's your ETHDenver been going?
It's good. It's good. It's a lot more, like poppin', I think, than last year. And
Poppin', I like
even
that.
the side events are like 2-3 times as big, so it's great to see.
Yeah, excellent. Cool. So I wanted to give you guys a little bit of time to briefly describe your project so everyone's kind of familiar with how it's relating to DPIN. So maybe starting with Rob with Demo. Give us a little introduction to Demo.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Demo is a platform for cars. We allow anybody to turn their cars into smart devices and connect to the world's first open mobility platform that happens to be built on blockchain, kind of needs to be for us to actually be able to deliver this. What does that mean to have a smart car? If you have a car now, it's probably more like a flip phone or a landline in terms of how smart it is. If you have a Tesla, it's kind of in that BlackBerry territory. But we're here to usher in that iPhone moment for cars, where connectivity, data, identity, and a kind of a shared digital infrastructure for vehicles leads to an explosion of apps and use cases. You can think of, like, we've been talking about Web3 Uber since I got into crypto. Like, years and years ago, we make that possible, DeFi auto loans. Actually, the original idea for Demo was you pull up to a parking garage, the sensors in the garage talk to your car, tell it where to go park, pulls your Ford in, you know, pulls a BMW out to pull your, like, just that kind of shared digital infrastructure to build these types of applications. That's what we're building, and it could only really work with blockchain.
I don't drive a Ford, so it's not pulling my Ford in. I have a Subaru,
your
sorry.
Porsche or
Shout out to
whatever,
Subaru.
Okay.
I'm not getting paid by them. Thank you for that description, Rob.
Yep.
And let's move on to Shannon. Give us a quick description of LivePeer. What should folks know?
Sure. So LivePeer is a decentralized video compute network, and we think of what DPIN is. It's a lot of different things. It can be compute networks, it can be storage networks, it can be bandwidth. And at LivePeer, we're really focused on video and the infrastructure stack needed for that. And so the most important part of compute regarding video is actually transcoding. And so we're a distributed global network of node operators who provide CPU and GPU compute through encoding and decoding chips on CPUs for transcoding. And why does transcoding matter? If you upload a video, if you record a video on your phone and you want to broadcast that to anyone, anywhere in the world on any device, no matter what their internet speed, that file needs to be repackaged. It needs to be kind of compressed and put in multiple different file formats. So that's really compute intensive, and it's really freaking expensive. YouTube sold to Google in 2008 because it couldn't cover its infrastructure costs. Twitch sold to Amazon because it couldn't generate enough revenue to cover its infrastructure costs. And that's all related to transcoding. So we have built software on top of this distributed infrastructure that is 10 times cheaper than traditional cloud service providers, whether that's AWS or MUX, because we don't run any data centers or have any CapEx overhead for the software we build.
Right on. Thank you for that. Yeah, it sounds like you got a lot going on over there. It's really important stuff, so thank you. Let's move on to Mustafa. Hoping you could give a quick introduction to Six Man Ventures.
Yeah, so Six Man Ventures was founded by Mike Dudas and Serge Karsargian about 4 years ago. We're an early stage Web3 fund, pre-seed, seed, Series A, and we invest in a lot of DPIN projects. I do research, so we pride ourselves on doing more data-driven research. We've done some pieces on token unlocks. We looked at over 5,000 unlock events and gave some recommendations on decisions. Currently working on one for airdrops, so doing a lot of digging through data for that, finding and verifying a large data set to kind of give founders a better idea of what how they should structure their airdrops. But yeah, we also wrote some articles on DPIN. We have an in-house agent-based simulation on DPIN that we use for writing those articles. Yeah, so we're excited to keep investing in the space and keep growing the space.
Very cool. Well, I'm really excited to have you guys here. I think we have very unique perspectives on the topic of DPIN from what each of you are working on. So I thought a good way to kind of kick off our conversation is just a high-level description of DPIN, and maybe you guys provide a little color to it. It's actually hard to find like a clear description of DPIN, so I kind of half created it, half pulled what I found online. But I want to get your guys' opinion on this. So DPIN is decentralized physical infrastructure networks. They're blockchain protocols that build, maintain, and operate physical hardware infrastructure in an open and decentralized manner. At a high level, would you say that's pretty accurate, or would you guys like to provide any color to kind of your perspective on what DPIN is?
Yeah, I think one thing that's really important about these networks is that they're deployed by a diverse group of people. You know, it's not like it's 4 companies in a consortium. It's often they're very popular, global, permissionless networks you can contribute to.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think the decentralized nature is the most important thing, and you know, it's the crypto incentive layer on top of that distributed network. I think that matters most when we talk about DPIN in this space. You know, there is a lack of supply of compute needed for, you know, the increasing demand for things we want to do on the internet, most notably AI. I think AI has really been driving this current boom of DPIN, and I think it's probably, if we do get to DPIN summer, what will continue to sustain that. There's just an insatiable demand for people to use, you know, ChatGPT, Microsoft and OpenAI just released Sora, their text-to-video platform. And so that's, there's a real monopoly today in terms of who can provide that. If you look at NVIDIA, which is, producing like over 90% of the world's GPUs, it's actually their software. It's the CUDA software that you have to use in order to accelerate those GPUs. And it's why they have such a stranglehold on the market. Their data center revenue's grown 400% over the last year. Their last quarterly results for data center revenue were like over 18 billion. It's crazy. So with crypto, you can really create an incentive layer for infinitely scalable supply of this compute. There's a lot of issues around. We still rely on, NVIDIA GPU chips, but I think it's that incentive layer of being able to reward, smaller players who can put to work idle compute resources. Folks on the LivePeer network also validate and provide resources to other DPIN projects, including storage. So I think it's that coordination layer across different, discrete aspects of specialized compute or specialized infrastructure that's really neat in Web3.
Right. And Mustafa, from your vantage point, how do you guys frame kind of DPIN at Six Man Ventures?
Yeah, I think a good mental model for people who are brand new to DPIN is kind of like the franchising model for fast food. Instead of, because CapEx is hard when you're a large geographic spread, and you have to deploy capital there. The franchise model allows you to just create a central standard that you deploy to other individuals. So you kind of do that with infrastructure, right? You do that with phone service, Wi-Fi, with GPUs. So that's kind of how we see it from a very high level. I think it's an easy way for people to understand what this is and identify the sector. But then you go down the rabbit hole of people saying everything is DPIN, and then you can't have a conversation.
Why not? We can do it. I think we could figure it out together if we put our brain power behind it. Maybe after this talk, we'll get able to figure it out. Thank you for that. So I kind of want to start around just the state of DPIN, where it stands today. So maybe going down the line, we can go from Rob here. From your vantage point, what is the current state of DPIN? And would you say DPIN is really ready for mass adoption, or do you think there's still some things that need to take place?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely ready for mass adoption. A lot of the DPIN projects are inspired by Helium. It was one of the first and biggest, and they've been going at it for a little bit longer. If you don't know what Helium is, anybody can contribute hotspots to a cellular network. They started off with LoRaWAN, and now they're doing 5G. And you can pull out your phone right now. If you have a new iPhone, you can download Helium Mobile and have a second eSIM with a Helium number. And when you're walking down the street, you'll be using 5G Helium hotspots. There's gaps in the networks. They use T-Mobile, which is a cool thing that they got that partnership. But I think even more interesting, recently, massive telco they're announced in Mexico City and Oaxaca, Telefonica, that people can roam. Telefonica customers be walking down the street. They're swiping right, swiping left. Using Uber, whatever, and they're passing their data over Helium hotspots in Mexico City. So you're starting to see a blockchain DPIN network being used by people who don't even know what blockchain is or care about it. And there's nothing technical or sci-fi about how you scale that. It just needs to mature more. The life cycle of their adoption is just kind of pushing up that curve. So there's nothing holding us back. A lot of DPIN projects are very early. They're still in a lot of DPIN projects have found product market fit in terms of people will do things for tokens, but they need to find that other bit of it to really get that flywheel going of the demand on the network that they're building. And so Helium's a little further along. We're getting there, and everyone else is trying to get there, but there's nothing stopping it.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, LivePeer was also one of the first DPIN projects before it was called DPIN. The project launched in 2017. The token launched in 2018. We've been playing a leading role in coordinating other Web3 infrastructure projects. We're a founding member of the Web3 Index, which actually reports on usage of these projects. And I think that's a really important differentiator when we talk about DPIN and what makes it different from other parts of the crypto space. This is really not about speculation. It's not about launching a token to, I don't know. The point is a lot of token launches don't have much behind them, but we're really, launching utilities, and these tokens are used to incentivize people who are providing an actual internet service, whether that's compute or storage or bandwidth. And so I think when we look at what's blocking or what could block the continued development of DPIN, I do agree it is demand, and I think there's just so much generic DPIN coming online right now. Masari's put out a really great report. I encourage people to read it. It came out in January. There's something like over 600 DPIN projects that have been launched in the last year. Who are you serving with that compute? And if you don't have a good understanding of the end consumer use cases for the infrastructure that you're providing, you're probably not going to last very long. And at LivePeer, we've been laser focused on video and video workflows and media workflows to understand where are video and media consumer applications going, what are the infrastructure needs for that. We've recently announced that we've launched an AI video subnet where we're adding generative video processing capabilities to the network, because we just know that AI is disrupting video content creation and consumption, and we're looking at what are the specific AI job types that we need to be adding to the network, whether that's basic text to video, also upscaling, scene classification, all of these different AI processes that are going to add value for video. So if you're looking at DPIN projects right now, if you're an investor, I would be thinking really critically about what is the end user and the end use cases that these projects are serving.
Yeah, whenever there's buzz, there's always charlatans that jump into the mix, right? So I hear you. Mustafa, I would love your thoughts.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything that was said. From a tokenomics perspective, I think we're still in the stage of so to preface this, I think DPIN has the biggest potential for mass adoption that I see right now in Web3. But before we get there, I think the phase we're in right now is figuring out how to use crypto economic levers, the proper marketing, how to start flywheels, et cetera. We're figuring that out. And there's a lot of research. I mean, I think there's going to be much more research as the sector grows. But I think that's kind of where we're at right now. That's what I see right now. And I think it's really good. I think it's better to test that now before we have something that really needs to scale if we're going to actually have proper mass adoption.
Right. So I kind of want to talk a little bit about some of the advantages of DPIN over traditional kind of providers. What do you guys see as the primary advantages of DPIN over kind of traditionalized systems? Like for me personally, like at Akash, I think of edge compute. And it's a topic that kind of became popular a few years ago, and I think it's going to start kind of coming up again, because if your next door neighbor has server capacity and you can get that from them, latency goes down to 0. So it's just simple science, guys. So I would love to hear your guys' perspectives on the primary advantages of DPIN over kind of traditionalized services.
Yeah, cool. So we get to build Demo in more of a grassroots way. We get to go directly to drivers, onboard drivers. The automakers aren't even kind of part of this equation yet. If we had to go to if the only way to build Demo was to sign individual partnerships with every automaker, insurance company, car dealership, it would be absolutely impossible. So the fact that you can go directly to users, drivers, that's excellent. Sort of similar, or in the same theme of that, is the alignment. There's this unfortunate dynamic in building traditional corporate networks, right, where company raises millions and millions from investors, spends all of it on marketing and initial sign-up bonuses or whatever. You build this huge network. You have investors on one end who own it and control it, and then you have the users on the other end who have no owner. They've spent their credits. They were swayed by some marketing, but they're the ones who really make the network special. They're the ones who care about it. But the company and the product is beholden to the investor. And a lot of times they both want the product to be good, but they really want to extract value from the users. So you can build a more aligned network when the tokenomics allow you to distribute the control to users, stakeholders, in our case, automakers, drivers, that kind of thing. So that's excellent. And then also in the theme of alignment, the security and reliability guarantees you can get with blockchain are really special. Our network too, it would not work if we were this centralized company that could turn off API access at any point, impose a 30% Apple app tax kind of thing. It needs to actually be infrastructure in order for automakers to trust it, banks to trust it, insurance companies to trust it. So again, I mentioned earlier, like we couldn't do this without blockchain, like for all those reasons. Like without any one of those three things, Demo could not exist. And that's why it hasn't existed historically and why it will soon mature and exist in a big way for people very soon.
Right.
Yeah, I look at this from a really global macro perspective, a global macroeconomic perspective. The 5 largest companies and the most profitable companies in the world are internet service providers: Google, Amazon, Apple, and now NVIDIA. There are very few people who benefit from the returns to the infrastructure that these companies have a monopoly over. So that's why I entered the space, and I had a career doing a lot of other things before I entered crypto. And so that's ultimately what I think the potential is here. But other than being, I think, a more fair, equitable, and democratic way of doing business on the internet, I think there's like 3 really practical advantages that DPIN projects have over the centralized Web 2 internet companies today. One is just the infinite scalability. So if you're Google or NVIDIA even, you're reliant on a few providers of that infrastructure. There's just huge capex and there's huge startup costs to be able to provide the infrastructure needed to power the applications you want to provide at the end of the day. With crypto networks, you can just bootstrap smaller providers in a global network permissionlessly, so anyone can come into that network and get rewarded. There's also the resiliency and the reliability in decentralized networks that you don't have with one central point of failure and 1 or 2 large data centers that are powering Google. And we see that in our networks. If one node goes offline, there's hundreds of others that can come in and take up those jobs. And I think that ultimately it's about cost efficiency as well. You can provide software developer tooling that is 10 times cheaper than what you would be paying to NVIDIA to use CUDA, because it's the only software that's going to accelerate their hardware.
Right, and just to add to that before I hand it over to Mustafa, at Akash, all product features, updates go through community governance. And I can't think of a time that some other nameless providers of compute have gone to their community and say, will you vote on this and see if we can actually do it? Can you please vote on this? So going through the community is like a way, it's a benefit, right? It's a value add to actually making our network that much stronger. But yeah, I would love to hear what your thoughts on our advantages of kind of DPIN over centralized services.
Yeah, we actually wrote a piece on this very topic. So we kind of outlined 3 things that we thought were, for the generalized DPIN model, better than centralized. First one is risk tolerances, right? So you kind of mentioned this. I think like when you have just a centralized entity, they have a single risk tolerance that changes based on which stage they're in. Whereas when you have this grassroots kind of thing where there's a bunch of different people with different risk tolerances, then you can do a much more dynamic capital formation. That's just a better way to bootstrap a network. On top of that, the second reason is that you can get access to future cash flows like now. So the providers who are getting paid for their investment get access to those cash flows as soon as their services are being used. So we think that's a benefit and something that can actually incentivize more providers to get into the network. And lastly, your profits, and this is where the token comes into play. I think a lot of people wonder, why do you need a token? We think you need a token because you need something that grows in value with the network. So your past profits will grow even more as the network theoretically grows in value, and as more people join, as your service gets better. It's just all of those things I think combine to make like a perfect incentive scheme for to kickstart flywheels and to get like good dynamic service out there.
Right. So I have time for maybe a couple more quick questions here. So I want to talk very briefly about privacy and kind of data management on DPIN networks. It's actually one of the things that I've seen kind of come up in conversations many times when we talk about things at Akash, and I'm sure you guys have dealt with these things too. How do you guys perceive kind of DPIN solutions addressing concerns around data management, privacy, and kind of also ensuring that we're making sure that there's usability and convenience for these users using DPIN networks?
I think we're privacy's last hope when it comes to technology being useful, but also being privacy preserving. So with Demo, we represent your vehicle with an NFT. That's its digital identity. And it's programmable, and importantly, on that NFT, there's permissions where you can specify who can access the data for your car. So you, as the owner of the NFT, are the only one who can set those permissions as to who can access the data. The NFT also points to where the data is being stored. So right now, we're the only host of vehicle data on the network. But in the future, just like email, you can choose Google, Microsoft. You can store your own emails if you want, right? Email's not encrypted. We will be, or we are. But you'll be able to choose where your data is stored, you'll be able to choose who can access it, and you will not have to compromise on usability. For a developer building on the network, you log in, you connect your wallet, the vehicle ID points to where the data is being stored. They use the storage provider runs a common open source client that makes sure that whoever's requesting the data via API has the right permissions for it, has paid Demo tokens for it, and they can retrieve it. So you can kind of imagine that allows you to build really rich applications, all the benefits of normal connectivity, but without any of the, I just have to trust Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, whatever, with every secret about my life, and oh, there's data breach, oops, now I need credit monitoring, oh God, So we can be the solution for that.
Very cool.
Yeah, I think data provenance and authenticity is really important when we think about, especially in a new AI context. So how do you prevent against deep fakes? How do you ensure that people who create content can be rewarded for that, as it's shared? LivePeer's been doing a lot of work around verifiable video and content authenticity, and just like a couple of use cases on this. So there are a lot of independent journalists in the world who work really hard to put stories online. A lot of news is now consumed on social media platforms that are using large language models to just scrape user data. So you have the hard work of an independent journalist that's getting shared over hundreds of platforms without any attribution or ability to get rewarded for that content. So this is an area that Web 2 companies have also been working on, but they haven't yet leveraged public blockchain solutions. So we're really excited at LivePeer to contribute to that. We are part of the Content Authenticity Initiative and the C2PA standard that's being led by Adobe and others. And I'm excited for blockchain solutions like attestations, creator-signed content, where we store those on public blockchains. I think that'll be really important.
Right.
Yeah, I think that this is the best equipped or the most well-equipped industry for privacy. It just requires projects being open source, being transparent about their data, and I think it's possible that early on in a project you're going to have a centralized entity that's storing data, but as long as there's open protocols there about how that's being stored, whether it's on chain or not, that's all really important. So I do think we're in a good place for that, and I don't think we've had any major problems with that, specifically in DPIN.
Yeah, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Cool. So quick little lightning round. We have about 2 minutes left before we have to go. This has been fantastic. Thank you guys for kind of doing this today. Looking ahead, what are some of the emerging trends or innovations you guys anticipate in the world of DPIN? What does it look like in the future?
I'm excited to see more composability between projects. We're an automotive one. Would love to see DeFi auto loans, OpenSea style NFT marketplaces, people registering their car in the DMV. That's going to become really magical for folks.
AI.
Just AI.
Yeah, there's so many different angles to this, and there have been great events this week on the intersection of AI and crypto right now. Everything from open sourcing of model training, and data that goes into that to what we're focused on at LivePeer, which is providing scalable compute needed for this growing demand for AI applications on the internet. I think the decentralization of that, the open sourcing of that, the crypto economic incentives that can just, I think, really unlock a whole new wave of innovation around the internet.
Very cool. Snaps, huh? Come on, that's good. I like that. Go ahead, Mustafa.
I'm pretty excited about AI. Obviously, I think GPU, that's like the most pressing need. But also, we've seen some cool GPS stuff. We've seen some cool energy stuff. I just think there's, anywhere that you see this kind of infrastructure, I think DPIN can tackle it and make it better. So, yeah.
Very cool. And my final question with the 30 seconds we have left, how can folks help your projects?
You can connect now. Drivedemo.com to learn about the different devices you can plug in your card. If you have a newer card that has like a login, you can log in with that in Demo Mobile. So just download that in the App Store and get started.
Follow LivePeer on Twitter. In our Twitter bio, you will find a link to join our Discord. Join our Discord and hop into our AI video channel, where our community is just going really hard on this whole AI processing, AI application world. So jump in.
Yeah, and you can follow Six Man Ventures, follow our research, and we're investing if you're building.
Cool. Thank you, guys. And if you want to check out Akash, we have a booth. Thank you, guys, for joining this panel. Thank you all. And enjoy your ETHDenver. We'll see you in the metaverse.
All right. Thank you, my DPIN friends. Good work. High five. Boom. High five. Thank you. Adam, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. All right. That was a great warm-up act. Thanks for filing in, folks. Good to see you all. I'm Zach Seward, part of the content team here at ETHDenver this year. We are going to get another chair up on the stage because we got some heavy hitters coming up to talk about a very buzzy thing in the space at the moment, data availability. All right, let's be honest here. If you feel like you can cogently explain what data availability is and why it matters, please raise your hand high. Anybody? Nobody? Honest, I like that. This is good. It's good. We're going to do some key learning during this session. It's going to be super fun. We got the biggest projects in DA represented, and I'm going to toss it over to our capable moderator, Margot Nykirk of CoinDesk, to kick this thing off. Let's get a big, warm ETHDenver welcome to Margot and the gang. Come right on up. Let's get a round of applause. All right, couple of programming notes. ETHDenver 2024 is your hashtag. We have lots of people watching live on Twitch at the moment. Hey, Twitch friends. YouTube videos are being posted almost immediately after these sessions wrap, so plenty of ways to engage with this content after it takes place, right here, right now, on the stage. Take it away, Margot. Thanks so much.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is this on? Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming here today. Very briefly, we're going to talk about DA, and we have some of the biggest names in the DA space right now, but why don't you guys introduce yourselves and your project? We'll start with you.
Sure. So hi, everyone. My name is Dan. I'm head of product at Avail, which is an infrastructure layer designed to help modular execution layers scale and interoperate. And part of that is a DA layer. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sriram. We are building a project called EigenLayer. EigenLayer is a mechanism to allow stakers in Ethereum to support arbitrary new decentralized protocols. One of the first protocols we're building on top of it is EigenDA, which is an Ethereum-centric data availability system. We want to scale Ethereum, scale rollups that are building on Ethereum.
Hey everyone, I'm Brendan. I work on ZK tech and R&D at Polygon. Not DA directly, but as Dan said earlier, we're kind of the customer for DA, so yeah.
Hey everybody. Hey everyone, I'm Nick White. I'm the COO at Celestia Labs, and we have built Celestia, which is the first modular blockchain network. So it's a L1 that specifically focuses on DA and and consensus, and does not do any execution. And so it's built specifically for a world where we want to have lots and lots of different rollups and execution layers built on top of one sort of unified, scalable security layer. And we implemented a new technology called data availability sampling, which is like a a step function change in the verifiability and scalability of DA systems.
Great. Well, we've been using a lot of jargon, and I just want to make sure that everyone is like on the same page. Let's start with what data availability is. Like, what is it that these layers are trying to solve? Any one of you, take it away.
I'll take that. Data availability is probably a confusing term because it sounds similar to data storage, but in fact, data availability is not data storage. It's about the publication of data. It's about publishing data publicly and making it verifiable for anyone to check that that data was published. And this is important because if you want to verify some kind of blockchain system, any kind of decentralized application, you need to know what the inputs to that system were. If you don't know what the inputs are, or you don't know what the state of the chain is, you're not able to recreate the state, then there's no way to either verify that the state is valid or progress the state if the sort of block producer goes offline. So data availability is really important for the safety and liveness of blockchain systems.
I'll just add a little bit to that really clear explanation. Why do we need data availability as a separate system as opposed to like actually having a common blockchain? If you look at the scaling roadmap of Ethereum, one of the really cool things is you can outsource computation. So you have a node, a single node even, that actually does the computation and submits a proof that the computation was done correctly. So this is a mechanism to scale computation because now parallelly thousands or hundreds of thousands of systems can be making computation claims to Ethereum or any other chain or users who can then verify it. But the problem is when computation is being outsourced, what about the data relative to that computation? What if the data inputs, like Nick just pointed out, or the data outputs were not made available? And so by building a separate mechanism to scale the production and verification of data, publication of data, as well as the verification, you can actually have blockchain systems that scale massively. So that's the reason why data availability kind of abstracted from the rest of the blockchain makes sense.
Yep, totally agree with everything here. But one thing that I will add is that if you think about blockchains in general, like L1s, they inherently do data availability by having every participant in the system download entire blocks. And so one thing that makes data availability focused solutions really interesting is that they allow the ability to be sure that data was published correctly, but without actually downloading the data in question. And so, for example, Avail does that by doing data availability sampling as well with validity proofs, which is how an Avail-like client, that is a client that doesn't actually download the body of a block, only the headers, is still able to be certain that the data was published. Because you don't necessarily care that, about what the data is. You just care that the chain is proceeding correctly and that all of the data has been available for the chain to verify the next block.
And maybe to just add one thing, not to get too far in the weeds, but data availability has like a subtle but like very important difference in how it functions in optimistic and ZK systems. So in an optimistic rollup, safety is provided by the fact that anyone can generate a fraud proof. So if the operator of a chain decides to steal everyone's funds, there's some challenge period, and anyone can provide a proof saying, hey, the transaction where you minted a million ETH was invalid, and so we're going to change the state of the chain. And so data availability for optimistic systems is really, really important, because if you don't have the input data, then you can't generate a fraud proof. And so data withholding is equivalent to a safety failure, because if data is withheld, then the operators of an optimistic rollup can steal everyone's funds. And so in the ZK case, it's slightly different. It's still really important to have data, but in a ZK rollup, the operator of a chain is providing a proof, and the proof guarantees that the operator of the chain can't mint a million ETH out of thin air. The risk is one of liveness, where if the operator of the chain withholds data, then they can make it impossible for a user to withdraw their funds from the chain, and they can halt the progression of the chain. And so this this can lead to ransom attacks and can is an attack vector for zero knowledge proofs, or for ZK rollups. But it's like a really important distinction to make that there's a very substantive difference between being able to steal everyone's funds in the event of a data withholding attack and having to navigate sort of like the expected value of a ransom attack and having to process forced transactions. And so I do think it's important to note that this guarantee provides different properties in different systems.
I want to throw it back to you, Brendan, because you mentioned, in your introduction that you're sort of representing the customer, right? And Ethereum has sort of pivoted its roadmap to this roll-up-centric age. And I wanted to have your take on what data availability solutions do for an L2, what problems it is they're specifically trying to solve, and also what are these trade-offs of having a external DA solution versus data from an L1.
Yeah, so I think the core thing to note is data availability is actually very expensive on Ethereum. And so if you look at what drives transaction fees on L2s, it's overwhelmingly data availability, the cost of posting data to Ethereum. And so data availability layers or systems provide a really compelling alternative to posting data directly to Ethereum for applications that don't require complete Ethereum security. I do think it's really important to note that if you use a different settlement layer from the layer that's providing data availability, you're getting a slightly different guarantee because you can't verify that data was made available on Ethereum. There's no way to prove actually data in fact was made available on this other system. And so you rely on the consensus of the data availability layer. So you verify that validators on Celestia, in fact, attested that data was made available on Celestia, or Avail, or EigenDA. And so I think that this can provide a very sufficient level of security for a ton of use cases. But it's important to distinguish the guarantee that's being provided by Ethereum data availability from the guarantee that's being provided by external data availability systems. I think it's fair to say that we need as much data availability as possible, even after dank sharding. Our total capacity for data is I think fairly low, but it's important to distinguish the security guarantees.
Mm-hmm. Well, you bring up proto-dank sharding, which is great because I wanted to get into this Dunkun upgrade that's happening next week in 10 days. Can't do the math right now, but I guess what everyone is most excited about is these lesser fees for L2s. And I wanted to hear from you guys what this specifically does for DA solutions. And then on top of it, there's been an argument that the DA solutions are needed because of this data problem. But on the other hand, it's supposed to sort of solve sharding for now, since sharding is so far away. What happens when full sharding will eventually be implemented? What does that mean for a DA solution?
Yeah, happy to lead here. I think that proto-dank sharding is a great step. It's the next step in the Ethereum roadmap towards increasing its block size. But my sense is that there's a lot of latent demand out there. Essentially, since the pivot to a roll-up-centric roadmap, back in 2020, there's been a ton of work in creating new rollups and making easier to develop new rollups. And we're now at the point where we have dozens, maybe hundreds of rollups just already in existence. And it's super easy it's getting very easy to spin up new ones. There are rollup as a service providers, for example, that make it extremely easy to develop new ones. There's a lot of interest from developers to encapsulate their app in a rollup. And so we think that what we have now is just the tip of the iceberg. And there's a ton more coming. And so EIP 4844, I think, is a great step, but I think it will quickly be filled up. The larger Ethereum roadmap is great. I don't. The Avail technology stack is actually has a bunch of the same elements that the Ethereum roadmap implements. We use KCG commitments. with data availability sampling, for example. And so we believe in the technology that is being proposed for Ethereum. We already have it implemented for chains that are built on Avail. And for chains that are that want to settle on Ethereum, like a Validium, for example, or an Optimium, we have a ZK bridge that allows verification on the Ethereum side that the Avail chain has come to consensus, that the validator side of it, Avail, has come to consensus. So we think that that's a great way to expand, like drastically expand the throughput of the system. And of course, every solution has to be evaluated. Like as Brendan was saying, you have to look carefully at what the specific trade-offs that you're making when you deploy one construction versus another. But yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, I'll just add something to this. So there are two ways to look at a rollup. We are offloading data from Ethereum to a rollup, or we are onboarding cloud to crypto. We are in the second camp. We are onboarding cloud to crypto. What do I mean by that? You look at the cloud, you have services that are built on top of the cloud. These services do not give rigid guarantees to their users, whether it's verifiability, whether it's immutable APIs, whether it's anti-rent seeking, whether it's user governance. We need all these properties for end users. And what is the best way for us to provide that? And I think crypto and blockchains is the right answer for that. And so if we want to bring all these applications into crypto, one of the most important things we need is a scalable substrate. And Ethereum already has a scalable substrate in terms of liquidity, social consensus that lots of people are interested in watching, and developer involvement and so on. So can we actually take this system and add like a scaling layer to it just for data availability, for example, because that is the key bottleneck in the rollup-centric roadmap. So Ethereum's like 4844 data bandwidth is tens of kilobytes per second. EigenDA's launch throughput is 10 megabytes per second. So you're seeing several orders of magnitude there, but we will not stop there. We want to keep scaling this till we actually hit cloud scale. So when we're thinking about cloud, like one of the other things we need to think about is economics. Today, most of the rollup or like blockchain economics are all spot prices. Like I have to go and bid for block space on a spot basis. And if you're sharing a common block space or data availability or any other system across multiple different applications, one application can crowd out the entire block space suddenly. This leads to bursts in prices and inability to access block space for other applications. One of the things we are trying to do is to resolve this problem by actually having similar economics as the cloud. For example, reserved bandwidth. Most of the Amazon Web Services is reserved instances. You go and have this instance just for yourself. Can we have data bandwidth reserved for your own rollup or your application so that you're not contending with anybody else? You're not having variable prices. You have a fixed price for this entire year of horizon. So this is some of the elements from the cloud. Some of the elements from crypto is, can you pay in your own token for your rollups data availability service? Can you use your own native token of your rollup to actually also additionally secure the data availability layer? These are the features that EigenDA brings that are unique and differentiated from Ethereum.
I want to sort of touch on the original question about Ethereum's DA roadmap. And one of the core things that we realized when we were building Celestia was that there was a massive need, or like latent demand essentially, for data availability that was not being sort of supplied by the market because the Ethereum block space was just too constrained. And since we launched at the end of last year, around 10 different rollups have either migrated or deployed on Celestia that were formerly, some of them were formerly Ethereum L2s, and they've seen a 100x reduction in their costs. And so teams like Manta, for example, have already saved around $2 million in fees, and they've passed those savings on to users, and they've also been able to capture some of that savings for their sequencer, and they're using those funds to fund more development. And I think this is like a really powerful catalyst for the acceleration of more rollups to be launched, and we're actually seeing now a new wave of demand. So there's like this concept in economics which is called induced demand, which is when the price of some kind of service or good is high, the demand for it is actually lower. And when you decrease the price, there's actually more people come out of the woodwork basically saying, I want more of that thing. Now that it's cheaper, it's more useful to me. Or like it makes sense now for me to build a new rollup, for example. And so we're seeing, I think, in the next few months, we're going to see an acceleration of more rollups. And specifically, there's a lot of people interested in deploying L3s, or basically taking an application that exists on Ethereum or some other monolithic L1 or some L2, and deploying their own EVM or app-specific chain. And so I think we're like really just at the tip of the iceberg, kind of like what my colleague was saying over there. And I think it's an exciting time. I think EIP 4844 is going to be good because it'll reduce the costs further, but it still won't be enough, at least in the near term.
You know, there's been a lot of hype around DA solutions, right? Avail has had a bunch of announcements. Celestia had this mainnet event that happened in October. Airdrop was like sort of heard around the world. And EigenLayer, you know, there's been a lot going on. Restaking, there's $7 billion locked into, you know, TVL. And I think like a lot of folks are also have a hype around this potential airdrop that might happen for EigenLayer. So are you worried that, you know, once this airdrop does happen, that activity around EigenLayer might dissipate, or the users might, you know, go to other protocols?
We are not focused on stake and TVL. Our main focus is on open innovation. Open innovation is what are we unleashing for developers to build on top of us. That is the primary focus. TVL is a short-term metric where, you know, users who think that there is enough rewards come to the system, but the real long-term value of the system comes from the ability of open innovation, the ability that now you can have hundreds of thousands of rollups actually building on EigenDA, or a lot of these other services that are coming up on EigenLayer, like Oracle's AI inference, fully homomorphic encryption, oracles that actually check what your, you know, HTTPS information is, which is locked inside a web server. These kinds of services unleash a whole new category of products that can be built on top of crypto. That is what we are excited about. We don't focus on the TVL metric. It is a short-term metric which can fluctuate massively. And, you know, I also want to encourage, you know, people who are, you know, staking and so on to also adopt this long-term mindset.
That's fair. I wanted to ask sort of, you know, this is a new emerging space in the Ethereum ecosystem, and you're solving a whole bunch of issues, but there must be shortcomings. So what are these shortcomings that maybe Brendan, you can take this because, you know, you know, why would you plug into an Avail or into a Celestia or into an EigenDA? Like what's still missing that, you know?
What's missing?
On the DA side, in terms, like what are the shortcomings that?
Yeah, I mean, I referenced it earlier that like external DA, if you're settling on Ethereum, which is what we're doing at Polygon, external DA provides a different security guarantee than using Ethereum for DA. But we are already planning to integrate, or at least offer rollups the option to integrate with Celestia and EigenDA and Avail. And so I think that, like if you look at proto-dank sharding, I think that there's a lot of optimism that it will reduce transaction costs, and I think that it will, like, for two reasons. Because call data was never meant to sort of function as a data availability service, and because we're increasing the capacity for Ethereum. But I would echo what Sriram was saying earlier, that I think that like a real barrier to unlocking latent demand is obviously the fact that fees are too high and it's pricing users out, but it's also like fee volatility and the variance and not having the ability to offer a consistent user experience because applications can get crowded out by other sort of unrelated applications that might be on other chains or completely like separate use cases. And so I think that increasing the total bandwidth and capacity for DA is something that will only improve user experience and unlock new applications.
I also want, oh, sorry, go for it.
I just wanted to add that I think if I take a step back and think about like downsides of the overall roadmap that we're following, this very roll-up centric roadmap brings a lot of extra computation and increased bandwidth, but it really increases fragmentation in the overall experience, both for liquidity, for the developer experience and the user experience. And I think anybody who has tried to transfer some assets from one L2 to another L2, or God forbid to another L1, you know that it's a world of pain, basically. And as a developer, if you're trying to develop an application that uses multiple chains at the same time for different purposes, is a total nightmare to do right now. And it's only going to get worse, right? Because right now we have a few dozens or hundreds of rollups. If you think of a world where we have thousands or hundreds of thousands, like obviously the current situation can't scale. And that's why the Avail team has been working on our Nexus layer, which is a unification layer that it leverages our DA, so it brings blockchain data to the DA layer, and then uses ZK aggregation to prove the correctness of multiple rollups on top of that. And so it's the combination of the ZK aggregation with the ordering guarantees of DA that allow us to provide a unified experience across all of Web3 in a permissionless and trust minimized way.
That's Brendan's prompt to talk about the ag layer.
Maybe there are elements of that may have been inspired by Polygon's ag layer, but I think it's really important to distinguish between like the interoperability guarantees that are provided by sharing a DA layer and the interoperability guarantees that are provided by aggregating proofs and the interoperability guarantees that are provided by something like the ag layer, which I think a lot of people misunderstand that it's about aggregating proofs. It's not about aggregating proofs. Proof aggregation is a mechanism that allows us to ensure safety and consistency between chains that are interoperating. And so I don't want to hijack this panel to talk about the design of the ag layer, but it's really important to sort of emphasize that if you want interoperability, you need to provide safety for chains that are interoperating at lower latency than Ethereum block finality time. And further, to provide safety for chains that share assets and provide fungibility of assets via a unified bridge. And so I think if you look at what the ag layer provides, it's both of these things. It's safety for fungibility of assets across chains. It's also safety that guarantees that chains can't be settled in a way that's inconsistent, or that atomic bundles can't be unbundled when settlement on Ethereum happens. And so I think that DA is a really important security mechanism for individual chains, but it doesn't solve interoperability on its own. I think you need additional infrastructure.
Just a couple of comments on this fragmentation problem. The first one is, I think people overemphasize the problem of fragmentation. And the reason is, we are starting from a DeFi-oriented locus. Because in financial services, liquidity is the main product. And liquidity gets fragmented, then it's a problem. But if you've ever developed any kind of like a cloud scale thing, like imagine a game, most of the games have scenes. Each scene is run on a separate server. You cannot run the entire game on a common synchronous composition layer. So synchronous composability is actually one of the most expensive things possible. And so it is neither necessary nor sufficient for large-scale adoption. Because we are starting from a very DeFi-oriented lens, people think and overemphasize this problem. Lots of other places where absolutely no need for super fast composition, or fragmentation is not a problem, fragmentation is a solution. You can have highly scalable systems. The second point is something like ag layer, and I haven't looked into the design of the Avail aggregation system, but something like ag layer has this really powerful primitive where you can use synchronous composition on demand. So we are running on asynchronous zones, and when I need to create synchrony, I lock the state of these two systems, and then I can do synchronous composition, and then release the lock, and then go back to asynchronous composition. So you pay for synchronous composition on demand. So I just want to point out that these solutions also are having these problems also having emerging solutions. And there are other services built on EigenLayer for like super fast composition using crypto economic guarantees. So lots of interesting stuff coming up here.
Blake +1 for asynchronous composition being like a new thing that I think will be pervasive throughout Web3. So far, the focus has been on synchronous composability, and I think that's overly restrictive in terms of use cases. Fully agree.
I want to, we have like 3.5 minutes. I'm looking at the clock here. We have 3.5 minutes left, and so I want to get like a big picture take, sort of combine my two, last questions. But I wanted to ask we now have these 3 major projects, right, around DA. We're sitting on stage here, and, Polygon, I don't need to speak for Polygon. Everyone knows what Polygon is, but, but I want to ask sort of what this market is going to look like, because especially on the layer 2 landscape, like we've talked about this, Brendan, that there's just been an explosion of L2s. I can't keep up with how many L2s are just like popping up left and right. What will the market eventually look like for this DA ecosystem? How are things going to evolve, and what can we expect from like each of your solutions moving forward? And Brendan, what do you sort of see from the L2 side? Let's start with Nick though.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have this idea that DA will become a commodity, and I strongly disagree with that. I think it will be cheap, and that's actually a feature, not a bug. It's really good to have very, very cheap, scalable DA, and this is what Celestia, for example, is all about. I think that's also what EigenDA and Avail are about. And at least at Celestia, what we believe in is economic sustainability by economy of scale. So it's about providing cheap, scalable DA, but at massive scale. Because if you believe that Web3 is going to be globally adopted and we're going to be running very critical things on chain, the demand for block space is going to be absolutely massive. And so it's about being a layer that can actually support that level of scale. And even if the margin on DA is very, very low, at that level of scale, it becomes economically sustainable. So that's what we believe, at least.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'll go.
Go for it.
One of the things I think rollups unleash is a little bit of a counterpoint, is the single centralized sequencer is a superpower of a rollup. What it means is I can do instant confirmations. Not only I can do instant confirmations, I think the thing that I'm much more excited about is we can do subjective admission control. What do I mean by that? Right now, to access a chain, you need to pay a fee. Fee is very non-discriminative. A real user cannot be discriminated from like an MEV bot, which just upbids the real user. And one of the really powerful things that the internet did is to offer cheap or free usage to lots of people around the world. We talk a lot about decentralization in this space. Having gatekeeping our systems with fees is a really bad thing. What a single central sequencer can do is to do admission control, admit users. Some people pay fees, but other people who authenticate themselves through other options can be admitted into the system without a fee. This is going to unlock a massive amount of innovation in crypto apps, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, plus one. One thing from my perspective is that I do think that DA in some sense will be table stakes, and that a lot of value will be elsewhere in the stack. And for us, this idea of being able to unify all of Web3, both on the user experience, developer experience, liquidity, as well as with our Fusion Security product that brings liquidity to the Avail DA, I think is our take on this topic.
Brendan, I'll give you the final few seconds.
I mean, I think that from our perspective, like, there will be network effects that accrue around roll-up ecosystems that come from the ability to interoperate. But I think that having extreme flexibility and choice and giving users the ability and chains the ability to exploit trade-offs in how they select DA is something that's really, really important. And I think everyone else on this stage is kind of working toward that future.
All right. Well, thank you all for this discussion, and thank you to the audience, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, hello. My name is Miko, and I'll be emceeing a bit this morning. I do want to encourage you to stick around for this next talk. It's Will Morgan. He's actually he's a founding steward at Opolis. And for those of you who don't know, there are other very significant founding stewards of Opolis, including John Paller, who is one of the key organizers behind ETHDenver. So Opolis is a very exciting project. So Opolis is deeply committed to decentralization and exporting the culture of decentralization. So I'm really excited to hear this talk. It really has to do with the design of DAOs and decentralized systems. So, to me, Opolis is one of those very, very committed projects, very committed to DAOs, committed to full decentralization. And so the design principles of practical real-world DAO decentralization, incentivization, and all of these critical factors, I think, you're going to hear from the trenches. So I very much highly recommend sticking around to hear Will's talk about DAO design. So I did want to give you guys a hot tip, which is one of the things I've noticed here in Denver is in the cafes. If you go into a Denver cafe, right, what I suggest is that you look for the matcha whisk. Look for the whisk, right? Because if you go to a cafe in San Francisco, where I'm from, they're going to give you this matcha that's from a gross cardboard box that has sugar in it, and it comes from God knows where, right? So here in Denver, what I found is that the better cafes are serving real Japanese ceremonial grade matcha, and you can tell which ones because they'll have a matcha whisk, right? It's a little device that you hand whisk your matcha, right? And this is the device that's used in the original Chado Japanese Zen tea ceremony. So when you see the whisk sitting there, it's safe for you to order matcha, the real stuff, right? So to me, like, I just had a matcha this morning, and I can just tell you that when you go to Japan and you have the tea ceremony, you'll understand that this is a shamanistic ritual. It is an indigenous plant medicine, and matcha, ceremonial grade matcha, is not anything to trifle with. It's absolutely and purposefully designed to alter your consciousness, but in a very kind and positive way. I actually have a friend who is suffering from ADHD and actually was refractory on coffee and refractory on Ritalin. So basically was not able to handle any of these compounds, but actually found Japanese ceremonial matcha and found that she was able to place her mind in a place of pure, concentrated, Zen-like focus, which is truly an amazing result. So I just want to encourage everyone, if you are in Denver for a little while, you hit a Denver cafe, right? Look for the whisk. That's basically my advice to you. I definitely feel like that's amazing, and I think one of the marvels of Denver, right? Because most of the places in the country, if you order matcha, like, ask them if it's pre-sweetened and it comes out of a cardboard box, right? Because if it is, you are definitely not going to feel good afterwards. So, so it's like two completely different supply chains. Anyhow, it's a bit of a rant, but I definitely encourage you to check it out. I would say the other thing that is important to consider is really just the Rainbow Road. So, I had some trouble getting from the Coral stage to Atlantis, and I discovered the Rainbow Road. So if you follow those great tubes in the sky, so there's a green Rainbow Road that leads to the Atlantis stage, right? So really, as you consult the maps of this entire space, you're gonna see the Rainbow Road, and you're gonna know which rainbow color to follow. So I just wanted to make sure you guys are aware, like, as you see, if you look out the exit, you're going to see these big tubes flying through the air that are all different colors. So I just wanted to let you guys know about the Rainbow Road. It's going to help you find your way through this incredibly large, glorious, and disorienting space, to be perfectly honest. There's, what is it? Puppy petting. So be sure to attend puppy petting, because puppies are like awesome. So I just want to, do enjoy. So with no further ado, we have Will Morgan, founding steward, Opolis. Here's the mic.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be with you today. My name is Will Morgan. I'm a founding steward and chief of staff at Opolis. I was also the executive finance steward for our beloved ETHDenver from 2018 until last year's event. That might seem surprising since this is my 7th ETHDenver and I am a somewhat unfamiliar face. But that is also kind of by design because I'm missing parties at night by rage-eating funnel cakes while cutting checks to food vendors and holed up in my hotel room reconciling Buffacoin payments and the like. Regardless, this is my 7th ETHDenver and it's my first time on a stage with a mic in my hand, and it is really great to be with you today. Here's a little brief outline of where we're going today. We'll touch briefly on ETHDenver since we are here and it's such a big part of my story in crypto, but we'll also touch on your role at ETHDenver as well. Then we'll go into how Web3 is designing and biddling a better world, the current state of designs of incentives, and a future state of incentive design. I truly believe that human thriving is good business, and I think that incentives are the way of the future that will get us to the better world that we know is possible. So going back to ETHDenver, it was 2017. Sometime towards the end of 2017, we were just down the street in a co-working space, and John Powler came up to me and said, hey, I'm thinking about hosting this Colorado crypto meetup. Can you run the accounting for it? And I said, I don't know what that means, but sure. Mistake number one. No, I'm kidding. So I started billing sponsors, and we started seeing money coming in, and then the weird invoices started showing up. Can you pay this invoice for 40 oversized beanbags? Can you pay this invoice for 5 kegs of kombucha? It got more and more bizarre, but the bizarreness didn't stop there until the first time that I stepped into the venue. I brought my dad, and the first thing we did is we collected our Buffacoin, and we went to the food trucks. And he had a sweet tooth, so he said, I think I'm going to get an ice cream sandwich. Well, his first on-chain transaction, he's very proud to admit, was a funnel cake coffee ice cream sandwich. This is 2 funnel cakes with ice cream, 3 scoops of coffee ice cream smashed in the middle. We then wandered through the venue, went to the makerspace, went to the art exhibits, and we're just amazed by the diversity, by the imagination that we saw in every room. We sat through one talk of a project you might have heard of called Crypto Kitties that was big that year, wrecking gas prices along the way. We got done with it, and I asked him, I said, so what did you think? What was that experience like? And he said, well, it was kind of like that cantina scene in Star Wars when you walked in and you saw people and creatures from across the galaxy, and you kind of felt like you didn't belong, but somehow you did. And I responded to him, well, I'm really glad that no one got their arm chopped off with a lightsaber. I don't think the general liability insurance that I had procured would have covered that. But at any rate, whoever you are, wherever you come from, however many ETHDenvers you've attended, you're welcome here. This is a space where your ideas and your contributions are valued, and it's a place where you come with the skills that you have, whether you're super technical or whether you're not. You still have something to give and something to receive. For me, that was bringing my years in public accounting to an event in crypto prior to knowing any other people in finance or accounting in the space. For my dad, it meant, who was a total crypto normie, took it back to the foundation that he was the president of and was able to accept crypto donations for philanthropic donations for Northern Colorado, which funded many really cool nonprofits. So whoever you are, wherever you're from, you matter here. I'm a little nervous. It would help me if I saw more smiling faces. So if you can do me the favor, turn next to your neighbor and give him a smile. That's great. Dopamine rushes. We're all getting high on dopamine. ETHDenver, pastime of drugs. All right. Let's see. Next, I want you to turn to your neighbor and tell them your ideas and your contributions are important here. Your ideas and your contributions are important here. It's the truest thing, and if you don't take anything else from my talk, I hope you take that. They are important here no matter how many times you've been here, whether it's your first or your 7th. So Web3, why we're all here? We care about it deeply. We care about a future that we know is possible, that we know that Web3 can help bring in. There's things that Web3 can do to combat and fight against corruption. It can better, more equitably distribute profits and economic incentives worldwide. We know that it can protect privacy, it can drive efficiencies, and it creates new opportunities globally in areas that have been underserved. We all know this is possible, and we all, in our own ways, are building to that future. It will take all of us collaborating benevolently to get there, and I believe that incentive design is the mechanism we have to create a future 30, 40, 50 generations down the road that we know is possible. Win better world. So here's a few questions I want to pose to kind of get our minds thinking in this state. The first is, what if Web3 could game design better outcomes for entire communities via thoughtful incentive alignment? Okay. Next, how can we diversify our innovation as an evolutionary necessity? And third, how can we build incentives for those championing human thriving? As I said at the top, I believe human thriving is good business, and if we can build projects and communities to champion our humanity, I think that is going to be a beautiful thing for us as a species, but also our entire ecosystem and planet. So before we get to a future state, we have to start at current state. Where are we at today? What brought us here? Because we know what brought us here probably won't get us there. The current state, I'd like to use the principles of UX design. I'm not a designer. As I said, I'm finance and accounting background. But I think that UX design teaches us something, and it teaches us intentionality. It teaches us where to put a focus of care on experience for our users and for our communities. So using these principles, we go to Web 1, which was primarily tech-centered design, right? It's technology that's static. The UX component isn't nearly as important as it is in other projects because it's technology for technology's sake. We need adoption. We need it to work. We need those layer 1s and layer 2s. And many of us that are building infrastructure projects here at ETHDenver are still in this design mode, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a less of an experience-centric design choice. Then we get to Web 2, where, as many of us know, privacy is not always well considered because we're focusing on user-centered design, human-centered design, where you find a personality, you find a persona, you market the hell out of it, you exploit it, you get profits, rinse and repeat. The peer-to-peer technology doesn't always work because you have a middleman in between, right? It's solely focused on the single user that is the target market, which excludes a lot of people. While it creates great value in a product, and it eliminates all of the pain points that you might experience in a project, it doesn't have a great community, and that's where I believe that we can go with our next phase. In a world of pings, dings, rings, and the tyranny of the red dot, as I like to call it, it is really hard to have long-term vision. We are immediacy biased. We are limited in our ability to think really long-term. And in fact, we're incentivized not to have to because we go from 0 to unicorn status in the shortest amount of time possible to maximize profits and to move on to the next thing. This leads a wake of issues in our path behind us. Our economy is designed to reward those who go the fastest. But it's at the expense, as many of us know, it leads to burnout. It leads to inequitable wealth distribution. There's a lot of downstream impacts that weren't game designed 30 years ago when our economies were booming and down this road of adoption for these internet technologies. So I propose a future state where we design something better. We game design a new game, and we put incentives in place that will thrive our future. There's a new book that I loved recently from Don Norman, a VP of technology at Apple, former, who wrote this book on designing for a better world. And these are the 5 principles that he outlays, and I believe that they're ones that we can adopt, whether you're a product designer, whether you are an executive, whether you're a dev. These same principles apply to each and every one of us, and what they enable us to do is to come up with a framework on design incentives that allow our projects to think more long-term, to think more robust, and to be more communally diverse. So I'd like to go through each one, focusing on the entire ecosystem of people. This also includes all living things, the physical environment. I actually don't like his title of humanity-centered design, and after I titled my talk this and I was able to chew on it for another month or two, I prefer community-centered design because what about our robot friends? What about animals? What about our ecosystems? There's a bigger, broader community, and when we think about it in the sense of humanity, not every stakeholder in the ecosystem gets considered. So with humanity-centered design, community-centered design, I believe that you have to focus on the entire ecosystem. Next is to solve the root issues. There's a few different types of incentives we can deploy, and economic incentives are the ones we're most familiar with, but there's also empathetic incentives. There's social incentives. And if you're not solving for root issues, you might incentivize the wrong behavior and achieve the wrong outcome in the long term. So it's very important to focus on the root issues. Next, take a long-term systems point of view. We must realize that the impact of our actions will take years or generations to appear. We must game design good incentives today with the desired future state in mind. We know that technology changes rapidly. Things change from regulation standpoint, and our needs as communities change. So it's also important to continually test and refine. Are our incentives working? Are the outcomes that we're seeing now the ones that we intended when we first designed our systems? Does our governance structure still work to achieve the outcomes for all of the stakeholders that are participants in our ecosystem? Finally, the last one is to design with the community, not for them. This is the beautiful thing about Web3, and the opportunity that we have is that we are global. We are completely decentralized, and our perspectives are all very nuanced. When you design for a community in the user-centered design, you exclude a number of participants in your ecosystem. But when you design with the community, you embed yourself in it. You make friends with your shared interests, and then you look around and you say, what are the things that this community needs to thrive? What is it that we're missing? And then it becomes obvious to you what services and products and other sub-communities can form to make this better world. Tied to that is a sense of necessary diversity as an evolutionary necessity. This is really important, and I'd like to frame it around this idea of collective imagination. My wife came up with the term, sitting right here. It's so great to see her. Collective imagination. In 2016, she and I quit our jobs, sold our stuff, and traveled for a year. We had originally decided we were going to go to Australia and New Zealand first because that would be most comfortable and familiar. So we bought tickets via Bangkok, and we were going to spend maybe a week or two in Southeast Asia before continuing on our journey. Suffice it to say, we fell in love with Bangkok, and we stayed in Southeast Asia for a good 3 or 4 months. And why? It's this idea of this collective imagination. Everywhere we went, it was something new. You kind of cocked your head of like, I didn't know it could be done that way. Or I've never seen it kind of thought through. I'll use coffee shops as an example. Everywhere that we went, all these coffee shops, it's got a thriving coffee scene in Southeast Asia. I'm thrilled that DevCon's going to be there in the fall. I think it has a lot to teach us in our industry. Every coffee shop you went to, there'd be something odd, something bizarre, a curved spoon or weird dishware, or chairs are in a circle, or different types of coffee, one that's meant to be drank over 30 minutes while the espresso sticks that were frozen melt into your warm milk, or done in 30 seconds in 3 shots, going from bitter to sweet and hot to cold. Everything was just a little nuanced. And I contrast that to our coffee shops in America. We value as Americans and as Westerners convenience, efficiency, speed. When we do that, our collective imagination then informs our designs and informs our incentives to make design choices that we're not even conscious enough that we're making. Whereas in Asia, they have a different mindset. Their perspectives and their values are different than those of the Western world, and it comes out in their design choices. And you see these beautiful, innovative ideas come through that wouldn't have been possible unless it was this broader collective imagination. In Web3, being as diverse and as global as we are, we have this unique position to make communities globally. We're not tied to these geographic bounds, and our networks are able to have a broader, wider, collective imagination that brings in new ideas, new perspectives, more beautiful thinking, and that will inform our designs and our incentives to be more inclusive. Elephant in the room, I'm a white American male up here talking about diversity. If you are not a white American male, as I said at the top, your ideas are important, your contributions are important. You have something to bring to the space that is uniquely yours, and it's necessary to make this a broader, wider, more inviting space for our entire industry. And if you are a white male, acknowledge that we're in the end game of terrible design choices that have got us to a place where we've ultimately won the game and kept our power And it's not a bad thing to imagine a new future where we distribute that, where we bring others into our strategy decisions and to our governance boards to allow for a broader, wider, more beautiful world. I'd like to go to Opolis as a project. Obviously, I'm most familiar with it, having spent 7 years building it, as an example of a project trying to do some of these future state ideas. The first that I'd like to highlight is a limited cooperative association as a legal wrapper for DAOs. We just released a white paper yesterday. You can find it on our website at opolis.co, analyzing and exploring the different entity types available to DAOs. Which ones allow for the best incentives, the best participation, the best economic and governance distributions, and we really believe that this one's a great one, and that's how we've organized ourselves. It allows us to push work tokens to those that patron the commons. Now, if you are an investor, or if you're a partner, or if you're an internal contributor, or if you're a member, you all are designed to participate and be a good actor, and you get rewarded for your patronage. The more you participate, the more you're rewarded. This balances our economic incentives, it balances our growth incentives, and it balances our vision for sustainability in the future. Another opportunity is, as I said, have equal representation on your boards. If you have multiple classes in your DAOs, or if your projects has investors, but you also are building for a long-term sustainable future, ensure that you have multiple voices on your board that can speak to the different incentives and the different ideas of what you're trying to achieve. Don't exclude some stakeholders in favor of others because of monetary incentives. And finally, build for collective need, right? Control, connection over control equals mutualistic wins. That should be our outcome, is continually connect as a means for mutualistic wins. We can employ design, community-centered design as a mechanism for design incentives for the future. It's a beautiful world that we know we can create, and the incentives and the long-term systems thinking will get us there. And the main thing to remember is that your ideas and your contributions are important here. You are welcome in the cantina of Web3, and we need you. So come as you are, bring your gifts and your skills and your passions, and come biddle with us. I hope you enjoy ETHDenver. Thank you for your time today, and I'd love to meet any of you.
Oh, hello. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to be emceeing the next panel, just introducing. So we have Will Foxley, who's the founder of Blockspace Media. It's actually a pretty illustrious panel as well. He's been a CoinDesk reporter, so really interesting guy. We also have some OG legends in the blockchain space. Dovi, who's been in blockchain forever and is actually a pretty legendary VC. I've been following her on Twitter quite a while as well. So you know, you'll be excited to hear from Dovi. And another person who's on this panel is Udi Wertheimer. So you know, he's definitely a really interesting, dynamic, controversial figure. I think all three of these panelists are must follow on Twitter. So you should definitely check it out. You won't miss the dynamism. You know, one of the really interesting things about this panel is it's actually about Bitcoin. So that's a really interesting thing. And it's actually about bringing NFTs onto the Bitcoin blockchain. So, you know, jokingly, you know, we're not at BTC Denver, you know, or at ETHDenver, you know, but I do think that, you know, this is a really incredible opportunity to expand our minds. You know, one of the incredible things, I did have the occasion to have a conversation with Dimitri Buterin, Dima, and we talked about the early culture. And what's fascinating is that there was a deliberate and conscious decision to move Ethereum towards the culture of wild abundance. So the thing that's interesting is that Bitcoin, from its inception with the idea of 21 million, which is the asymptotic upper limit of supply of Bitcoin, has been kind of in the mindset of scarcity, right? And the thing that's fascinating about Ethereum is that the existence of bufficorns and llamacorns and like rainbows and all of the kind of like wild UFO Vitalik t-shirt types of colors, I think all have to do with this conscious decision to kind of fork the mindset, right? So now Ethereum has its own dynamic, effulgent, abundant, exciting culture, right? So I think that's an amazing thing. And one of the things that's incredibly interesting culturally is the emergence of Bitcoin ordinal, right? Which is like this really astonishing and weird twist to the fabric of the cultures. So as we see this cultural emergence, when we understand the principal nature of ordinals, I was actually an early angel investor into a project, Onchain Monkeys, and the idea of this project was to actually put the actual images and graphics on chain, right? And so the creator used a format called SVG, or scalable vector graphics, super, super small data, right? So it's a lot like art blocks where the actual art itself lives on chain, right? So the thing that through these experiments, I think we came to understand the idea of inscriptions and Bitcoin ordinals, right? Which is the idea of these very, very compact representations. And I think that that's really good for conservation of things like block space, right? So it's a really, really interesting phenomenon. It's definitely an experiment. But I think the thing to understand is it's important to understand that while Bitcoin is based on the principle of scarcity, that today it is Bitcoin itself that is abundant and effulgent. At Bitcoin approaching all-time high prices, what we're really seeing is that Bitcoin is really the supreme energy source for all blockchain. It is the reserve currency of the entire crypto economic system, right? And for me personally, I think these wild experiments that are kind of to put NFTs onto Bitcoin are just that, which is they're experiments. And I think they're experiments that fly under the banner of WAGMI, which is we're all going to make it. And so when I describe Bitcoin as like the all effulgent sun in the sky, it really just shines on everyone, right? And it's really providing an abundance that enables the energy to take form, right? So what's really happening is that Bitcoin is almost like the nuclear fusion reaction sitting inside the sun, right? Because Bitcoin is the supplier of power, because Bitcoin has found the killer application, which is this, is fundamentally, you know, I'm a venture capital investor, and what I do is look for large-scale dissatisfaction, because large-scale dissatisfaction becomes revolutionary fervor. And Bitcoin has struck a nerve, which is that it really is the base dissatisfaction with traditional economic models, with government fiat money, and all of these types of constructs. So really, I just want to say that Bitcoin is the power source, and I want to introduce this panel. I want to introduce Will and Dovi, and we've got some really great speakers on this panel to talk about Bitcoin. All right. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Oh, wizard, right there in front of me. Okay, welcome to the stage. I'm Will Foxley, founder of Blockspace Media. We're a B2B publication for Bitcoin, joined by Dovi Wan of Primitive Ventures and Udi Wertheimer of Taproot Wizards. Udi, we're going to start off with you today. When does ETH become a sidechain for Bitcoin?
Well, first of all, thanks everyone for having me. I'm slightly disappointed, Will, that you're not wearing the shades as we previously agreed, but it's okay. Yeah, ETH has always been a sidechain. You know, one of the cool things is I'm really happy that I got the opportunity to speak here. You know, I wanted to be with you guys in person, but it turns out everyone who has to, you know, in order to get into the venue, you literally have to get an Ethereum wallet and get your ticket into your wallet. I just couldn't do it. So I'm going to do that remotely, sadly. But look, Ethereum is great, and I think that Ethereum will help scale Bitcoin. It has, so it's very promising.
Awesome. Okay, well, in all seriousness, we're here to talk about JPEGs on Bitcoin, conversation we could not really have a year ago. Well, close to a year ago. Ordinals launched, about a year ago. So we're going to talk about that with Tapper Wizards, and then Dovey's at Primitive Ventures, which has been investing in many things, including stuff that's not Bitcoin, Dovey, but that's okay.
Yeah, so but we have been sponsoring independent Bitcoin developer because previously as a investor, it's very hard to find venture scaled investment in the whole Bitcoin universe, because I think a lot of last generation Bitcoin founder is too fundamentalist or too in a pure form, and so they just want to build the tech, and we are in for the tech, but we have to respect the pump as well, right? I think the last generation Bitcoin founders, and they're more idealistic, and this generation they're more expressive, and so that's why Ordinal actually made Bitcoin expressive as well, right? And then so we should talk about Opcat, we should talk about Covenant, and all these things that can potentially make all other Ethereum compatible application also available on Bitcoin.
Well, unfortunately, Jeremy Rubin made me sign a memo, and I'm not allowed to talk about Opcat on this panel since Udi's here. So we'll just gloss over that maybe until the end. Let's talk about Bitcoin investments really quickly. Talk about last year, inscriptions came onto the roadmap. A few people were already looking at what can we do with Bitcoin, Bitcoin Season 2, Bitcoin Renaissance, a lot of phrases that Udi has coined for us, if you will. How did the investment landscape change from last year till now, Dovey? What were some things that you guys are looking at? You're like, we couldn't do this a year ago, but we can now.
I think first of all, it's more about the mindset change, because previously Bitcoin is more about generational wealth, and then it has to it has to just say not your key, not your coin, and then so Udi remember last cycle is have fun staying poor, right? And so I think this cycle, and we have seen a lot more younger, younger users, and especially in China, Korea, Vietnamese, and majority of the ordinal trading volume coming from China, so pretty much Asia thing. And so I think that's pretty fascinating to me, because on one hand we have ETF, so we have ETF approved in the West, and all the boomer basically just buying ETF, and on the other hand, so in Asian market, and all the young Asian users, and then just thanks to the push from miners from CX, OKX, and Bybit, and then many other just wallet providers back in Asia, so they basically make trading ordinal, flipping JPEG on Bitcoin pretty easy. So that's why I think before ordinal, and just this, so everything we invest in Bitcoin is a highly centralized infrastructure, either mining pool, mining facility, and those things are just a traditional business, right? So it has nothing, so very little on-chain element. And then, or you can invest in things like Lightning and 1.2 billion or 1 billion valuation, but it's kind of, it's probably under-deliver a little bit, and then also no path to a venture scale business. So, and we have seen a lot of Bitcoin layer 2 popping up, and so one of them surpassed 2 billion TVL already. So that's also one of our portfolio. And then so no one heard about this until recently, and even Nick Carter so Nick only heard about this yesterday. So just imagine the divergence between East and East. So between West and East.
We'll stick with that for a second, and then Udi, we'll go back to you and talk about Tapper Wizards. Why do Asian bidders like BRC20 so much? How did that catch the attention
Fair
of
launch,
Asia?
yeah. So Udi, you can talk more about that, but for me, it's fair launch. Yeah, it's the spirit of so it's the spirit of the OG cypherpunk, right? Yeah.
Udi, I'll throw it to you as well. Why do people care about BRC20s? And I bought a few of them, and I bought all the wrong tickers. I thought Doge BRC was going to go up. It didn't move at all. And then all the random ones did go up.
Yeah, I think Dovey hits it right on the head. It's the launching mechanism that it had, which is really novel and unique. It uses block space consumption. It uses Bitcoin block space consumption in order to issue new units of the token. That's something, actually, I think that on Ethereum, there was a project called Zen, I think, in the past that did something similar. And essentially, you need to consume block space, you need to create transactions, pay high transaction fees in order to get units of the new token. And that is relatively fair in the sense that it's very hard to game. You get what you put in. So I think people like that. It was very unique to BRC20s.
So Taproot Wizards is a JPEG house that is trying to Trojan horse an OpCat. That's how I would summarize it these days. What would you pitch it as?
Yeah, look, Taproot Wizards really is a community, and the goal is to make Bitcoin magical again, right? And we started this a year ago, back when everyone laughed at us and said that ordinals are not going to catch on and nobody's going to care for it, and the Bitcoin developers wouldn't allow it, and the laser eye podcasters will reject it. Everyone told us that, and it turns out they're a little bit wrong. It turns out that people do want to do magical, fun things with Bitcoin, and it's kind of obvious now. But I think that's another point that Davi made that I really like, is about the kind of polarization between like the ETF stuff and then the on-chain degeneracy with ordinals, which actually I think works really well. It's very, very healthy for Bitcoin. We could have ended up in a situation where anyone who wants to hold Bitcoin just goes to one of the ETFs, parks their funds there, and no one really interacts with the chain. No one really takes self-custody of their funds anymore. That would have been a bad outcome. I think one of the greatest things about ordinals is that it creates like this new vibrant community where people interact with Bitcoin every day on-chain in very high volumes today. And that becomes like the main reason. If you look at what people do on-chain, it's mainly like ordinals trading. So it becomes the main reason to interact with the chain, the main reason to hold funds in self-custody. And it's a good balance. You have the ETF for like the big institutions, which is great, but you also have like the on-chain degeneracy for those who like that. I think it's a very healthy balance, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild how Bitcoin just won 2 strokes in a row, ETFs and then ordinals. How do investors look at this landscape? So WTU, like we have all these L2s launching. That's great. But there's also this inscription landscape, which is a little bit more vibrant, a little bit more put together. Like on a technical front, it's actually like more sophisticated and works. As opposed to these L2s, like they're kind of cobbled together. People are figuring it out. It's much like the Ethereum rollups ecosystem in 2020. How are you guys looking at these different L2s and being like, this is a good investment, this is something worth putting our LP money into?
Yep. So first of all, because we don't have any outside money, so it's basically all like the team's money. So we can do anything that can be crazy, like super crypto native, and so when it comes to like Bitcoin L2 investment, so my thesis like as of now, so like we have to wait. Like first of all, and I think like BitVM, like BITVM, like not the Bitcoin VM, like BitVM is like an interesting innovation now, and. So my expectation is in probably 1 to 2 years, and so when like BitVM become a thing, and like BitVM like likely gonna be like a public good, like there will not be like a tokenized like BitVM like whatsoever, right? And so once that BitVM become available, and then so it would be like a race for whoever can build like the first working optimistic rollup on Bitcoin. So which means like the technicality wise, like there's no like entry barrier, like. So in like 2 years horizon, so it will be engineering, it will be implementation, so it will probably be like go to market. So for us now, because I believe in like L2, like needs to have both of the monetary gravity, and that is at TVL, and then also like the monetary velocity, and like that is at the on-chain activity on the L2. So far, so I basically rank like all the L2 like to see who has like the highest like TVL, and then so we basically made an investment there. So we invest in like the 2 highest at TVL, and one is like Merlin, and so they've surpassed at 2 billion TVL, and like the other one is BounceBit, it's like 500 million TVL. And so because like once you have the TVL as the moat, and then so you can use this like 2 years like time frame to really like cultivate your community over there, and then so have like good user retention. So I think like that's like an invaluable asset, like comparing with the other like upcoming layer 2. And then we're also evaluating like a bunch of others, and then so like which are also interesting. So like but like this is our current thesis. And also I want to ask this to Will and like Udi as well, because like assuming like OpCat gonna approve, just like be a real thing. And so in about, let's say 5 years, and then so I don't want to be like too optimistic here. So let's say like OpCat gonna be available in like 5 years, and then so there can be a possibility to have like a trustless bridge on from the layer 1, and then so potentially like we can actually do like a full-on optimistic like ZK rollup, and so that's possible, right, Udi? And I think like that is like a trophy like rollup, or like layer 2. So in my mental model.
So yes, I would say that's fairly accurate, except for the part about 5 years. I'm gonna like.
I know you guys are like the lobby house now.
I think we're getting it this year. I think by the end of 2024, we're getting OpCat. To those who don't know,
a BIP
yeah,
or actually implemented or flagging?
On Bitcoin. Mark your calendars.
Yeah, you got 9 months.
Yeah, let's go.
Can we get into like the April like soft fork, like if possible?
I think it's very possible. So for those who don't know, OpCat is this ancient opcode. It was literally in Bitcoin for the first release of Bitcoin in 2009, and the Satoshi himself disabled it a year later, just because he panicked. He disabled like 15 opcodes in one day, just because he was like, well, maybe we need less opcodes. And what happened since then, in the 15 years since then, is that developers realized that actually OpCat is way more powerful than anyone thought. And while it wasn't its original intention, you could actually use it to be extremely expressive with Bitcoin. And yeah, just like Dovi said, you definitely could use it to do like optimistic bridging to another rollup or another chain, which is really massive, I think. So it turns out it's just 10 lines of code. It's really easy. It already was part of Bitcoin. Getting it back into Bitcoin is very safe. A lot of Bitcoin devs want it, but I think that people were a little bit afraid to kind of propose a soft fork for Bitcoin and to kind of go the upgrade route. And I think that just like we've seen the ordinals community kind of rise up and change the culture, I think that the ordinals community is going to have a big part in upgrading Bitcoin this year too. So that's a big focus for us in Taproot Wizards, and we have the Quantum Cats collection that is all about upgrading Bitcoin. I actually really think it's going to happen this year. Things are aligning. There's a lot of devs that want that. And I think that a lot of those kind of layer 2 that you guys have been talking about, I think that a lot of them are realizing as well that if they really want to ship the things that they want to ship, they're going to need to have OpCat there.
So the pushback for upgrading Bitcoin last few years has been like, why mess with this thing? It's working. It's slowly gaining volume. It's slowly gaining price. And this year it's ripping. I mean, ETH BTC, the pair, like Bitcoin's dominating that right now. That's always been a tug of war that people have paid attention to. So why push OpCat right now? If we have ordinals, if we have ETF, we have price going up, crushing altcoins, why do we need to upgrade it again, Udi?
You know, the last upgrade, Taproot, was during a bull market as well. A bull market actually makes a lot of things easier because you have a lot of eyes and you have a lot of interest, and a lot of people who just weren't into it are now paying attention again. It actually can help, I think, to move a soft fork forward. And it's like, the interesting thing is it's not really us pushing for it. It's everyone asking for it. So we've been, Bitcoin devs have reached out to us to help them promote OpCat. It's not that we kind of woke up and decided this is the thing that we need to do. I think a lot of those layer 2s are realizing the same thing. We've had some of them reaching out to and saying, well, you know what? It looks like OpCat can actually fix those problems. And even mining pools and miners, we've heard about a public mining company launching an L2 just a couple of days ago. And people have asked me like, hey, how are you going to convince miners? And it's like, we're not going to need to convince miners. Miners want this. Everyone wants this. So I'm actually really bullish. I think this is going to happen. I think this is something that everyone is going to want. And it just unlocks so much for Bitcoin. Instead of building those kind of crummy, centralized multi-sig bridges that end up, every bull market, those bridges end up losing like at least $500 million. Instead of doing that, we can do something that is real. I think there's going to be a bunch of demand for that.
Yeah, and so I have like a strong argument so why we need like OpCat, and so because like right now, so if you see like the ordinal volume and like their consumption on like the block space, and then so it basically like cannibalizes like CoinJoin, right? So that is actually my biggest issue why I want to push most of the ordinal volume to layer 2, and because now it's like cannibalizing CoinJoin, and then so it's basically like impacting like the potential like privacy of like Bitcoin transaction, and so like that's why I think like ordinal is like step 1, and it's basically like a Trojan horse like for us to just like activate it like OpCat, and then also like the current version of like the OpCat is much more simpler like Udi, so like correct me if I'm wrong here, so like the current version of like the OpCat is much simpler like than the version 10 years ago. It's just like a few lines of code. So like once we have the OpCat, and then so things we can build on Bitcoin layer 2 is like a native like Bitcoin vault. So it's like a smart, so it's actually smart DeFi. It's like smart BitFi, like not DeFi, right? And so like those are the things like not gonna be possible like without like OpCat. And so I remember I had a conversation with Udi just last year in Stanford, right? Like the problem with like ordinal is just like there's no much you can do beyond just like the unspent UTXO spamming the chain, and so like there's no financial interaction that you can do with it. All the vault, like all the DEXs, like can only be enabled by like OpCat and like Covenant. So like that's why I think I have been encouraging like all my portfolio and Bitcoin portfolio, Bitcoin layer 2, Bitcoin DA, and so they should unite together like to push this out.
Okay, so we still have this cultural issue though, even though we might have a good tech upgrade. What do we do with the part of the Bitcoin community that doesn't want anything to change? They want Bitcoin to ossify. Does that matter at this point, Udi? Like, is it possible to get past that loud minority?
You know, a year ago I would have said that loud minority is a challenge that we need to face. I think we faced it already. It's done. I think if there's one thing that's been clear to everyone looking at Bitcoin is that the kind of laser eye maximalists are just not relevant anymore. Like, it doesn't really matter what they say or think at this point. They tried to, I think one of their biggest blunders were they were publicly and openly trying to stop ordinals, and ordinals cannot be stopped. So you don't want to try to stop something that cannot be stopped and put your reputation behind that. And I think people see that now. It's a lot of podcasters, and they have a lot of really nice shows and books and blog posts, but they don't really know what they're talking about. So the good news, though, as long as they're holding Bitcoin, they're going to be fine. So, you know, they don't have to understand what's going on behind the scenes if they don't want to. As long as they're holding Bitcoin, they're going to be perfectly fine.
Devi, to you, last question. Can the ETH community and Bitcoin community find better ground to talk with each other because of ordinals, or is this going to drain one side of the other's bags?
Yeah, so I think it's very, very like synergistic, and because like the Bitcoin layer 2 like execution can be EVM, and then so like most of the Bitcoin layer 2 are EVM execution, and so because like the blockchain is not like so it's not monolithic. And like Ethereum becoming modular, and then so now we have like, if we can have like OpCat, like Bitcoin gonna be relatively modular as well. So in a very modular world, and then so it's all about optionality, right? So like that's why we have seen, so developer, they're like pretty pragmatic, just like application developer, they're very, very pragmatic, and they just want to utilize where like the TVL and where like just like the monetary velocity is, right? And so I think they're completely just like, neutral, so it's whether Ethereum or like Bitcoin, doesn't matter, because previously Bitcoin has been silent, right? It's just like basically like sinking there like as your like wealth reserve. But like once that Bitcoin become more expressive, like become more like interactive, and so like a lot of like this developer from the ETH community like will be attracted to like the Bitcoin community as well. Yeah, so I'm very, very bullish on that.
Udi, last question for you as we wrap up here. What happens to ETH, the asset, if Bitcoin gets OpCat?
You know, ETH is going to be totally fine. I think that Ethereum is going to continue to grow and to succeed because Bitcoin is not going to be a better version of Ethereum. Bitcoin is still going to excel at being a store value, at being digital gold. But in order for Bitcoin to do those things, it needs to have more expressiveness and it needs to kind of scale better. So, you know, Bitcoin would have some of those features, but that's never going to be the main focus of what Bitcoin is. And I think Ethereum is going to continue to be this sort of like developer platform, and they can continue to coexist like they always have. But I think that the thing with Bitcoin, there's this massive growth opportunity, because this is really a 0 to 1 moment where for literally almost 10 years, the capabilities of Bitcoin have been held back by this like religious group of laser-eyed zealots. And it turns out there was no reason for it. Like technically Bitcoin can do actually a lot more. And once it's not being held back, I think it's like this massive moment of Bitcoin catching up to the capabilities of other ecosystems. And there's a lot of growth in that. But that doesn't mean that Ethereum is, you know, going to disappear. Not at all. I think Ethereum is going to still lead the kind of, you know, blockchain as the developer platform view.
Love it. Udi, Davi, thank you for joining. Talk to you guys soon.
Thank you. Thanks, Will. All right. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Dovi. Thanks, Udi. We are going to stay on the Bitcoin theme here at ETHDenver, right? About building connections, about sharing learnings across ecosystems, not about toxic maximalism in any way, shape, or form. We're going to have a nice big panel of 5 folks talking about what Bitcoin builders should be learning from Ethereum, right? Bitcoin DeFi as a conversation, something that's actually become viable, has really emerged of late in the last, I don't know, 6 to 8 to 12 months. And we are going to explore a bit further on the Bitcoin intersection with some of that smart contract-like functionality that Ethereum pioneered a bit earlier in the history of crypto. So yeah, we hope you're having a good time here at ETHDenver. I'm Zach Seward, part of the content team here. Yeah, is everybody having a good time? Yeah? Yeah? Everybody feeling it here on a Friday? Yeah? Yeah, yeah, yeah? Yeah, a lot of good content is still coming up today. Really strong privacy and civil liberties block here on this stage later in the day if you guys are into that. So stick around. Definitely tweet, post on X, Farcaster even. The hashtag there aggregating a lot of that conversation is ETHDenver 2024. And when you're done listening to all this edifying content, definitely go check out some of the other cool activations. Has anyone done like the Zen Zone yet? Any Zen Zone? Gong bath? Puppy therapy? Anybody? Yeah? Which one did you do? What was it like? So Zen. All right, so take that tip and do a gong bath in the Zen Zone if you guys really want to chill out for a little bit. All right, so I'm going to put this thing on this chair. There may be some Oprah-like shenanigans about to unfold. I don't really know, but those are there. And with that, I will invite our moderator to the stage. Hillary Adler from Thesis is going to lead this conversation on what Bitcoin builders should be learning from Ethereum. Let's welcome them to the stage with a huge round of applause. Hillary, come on up. Guys, let's do it. Here we go.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, are you guys all hungover from yesterday? Because you're not really loud enough for me. Yeah, there you go. Let's go. Pick it up. Speaking of magic internet JPEGs, have you guys seen these shirts? They're pretty much a hot commodity in the Bitcoin eco. And now I get to fulfill my Oprah dream and say that hands up, wake up, you get a Wizards t-shirt. And you get a Wizards t-shirt. Oh, I have 2 more. You get a Wizards t-shirt, and one of y'all get a Wizards t-shirt. Excellent. Here's your t-shirt. All right, guys, let's get this panel kicking. On that note, so like I said, I'm Hillary Adler. I'm the VP of Marketing at Thesis. We are a venture production studio building and investing in Bitcoin-related projects and products. I want to let these gents introduce themselves as well. And I also want to ask you one fundamental question for each of you to address, which is, why do you think now is the time in the market for L2s? They're proliferating like crazy. We all know that. So introduce yourselves, your company, your project, and answer that question first, and we'll kick it off.
All right, thanks so much. So I'm Alexei. I'm one of the co-founders of Bob. We are a hybrid Bitcoin layer 2 building between Bitcoin and Ethereum, so super excited to be here at ETHDenver. Yeah, I've been working on Bitcoin research for the last 9 years, always trying to do more with it than just payments. And the reason I think now is the time to really explore Bitcoin layer 2s is, on one hand, the technology is more mature than ever before. ETH2s are really production ready. You see billions of dollars in volume and TVL. But then on the Bitcoin side, and I think Udi talked about this, there's a culture shift. It's okay now, again, to come to build on Bitcoin. You can be innovative, you can experiment, and the new kids on the block are taking over, and that's why I think we're experiencing this Bitcoin renaissance.
Hey, I'm Red. I'm a research analyst at Masari. We try to add some transparency to this industry, and I cover Bitcoin and stacks and some other base layers. I think the reason that now we're seeing so many layers pop up is not a change in demand. I think there's always been some demand for that, but there have been some tech breakthroughs that have maybe stirred up a little more excitement in that area, and I think that's why so much of this is kicking up right now.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Munib. I'm the founder of Stacks. It's a Bitcoin L2. I started my career in Bitcoin around 11 years ago. Big believer in Bitcoin as freedom money. And I think we started off in around 2017 because we had some battle scars from building directly on Bitcoin L1 and realizing that the L1 is never going to scale. So I think 2017 is when Lightning started, when Stacks started, and we have been believers in L2s for a very long time, have done a lot of groundwork, and it's just amazing to see it emerge as a category last year. And I think that your question is like very relevant, that why is it happening now? Why didn't it happen before? I would say that one of the biggest things was ordinals. You guys just heard from Udi. And showing real usage on the L1. Like, it's almost like if you break the L1, it's very obvious to people that you need the L2s. So when the fees did 200x directly on the L1 because of ordinals, it became abundantly clear to everybody that we need the L2s. And I think some of the work that we've been doing on building dev communities, dev tooling, that made sure that there was enough momentum when people started coming in, that they saw that there's already a dev community, there's already excitement, people are already building stuff. And now with the new L2s coming in, I think it becomes a category. Like I think ETH L2s are something like a 70, 80 billion category right now. Bitcoin L2s are newer, they're around like 5 billion or so. Right now we're like 95% of the market, but we don't want to be that, right? Like we want the pie to grow for everybody. We want like, tons of experiments and tons of different designs being explored because that is better for Bitcoin and it's better for our industry.
Oh, hi, I'm David Shea. I'm a co-founder of Babylon. So Babylon, we started 2 years ago. So we are a big believer in Bitcoin. We always believe in Bitcoin even before there were ordinals. And what do we believe? We believe that Bitcoin is the most secure blockchain ever. And we should always leverage that. And so our protocols that we build are trying to leverage the security to benefit the rest of the blockchain ecosystem, particularly proof-of-stake chains. So we came up with a new protocol recently called Bitcoin staking, which is to take Bitcoin and use that to secure proof-of-stake chains through staking. Okay, so why L2 now? So 3 things. Manip already mentioned ordinals from the application side. But from the technology side, it took a few years in Ethereum to really understand how to build rollups. Many new ideas have come in, optimistic rollups, ZK rollups, fraud proofs, data availability. Many, many new ideas were developed more on the Ethereum side. And now you can see these ideas coming back to benefit us from a technological point of view, how to build rollups layer 2 properly.
Awesome. I will quickly add one more thing to David's point. In terms of like why now, a big technical breakthrough is also BitVM, right? So if you talk to a lot of Ethereum researchers, one of the biggest criticism they had for Bitcoin L2s is that there are trust assumptions in moving BTC from L1 to L2. And BitVM, think of that as almost like a fraud-proof-like system. It opens the door to having much more trustless way of moving BTC from L1 to L2. And I think that's the last missing piece, which we have now, and that enables Bitcoin L2s.
and BitVM itself borrow from optimistic roll-up ideas.
Okay, Muneeb, I wanna start with you now. By the way, can you move your mic up a little bit? I think folks might have a hard time hearing you a little bit. As the OG L2 builder, what do you hope specifically that the L2 ecosystem does in its expansion, and what does it accomplish?
Is the question more about what should happen now? Like what direction should we go in?
Yeah, I think just like, what do you hope the Bitcoin L2 ecosystem accomplishes as it expands is probably the more succinct way to put it.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, I think there's an amazing opportunity to learn from everything that has already happened in ETH2s, right? Like there was this old saying in Bitcoin, like 10 years ago, that all the successful experiments would eventually come to Bitcoin. And I think because so much experimentation has happened in Ethereum, and they do have a very innovative experimental mindset, I do think that Bitcoin L2s would sort of like they will remix some of the ideas, but I do think that there will likely be a more focus on security and being more risk averse than some of the experiments that we have seen outside of Bitcoin, right? Because I think people really value their BTC. Like having like hacks of BTC and things, they're much more impactful, and the culture is very different in that sense. So I'll give you a concrete example. Like for example, in Stacks, we actually don't use Turing-complete languages. We use Clarity, which is a much safer programming language. Like that makes some things harder because people have to learn something new. But we fundamentally believe that in Bitcoin, security and safety is actually paramount. The second quick point I would make here is what I would love to see is tons of collaboration and the mindset of like let's everyone come together and like increase the pie for everybody. Versus what we've seen like 3-4 years ago was that even relatively small Bitcoin projects are basically like gunning at each other and trying to do like internal politics and whatnot. And we've been trying to change that culture. Like we organize events, we invite like anyone who's building on Bitcoin, and we are seeing that happen. Like David and these guys had an event yesterday. It was packed, but it was a very friendly sort of like a Bitcoin builders movement. And I'd love to double down on it and continue that because I think that's going to be key.
Very much a rising tides lift all boats mindset.
I think that's going to be key.
Alexi, David, do you guys have anything to add there?
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Yesterday's event, we organized a Bitcoin event in ETHDenver, and 1,200 people showed up.
Wild.
Yay.
Yeah, we'll clap for ourselves.
And we plan to do more of those. So yeah, I think like the goal of BTC Renaissance as an event was to showcase that there are synergies between Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cosmos, and other ecosystems. And what was really cool about it is this positive vibe. We had people from Cosmos, from Polygon, but also Raph from Ordinals speak on stage all together. And I think that just shows maximalism is not great. And I think if we work together, we can achieve much bigger things and just grow the pie. And I think that's what the event stands for.
Okay, so on the flip side of that, David, what do you think the Ethereum ecosystem did right when they approached layer 2s, and what do you hope the Bitcoin ecosystem will do differently?
So the thing is that, right, Ethereum has the benefit of a smart contract. Now, of course, Muneeb also mentioned there are two sides to it, which is security and versatility. But the fact that there's a smart contract does make it much easier to build many, many new things. So Bitcoin has the limitation that is hard to program. So I think there's still a lot of work technologically. BitVM, I think, is a good point, which is how to leverage off the limited description of the Bitcoin language and still be able to build stuff. And I think because of that constraint, we will learn from Ethereum, but what we do will not be the same as Ethereum, I believe.
Red, I want to pull you into the conversation because I haven't yet. As an analyst who looks at the space, you're obviously looking at it a lot differently than the rest of us. What do you see as the current Bitcoin versus Ethereum narrative, especially as Bitcoin moves to becoming more than just a store of value?
Yeah, so I see Ethereum being a lot more collaborative than competitive with it. That's including the teams building within Ethereum. There are undercover BTC maxis in every ecosystem, so a lot of them are happy that they can go work with Bitcoin now. But a lot of the difference is BTC, the asset, is maybe going to be off-boarded elsewhere. Bitcoin, the network, I'm not seeing as many of those changes happening to it. So a good part of it could be everyone wants to use BTC, the asset, in other ecosystems. Things like BitVM might give you a safer way to do that, where you can now use it in Ethereum, on Solana, really wherever you want. So I see more usage of Bitcoin on other networks because of this.
What metrics of success are you looking for as the Bitcoin ecosystem expands?
Liquidity is one. There is not a lot of liquidity in different versions of wrapped and synthetic BTC, but safety is more of like a spectrum. It's not yes or no. So at some point, it might be BitVM, it might be something that comes after. We'll probably hit a threshold where everyone says this is safe enough for me, and then you have all this untapped liquidity of BTC that actually gets utilized, and you can use it for yield and other things in different DeFi ecosystems, or within layers, still within the Bitcoin ecosystem.
I can chime in on the metrics as well. So I think there are two metrics that I personally think is very important. One would be the amount of BTC that is actively deployed into smart contracts and applications, right? Because if you look at Bitcoin, look at Ethereum, I would say something like maybe 25 to 33%, depending on when you measure it, of ETH is actively deployed. That makes it a productive asset and not a passive asset that you're just holding. Where Bitcoin, I would say not even 1% of Bitcoin is actively deployed. So there's a huge untapped potential of deploying BTC. So I think you can measure it, and there are some people who are building the equivalent of like a L2 beat for Bitcoin, and it'll be great to have the stats that across all these different L2s, or even things like TBDC, which is Ethereum native, how much BTC is actually being productive. And I think we should see the chart, and that would be very amazing. The second thing I would try to measure is just the dev community. For example, in the Electric Capital report, Ethereum obviously has one of the largest dev communities. Solana is taking off as well. But imagine like Bitcoin is $1 trillion asset, and we could measure like 600 developers that are on L1, and you could measure like maybe 150 developers on Lightning, and same on Stacks. That's less than 1,000 people in total who are sort of like working on $1 trillion asset. Yeah. And I think we need to measure that. Like that also is my call out to developers, that you want to be in a blue ocean area where there's tons of opportunity and very little competition, right? So that metric would be very important to watch as well.
David, you look like you were having a good thought there. Anything you want to share?
No, it's fine. I agree.
Okay. Well, I have a question for everybody. It was originally going to be one for Red. So Red, we can start with you, but I'd love to hear each one of you chime in here. When we're talking about real-world use cases for Bitcoin, building real-world use cases on L2s and just utility overall, what else can we expect, or what do we want to see being built on Bitcoin beyond just this digital gold narrative, or beyond just being a store of value? I fully expect at least one of you to dissent with another, but we'll see.
Yeah, so DeFi, obvious use case, is kind of the extension from it being payments and a store of value. I think separate from that, which is not as much related to BTC, the asset, but more so the network, is using it as a database, because it's really the most secure and credible, neutral database you can use. And with new innovations in inscriptions, with meta protocols like ordinals, you can kind of use it like a dynamic database. You can point things to each other and kind of continually update some state, and things are stored on-chain, not just a pointer, which is how most NFTs or things posted on-chain look. So meta protocols around inscriptions are where I think Bitcoin, the network, will be innovated on.
I mean, if you look at what Bitcoin is used in DeFi today, it's mainly collateral. So people have BTC, they escape hyperinflation currencies, and they use that to diversify the risk. But of course, we've seen that people don't want to pay with Bitcoin. And I think stablecoins are a very powerful use case. We've seen people use stablecoins in Argentina, for example. And it's a lesson learned also in the Bitcoin community, yet people don't want to pay with BTC. Lightning was not able to deliver on that promise. But now we see stablecoins, and I think using Bitcoin as collateral to borrow stablecoins, create Bitcoin-backed stablecoins, and then using them to actually pay for things and make it more useful, I think will be one of the big unlocks. And we see the demand both on Ethereum already with WBTC, and you see what Tron is doing with USDT. Now imagine you could just bundle this and allow people to use Bitcoin as collateral to get stablecoins on-ramp, off-ramp, but do that within the Bitcoin brand, within the Bitcoin ecosystem, without having to learn about any other network, and just abstracting away the complexity and telling people, look, you have Bitcoin, you can get stablecoins, you can cash in, cash out, you can pay, you can do whatever you want. I think that will be a major use case and something that we all should work towards.
Should I? All right. So I had 2 points, and I think he's already covered one of them, but I'll try to emphasize it in a slightly different way. So imagine you have Maker in the Ethereum ecosystem. Now imagine a BTC-backed stablecoin, and why is that important? I think the reason why it's important is that the final boss is always going to be governments. Like when Bitcoin becomes large enough, they're going to try and stop it, right? And one of the biggest choke points that we have right now are stablecoins, because they are centralized issuers. You can go to them. These issuers are becoming large enough. Like there's a joke that every smart contract chain is actually an L2 to Circle or Tether, because they can decide what fork happens or doesn't happen, right? And I think removing those centralized choke points by having a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, like if there's one sort of digital money that you can trust, that BTC, and you use that as collateral for issuing these things. I think that's a very, very important application. The second one that I'm personally interested in is this idea of almost like a privacy DAO, where not like a fully open system like Tornado Cash, which I think someone is going to build, and that's good for the world. But just personally, I would want to see a privacy DAO where there's some sort of a checkpoint for members who join in. It might be KYC, like you do KYC with a central party or with a group of people. And after that, it's a privacy mixer, right? So the reason is that you can keep certain bad actors out of it, and I will feel comfortable that, okay, maybe one party knows who I am, but the rest of people don't know who I am, and then I can have a privacy mixer for BTC that way. And I think that one is actually much better protected from governments, because a completely open one is going to get the hammer from governments very, very quickly. But this one would actually survive and will give people really good privacy guarantees for people who are just honest and they're not doing anything nefarious online.
Okay, so I'm not an application type of guy, but I do have some issue about sort of using Bitcoin as the data availability that you mentioned earlier, because Bitcoin has such a low capacity. So maybe a twist on that could be that the Bitcoin L1 can be a sort of a censorship-resistant backup for the layer 2. If you get censored on the layer 2, you can use Bitcoin as a censorship resistance layer. So you don't have to use it on a regular basis, but only when you get censored. So maybe that would be a good way of using the very limited block space of Bitcoin.
Any rebuttal?
Yeah, one thing to add on the stablecoin point that Alexei and Manib, you both mentioned is in most ecosystems, you'll see with certain metrics like active addresses, user activity, and then TVL as well, you have two kind of big moments where the ecosystem gets stablecoins and you have a lot more people participating because they're good things to pair in LPs, it's an escape from volatility, and then you have that moment happen again when you get liquid staking. So this is like that utilization of the asset. And you'll probably get both of those at the same time with BTC because we've solved these issues elsewhere. And once we can do one of them, we can do both. So those will probably both hit at the same time when we get there with layer 2s.
Very nice. Thank you guys for that. We are coming down to the final under 5 minutes. I want to ask 2 more questions that sort of mesh Ethereum and Bitcoin. Alexei, are there any tech stacks or dev tooling from the Ethereum tech stack that you think can interop well with Bitcoin?
So Bob, essentially, our mission is to really embrace this interoperability and use what Ethereum has created and make that available to the Bitcoin community. I don't think we should reinvent the wheel. I think what people want to do is they want to start building on Bitcoin today. And it's great, we have BitVM with so many new things coming on Bitcoin, but at the end of the day, if we tell people, look, in 2 years, in 1 year, you'll be able to do all these cool things that you can on Ethereum, that's not going to get builders to start building now. And that's why, if you look at the L2 stacks out there, they can be made compatible with Bitcoin. You can allow people to start building using EVM tooling, and then work on this intersection between Bitcoin and EVM to make it easier for a smart contract developer to start using BTC, to working with Bitcoin, without having to have this steep learning curve of understanding the UTXO set and all these kind of models that are different to the account-based model in Ethereum. And Bob, for example, uses the OP stack. And we make slight modifications over time to make it more and more Bitcoin friendly. But the cool thing is you can just go and deploy. You can start within a few minutes, you're up and running. And then what we work on is things like, okay, well, how about we use one wallet, only one browser extension for all your ETH assets, ETH entities, but also Bitcoin ordinals, BRCs, and all the other assets. Unify that experience. And there's so many more things, and we've had some really interesting conversations with some of the big ETH infrastructure providers, and what we see is there's lots of interest to explore, okay, how can we make that gap basically smaller? How can we ensure that people can work on Bitcoin without having to spend months and months of like digging through documentation that is sparsely available on Bitcoin, but is widely available on ETH? And I think that is one of these superpowers that we can use to just kickstart this renaissance and get more people working on Bitcoin.
Thank you. All right, final question. We're going to start with David, make our way down. I want you guys to be thoughtful about this response. I think there is a lot that we can learn from Ethereum. We've got obviously a lot of Ethereum folks here. The core contributors for Ethereum have had monumental success over the last few years. As we're looking to build out the Bitcoin ecosystem further, what successes do you think Bitcoin builders can take from Ethereum?
No, you can go ahead. You want me to start?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Sure, okay. I think there are two things I would definitely want to take. One would be DeFi primitives who've been battle tested, right? So I think the same thing happened with Solana, that Solana is a different infrastructure stack, but if you look at the applications being built, like those DeFi primitives are coming from Ethereum and other places. So I think things are tried and tested. They can come to Bitcoin maybe on a different tech stack that is more native to Bitcoin, but the primitives are the same. I think that's one thing. The second thing that I would love to see is some of the funding models that have been very successful in Ethereum. Like if you look at Bitcoin Core, like again, $1 trillion asset, there are like 4 maintainers who are running on pretty small grants. I think maybe 30 people who contribute, like have some pull requests, but 4 people who are maintainers. And the amount of funding around it is sadly nowhere close to what even Ethereum or Solana or other networks have. So we obviously want to play a role there ourselves, but we would love to borrow ideas from Ethereum in terms of just funding core development.
My take will be controversial here. It's that Ethereum's greatest asset is its fluidity and willingness to change, and a lot of people in Bitcoin world, kind of like the ossification. But because of that, alt L1s have kind of been Ethereum testnets for a while. If you have a good idea, like proof of stake or app chains, Ethereum's going to implement it because it's willing to change. And I think that attitude will help Bitcoin a lot.
Yeah, I fully agree on that. Experimentation.
So I think, yeah, experimentation definitely. And I think the other thing is embracing decentralized governance and experimenting with models here. I know like tokenization is always a controversial topic, and there are good things and there are a lot of bad things about it. But rejecting it completely, I think, is a dangerous game, because at the end of the day, as Munib said, the end boss are like, governments that might come after Bitcoin at some point. And working with models where you can decentralize control, I mean, not on the base layer, of course. That has to be the final layer of defense. I don't think it's going to change. I don't think we should be modifying Bitcoin Core a lot. That's what L2s are for. And on L2s, we should go and experiment and embrace the kind of decentralization aspect, decentralized governance, and experiment with models there, so that maybe as a community we can be organized. And then also as a community we can go and say, look, we have thousands of users, sorry, maybe millions of users. We have thousands of different assets. We need something in Bitcoin Core. We need this one opcode like OPCAT or maybe OP ZK Verify. Let's kind of embrace this, and there's a reason why we should be doing that. But then organizing as a community, that will happen probably on the layer 2s, because we have ways to decentralize governance, represent that on the ledger.
Well, thank you guys for listening. I'm looking forward to embracing and succeeding together in all the projects we build. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm your new MC. It's kind of amazing to see like the OGs from the space. I was in the Bitcoin space before I was in the Ethereum space. My name is Kelly LaValle Hunt. I run an NFT platform called Mint Gold Dust and an investment company called Pearl River Venture Capital. And I started mining Bitcoin back in the day in 2014. So people like Munib and the Masari team, I always get really excited about hearing them speak because they have been around here for a while before the Ethereum ecosystem really took off. And I was the first sponsor of ETHDenver back in the day, so year 7 here. We're about to have a really great panel come up here. There's a guy who's about to moderate. He runs a 4-minute mile. He comes from the stars. He's made of gold dust. I'll just say that. His name is DeFi Dad. Put your hands together for DeFi Dad. Whoop, whoop. Can everybody hear me out there? Great. Okay. They're going to hand it off, and when DeFi Dad starts talking, somebody has to shout, 4-minute mile. We want to see you run that 4-minute mile.
We were talking before we got started, and she was kindly asking how she should introduce me, and I was like, I run a 4-minute mile. I am, yes, I'm the fastest here in the conference. I am DeFi. All right. Well, hey, thanks for joining us, everyone. Here we go. Yeah, I'm DeFi Dad. I'm a longtime DeFi super user, so it's just a privilege for me to get to talk with these folks who are building at the bleeding edge of multi-chain DeFi. We're going to talk mostly today about, the importance of multi-chain DeFi. I feel like years ago when there was like 10 protocols live on Ethereum, it was easy to be able to focus our attention on just those 10 protocols. But now, we've matured and grown beyond ETH, and we've got ETH L2s, and we've got every other chain under the sun. And so anyways, let's walk through this. So we've got Will, who is truly like one of the OG DeFi builders from 0x. We have Sunny, Sunny needs no introduction, but I guess best to say he is from Osmosis. We have Maria from Summer.fi, another just mega DeFi platform. And then we have Yelena. Oh my gosh, sorry, I almost mispronounced your name. Yelena from Noble, which actually, why don't we just kick off with you, Yelena, since I nearly forgot your name and embarrassed myself here.
No, it's okay.
Can we talk a little bit about just some of the area we see, or some of the improvements, opportunities for improvements, or challenges in multi-chain DeFi, and just how are you thinking to address that from Noble's perspective?
Definitely. So I'll start off with an introduction on Noble. So Noble is a Cosmos app chain. We are built to do native asset issuance. So in Cosmos for a long time, we've had challenges with liquidity fragmentation, UX challenges around bridged assets, and back in the day, we even had UST, which is actually the native stablecoin that Terra obviously put out. And when that went to zero, there was a huge hole kind of left in the ecosystem of no native stablecoins. So Noble was built to address that concern and work with asset issuers to bring them to Cosmos. So we brought native USDC to Cosmos. We've done, in the last 4 months, 165 million USDC minted. We do about $500 million in transaction volume to various Cosmos chains, such as, of course, Osmosis and DYDX and Kujira and many other chains. So we see app chains taking off as a development framework for builders. If you have something as successful as Uniswap, it makes a lot of sense to build a Uniswap chain. Maybe we'll see more of that in the future. Noble is really built to facilitate sort of that development and to bring more users to Cosmos. So there's a lot of challenges, but maybe I'll just pause there and hear what the other folks have
if
to
anyone
say.
wants to chime in on that before I prompt one of you with another question, if anyone wants to weigh in, go right ahead.
I can go.
if you guys mind. So I'm Maria, and SummerFi, as Dad just told, is a platform to access basically the main lending DeFi protocols. Why I'm here? Because we started as the basically front end of MakerDAO, and we were born in Maker, then we moved away after decentralization, and now we are hosting 5 different protocols on 4 different chains. So that's why I'm here. We helped the growth of the multi-chain system. Now we offer the products on the mainnet, Arbitrum, Optimism, and Base. And and you can access basically Maker, Aave, Spark, Ajna, which is a pretty new protocol, and MorphoBlue. So yeah.
Will, how do you think about, I guess addressing the needs of us as multi-chain DeFi users through the lens of 0x? Because when I think about when you started 0x, I remember there were very few decentralized exchanges. I mean, you were like building ahead of its time, and I'd like to think like a part of the world we live in now was clearly the benefits downstream of all that fundamental work you guys were doing. So I'm curious, like now as one of the few DeFi founders who's still full-time committed to his or her original protocol, what's occupying your time? Where do you focus your time and attention?
Yeah, well, so I guess kind of the core kind of thesis that motivated all of our work going back to like 2017 is this idea that all forms of value will be tokenized on public blockchains. So billions of tokenized assets ranging from stocks and bonds, fiat currencies, video game items, airline miles, and even abstract forms of value that you couldn't really, represent in any sort of digital form before. And for us, we were really focused on how do we build the infrastructure that will allow anyone to access tokenized value in a peer-to-peer way using a decentralized exchange protocol. And one of the things that's been really interesting over the years is, as you mentioned, a lot of the early activity, a lot of the early product market fit was on the Ethereum blockchain. And as there was more and more users, there's more people building things, use cases on top of Ethereum, it got so expensive to use. The block space could not support the demand for throughput and transactions. And so you have people that are paying $80 or $100 just to do a transaction on the Ethereum blockchain. And that's not really consistent with our vision of creating a tokenized world where it doesn't really matter where you happen to be born or located. You can tap into this global, globally accessible markets. And so, eventually we kind of got to the point where users were being kind of forced to spill over off of Ethereum onto these other networks, whether they're layer 1s or layer 2s. And fortunately now we're also seeing like a lot of adoption on like non-EVM blockchains as well, which is really exciting. And this was a necessary step for us to be able to go from maybe supporting 1 million different users, kind of technology enthusiasts, to actually being able to support real world use cases, global payments, global financial services, millions and millions of people. So it was great seeing this kind of transition to a multi-chain world, because it allows way more people to utilize all of these different technologies that we're building. But at the same time, it created immense fragmentation. So you have, one of the things that I feel like is kind of like a textbook example of like one of the annoying things that comes with like multi-chain DeFi until recently was having a different version of the USDC token on every single blockchain. So you have like 8 or 9 different versions of USDC. None of them are fungible or compatible with one another, really. So you have a different USDC token on every single blockchain.
And for end users, this is just kind of a non-starter. And so more recently, we've started seeing things like cross-chain transfer protocol by Circle, so allowing you to have a single kind of canonical version of USDC that you can seamlessly move between blockchains, and you kind of avoid all of the risks that come with bridging and so forth. And so I would say, more recently, our focus has been how do we eliminate the complexity of accessing tokens and DEX liquidity across this multi-chain ecosystem that we have today. And so we have, we're building developer APIs that make it really easy for you to essentially access any token and allow your users to swap tokens within your application. We're also building a consumer product called Matcha, which is intended to make it really easy for you to find any token. We support over 5 million tokens across 8 EVM blockchains, and to get any of those tokens at the best possible price by aggregating DEX liquidity. And so, yeah, recently a lot of our focus is on how do we make this multi-chain ecosystem something that is accessible to a wider audience.
I think this is a great lead-in for you, Sonny, because I mean, you've been at the forefront of multi-chain DeFi. Last cycle, I remember the Osmosis launch, and it was just exciting to see, I want to say, such like a powerful primitive attract all the trading volume that it did, and it continues to be kind of an epicenter of all the different chains in Cosmos. So how are you thinking about the UX challenges that you're solving for us as DeFi users with Osmosis?
Yeah, sure. Really briefly, on what Osmosis is trying to accomplish. You look to, I think most DEXs today are very focused on providing infrastructure for a specific chain, right? You have multiple Uniswap deployments on each chain, and they're mostly focused on trading the assets of that chain. But when you look, and largely within EVM ecosystems, right? When you look at most volumes on centralized exchanges, they're usually between the L1 assets of different chains and different ecosystems. And that's where, if we really want to compete against centralized exchanges, that's the volumes that we need to capture. How do you go from trading Bitcoin to ETH to Sol to XRP to Doge, right? And that's kind of where Osmosis has really been focused on, is how do we provide this interchain DEX? We want to be the Switzerland of DEXs and connect everywhere, right? So we are connected to I think over 50 blockchains right now, a lot of Cosmos SDK-based blockchains, substrate-based blockchains, EVM-based blockchains. We're working with the Cardano Foundation to connect to Cardano. We're working on connecting to XRP Ledger. And so, that's kind of what we're doing, and that's the problem that we're trying to solve. Now, with that comes a lot of difficulties, because unlike many developers who are just focused on developing within the EVM ecosystem, right? There's a standard set of smart contracting languages or Solidity and stuff. There's a standard set of wallets you have to integrate. There's a lot of these L2s usually have a canonical bridge. When you're going this L1 to L1 stuff, we have to start working on different smart contracting systems. We have to connect with different types of wallets. The Solana wallet isn't compatible with an MetaMask, or Cardano has its own set of wallets. It's Cosmos SDK has its own set of wallets. We have to do, and a lot of these, L2s have canonical bridges to Ethereum, but there's no canonical bridge between Solana and Ethereum, right? There's different people who build different bridges between them, or let's say between Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? You have TBTC, you have Nomic, you have a couple others that are in development, right? And how do you choose which one to use? And so those are some of the challenges that we face when working on a very interchain environment. That there's while there's good standardization within ecosystems, there's poor standardization across ecosystems, and our job that we have to handle is how do we build UX that tries to smooth that over for the users.
Yeah. For Noble, very similarly as a Cosmos project, we very early on saw these challenges building in a multi-chain environment. Even though there are Cosmos standards like IBC, like the SDK, there's still a lot of coordination that needs to take place for those chains to be fully interoperable, to be fully working together so that users don't even have to necessarily think twice about where, let's say, they have to send one token from point A to point B to get to point C. Maybe you simply route it, like what Noble does in the case of native USDC, or you use something like an outpost or things like this to make that user experience more friendly. I think right now with L2s and then definitely with rollups, we're going to see a lot of these actual like UX challenges that, again, for the Cosmos folks, we saw years ago. So I think it'll be very interesting. I think the point about like the canonical state of like certain bridges, like that's why we have these debates in Ethereum around various bridging. I don't want to call them bridging wars, but they're very heated topics. And so we're gonna see a lot of that as we converge on these standards over the coming years.
Can I add something? So I'm doing marketing, okay, in the space, and no, I just want to mention that all of this is very, very complicated. So again, as you said before, the claim of DeFi is experience, is be open to everyone, and our goal, the overall goal, is to scale, to get new users. All of this is amazing on the one end, but on the other end is even more complicated to explain to the users. So for us, marketers working in this space, is very hard already to explain, to people, normal people, what is one blockchain, Ethereum, what you should do. Now we have multiple options of the chain, multiple options for you to maybe save some money, because in the end, this is the main point, right? But it's complicated to make users understand how not to be afraid and scared, because you are scared when you use something new. You don't know if when you bridge, if where your money is, for like hours, and you're there like watching the screen during the bridging, So it's a challenge also, like in this sense, in my opinion.
I mean, let's just remember there are $4.5 billion or so worth of hacks of bridges. Like that's an astronomical number that if you tell anybody like that's enough to put them away from crypto forever. So there's a lot to do to build up the trust.
Exactly. Yeah. So also educational part is very important.
Yeah.
Do any of you have thoughts on like how far off are we from using DeFi where our knowledge of what blockchain or what L1, L2 that we're using is totally abstracted away?
Yeah.
And I guess like if you have any thoughts on that, do you have any thoughts then on like what needs to happen next for us to get there? I think of you, Will, right away just because of like the DEX aggregator experience. Like I can imagine folks in the future like they would trade, let's say, like Sol for ETH, ETH for Sol, and like they don't need to know that they're like going cross-chain. They just want to like trade the asset without the risk of being on like a centralized exchange.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a little bit of a hot take, which maybe we're here for some hot takes too. But I wouldn't be surprised if we really see something like cross-chain transfer protocol kind of become the canonical bridging layer between different networks. Maybe for like layer 2 networks that share security of a layer 1, maybe there still is a lot of bridging going on, or depositing and withdrawing going on. But I really wouldn't be surprised if you want to access something that is on the Solana blockchain and you have assets on the Ethereum blockchain. I wouldn't be surprised if most of that activity ends up going through something like cross-chain transfer protocol. So in summary, centralization is really what we should be aiming for here.
So
Just kidding, by the way.
That was a great hot take. I mean, so Noble, as the issuance chain for native USDC, we're actually the first non-EVM chain to implement CCTP. So CCTP was very much designed, for the EVM. The next CCTP implementation will likely be Solana, so the SVM. So we'll have EVM, Cosmos, Solana, which is incredible. But it's a hot take, but it's also not a hot take because if we think about it, stablecoins are already used for settlement so much in crypto. And it's not just like, an asset to be traded, it's also infrastructure for settlement itself. And so CCTP itself just makes that easier, and it's actually a really nice user experience. So tomorrow, you can literally, burn your USDC on ETH, natively mint that on Noble in one hop and go to Osmosis. So you can tomorrow, right? Or today, currently. So that's how, Osmosis is getting all its liquidity, not all of it, but a ton of its liquidity from users coming into Cosmos, not even knowing Noble is actually minting the asset on the back end and in one hop going to Osmosis.
Yeah, I think that's the point. Not knowing, like hiding, try to hide.
Abstraction, yeah.
I'm going to push back on this, and I think like CCTP is like a centralized bridge run by Circle. And I think it would suck if all of crypto, interoperability depended on one centralized actor that can censor all cross-chain movement, extract MEV at all cross-chain movements. I think we should be moving towards properly decentralized bridges.
Yeah, I agree. I was kind of kidding.
Sunny, do you have any other thoughts on, I feel like by building in Cosmos, and Yelena here as well, but I'm thinking specifically, I guess, here again of just how popular Osmosis has become. Are there any lessons there to learn from what you've experienced in the Cosmos ecosystem? Because again, years ago, I didn't think we were going to get this far this quickly. And then I look at Cosmos and I go, well, they've been doing this for quite a while. All the benefits that we love of multi-chain DeFi and some of the challenges there, Cosmos builders have been working on for much longer. So any other thoughts you have, Yelena, as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, a lot of it comes down to figuring out standards and canonicity. The nice thing is within the Cosmos ecosystem, we have this standard called IBC, which is a direct point-to-point bridging protocol, relatively trust minimized, uses like client level security between two chains. And what's nice is that I want to talk to, the Osmosis chain wants to talk to the DYDX chain, right? We want to send tokens back and forth. Instead of having to choose, which bridge should we use, right? It's no, we're just going to our chain has a built-in light client of the DYDX chain, and the DYDX chain has a built-in light client of the Osmosis chain, and it removes this which bridge should we use? It's no, both of our chains have a native bridging protocol to each other. So this idea of spreading the concept of native bridging, baking it into more chains, I think that's one takeaway. The other was, man, I lost my train of thought off of that first one.
Yeah, so I think the actual hot take is that the native kind of bridge that will connect all of these disparate ecosystems is, right now, CCP is working very well, that is a fact, but it'll be IBC, and I'm quite confident on that. There's many teams, as Sunny mentioned, that are working on extending IBC to the EVM, to other ecosystems, and so for us in Cosmos, we really understand that the native interop protocol should not have a token. It's kind of weird that we have these interop protocols that have their own native token, because that actually misaligns incentives between the interop protocol or the bridge and the destination. And IBC doesn't have a native token. There are many tokens in Cosmos, Atom, Osmo, others, but IBC itself is this very neutral, very, very stable infrastructure. It's a bridging protocol without a native token, and that is the thing that we in Cosmos understand very deeply.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. So I think two things that I think we've encountered in Cosmos, I think that hasn't really hit the EVM ecosystem yet, just because it's a little bit, lagging on the interoperability work. One is a lot of work needs to be done on standardization of of protocols beyond token transfers. Yes, you can use, today, most bridges are focused on how do I get asset A, from chain A to chain B, right? But that doesn't solve the question. I have a DAO on chain A, and I want to deposit into a lending protocol on chain B. You need to have a standard for how you make that cross-chain contract call. So we have this thing we have in Cosmos called interchain accounts. We have these things called cross-chain hooks, where allows you to make a transaction on another chain, set a promise on our chain, and it calls back. So you need to I feel like I haven't seen in the EVM ecosystem as much of like focus on standardization on cross-chain EVM contract calls. The other one is I think people are not, the UX is not being built around like account abstraction correctly right now. So basically, today we're all operating under this world that like private keys, like addresses are based off of private keys, and that the same private key works across every chain. But that's just not the case when you move towards an account abstraction world. We saw early situations of this where, Wintermute had a Gnosis safe on Ethereum. They thought that they had the same Gnosis safe on Optimism. They didn't get that money sent to them, and it caused this like, whole issue where they lost like, what, $50 million or something like that. And if we expect smart accounts, account abstractions to like continue to grow, we have to handle that because I built a multi-sig on one chain. My company, we have a multi-sig on Ethereum. We fired one of our board members. Okay, we changed the multi-sig, and it's like, shit, we forgot to change it on Polygon or something, right? And it's like, now they have access to our fund. So really thinking about how account abstraction is going to work in this cross-chain world.
Yeah.
I think in the EVM ecosystem, intents are kind of, a lot of people view intents as kind of being the way to have cross-chain interoperability. Not just for like cross-chain swaps or whatever, but also for like real interoperability, cross-chain calls and so forth. And I think it's a lot different model because in some ways you can kind of put like the risk on an individual party that's willing to kind of take the other side of a cross-chain transaction versus having the light client built into the network consensus for each side of the transaction.
That works for things that are like tokenizable and transferable, but that's like just not always the case. Right? I have a DAO on one chain. I want to make a governance, we own a stake in a DAO on another chain. We want to vote on that chain's DAO, right? Yeah. How do I describe that in an intent? It's kind of, I feel like people like over-focus on intents. Like, yes, this makes sense for like a lot of trading-based applications, but it's not a generalized thing that works for everything. We still have to figure it out. Like intents are like, yes, a UX layer you build on top, but you still need to figure out proper like fully customizable cross-chain messaging protocols that these intents work on. So you can build other protocols that don't work in intent frameworks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we've got less than 5 minutes left. I'm thinking we could, sorry, not talking close enough. We've got less than 5 minutes left, so I just want to end with each of you naming a use case that you think could be unlocked with, let's assume all the challenges we've discussed here, get solved for, and we're in a very happy place. Are there any use cases that you're really excited to see become possible?
I'm a Bitcoiner at heart. We just had the Bitcoin panel up before, but I'm just excited to see like Bitcoin start to become like more usable as money throughout like the entire crypto ecosystem. Today, we've seen it a little bit with like WBTC, but like you don't have the ability to go from WBTC to Bitcoin. You have to have like a merchant account and all this. But I think as we start to see some of the newer generation Bitcoin bridges like Nomic and TBTC come alive, I believe that Bitcoin will be like the money of the Cosmos ecosystem, and I hope that it continues to become the money of the overall crypto ecosystem.
Yeah, for me, I'm really passionate about governance and actually seeing like multi-chain governance like work in a way that like actually makes sense. So you have these like, siloed kind of governance processes right now be more multi-chain, so not just relegated to one L2, but across all L2s plus Cosmos plus Solana, like that's going to unlock so much more mindshare and excitement. Again, in Cosmos, we've been doing governance cross-chain for a long time. Things like protocol-owned liquidity, things like treasury swaps between different chains, all that amazing fun stuff. I want to see that throughout the entire space. Yeah.
So I will be utopic here. My dream would be in years to see a user just deciding his like risk approach, and he is willing to get this amount of risk to earn this amount of money, let's say, using DeFi, and he doesn't need to know anything. Like the platform, the Summer5, for example, will automatically select the best chain for him, the best like everything for him, without any of this stuff, you know. Utopic, but maybe.
And Will, any final thought on this?
Well, I mean, ultimately, I think what really makes all of this even worthwhile or thinking about or spending our lives working on is creating a globally accessible financial system where there isn't all this fragmentation depending upon like where you happen to be born, which no one controls. If you're able to transact, access financial services, no matter where you're located on Earth, we're going to need a lot of scalability, and that probably means a lot of different networks that are operating in parallel. So yeah, I mean, user experience. I'm excited to see the user experience for cross-chain applications get to the point where it's acceptable, and frankly, like right now, it just isn't, in my opinion.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks everyone for joining us. Thanks to all of our panelists. This is fantastic. And thank you to ETHDenver. I don't know if they get a shout out enough, but they do an amazing job. I've run events. They're awful to be behind the scenes, guys. It is a grind. So thanks for all you do.
Thank you, guys. Yes. Let's give a round of applause for the panel. Come on. Whoop, whoop. These trousers are fine. These are great. Thanks, Will. Yeah, the ETHDenver team do such a magnificent job, and they have from the beginning. They always think about the community first, and that's something that is this ongoing conversation around what ETHDenver actually is. It's at a conference. We strongly suggest from the beginning that it be a community gathering, and I know that sometimes we overuse community, but I still think, from my perspective, it's still a community gathering. You still have things falling over on the stage, but family always just kind of, yeah, that's the way it is. Let's give Brianna a round of applause. She is so amazing and calm. She keeps everybody calm back there. She's the stage manager here, and I think this stage is like one of the coolest, especially this, but with Brianna, it just makes it so much easier. We're going to transition from DeFi to something that's really important and dear to my heart. Watching developers over the years, working in code, working in coding, and working in cutting edge technology. Our code is our speech. How many in the audience write code? I can't tell you how many times I've spoken to people that write code who are writing code on the cutting edge of the technology and innovating, and have a fear that they will be pushed to the legal edge of what they're writing. And over the years, I have followed this gentleman up here on stage. And Peter, over the years, I've only followed him on Twitter, but over the years, I have watched him defend our First Amendment. And for coders, that's super important. And it's so amazing to finally meet you. So I just want to give a round of applause for our legal champion who's defending our First Amendments as coders, Peter Van Valkenburg. Thank you for being here with us. I'm not sure if we're ready or not, but you can hold your own up there. Go ahead. Yeah, you need this.
Thank you so much. I'm Peter Van Valkenburg. I'm the Director of Research at Coin Center. Can I get my slides up? Almost. There we go. So, how many people read this? Okay, so last December, Vitalik wrote an important post. It's titled, "Make Ethereum Cypherpunk Again." And if you haven't read it, I hope you'll find it after this talk. Vitalik was reflecting on 10 years in crypto. Coin Center, my organization, also happened to start 10 years ago. We're a nonprofit org based in Washington, D.C., and we're dedicated to defending digital civil liberties, specifically your right to build and use permissionless blockchain networks. So if you don't know us, I hope you'll look us up. We have bona fides. We're the only crypto group that right now has 2 pending lawsuits against the US government, one challenging the Tornado Cash sanctions by OFAC, and that's the complaint if you want the QR code for the full complaint, and another lawsuit challenging a privacy invasive tax reporting law that we refer to briefly as the 6050I reporting requirement. We've been around, as I said, since 2014, educating members of Congress and folks in the executive agencies. So Vitalik's post recalls his early days in crypto, when a handful of weird bars in Berlin accepted Bitcoin, when Ethereum was just an idea that was really more cypherpunk than it even was cryptocurrency. 1/3 of Gav Wood's vision for a decentralized internet, Ethereum and Swarm and Whisper, projects that didn't get as much love as Ethereum. It was the dawn of cryptocurrencies, but it was already long past noon for cypherpunks. So lawyers and technologists had been fighting the crypto wars for decades. Bernstein and the Electronic Frontier Foundation brought their suit against the US government, arguing that code was speech, including code for strong encryption like RSA, and that therefore it couldn't be restricted under export control laws. That lawsuit was brought in 1995. Adam Back was selling t-shirts with RSA written in Perl. Don't let a foreign national see you wearing this shirt. That's actually a federal felony. CDA 230, an important internet safe harbor, it's a law that insulates publishers of information online from crushing defamation liability, was passed by Congress also in 1995. The DMCA safe harbor for the notice and takedown process came into effect in 1998. By the time Ethereum had launched in 2015, we were already at least 20 years away from these path-breaking developments in internet freedom and US policy. But the thing is that at that point already, many in that larger internet freedom movement were disappointed with the effort. The early internet had been made safe from certain measures of government censorship, it's true. But was it a beacon of freedom? Maybe. Blogs, file sharing, forums, email, IRC had all given way to Facebook, Spotify, Google, Gmail, centralized messaging apps. All of these corporate-run services were doing the US government's dirty work by sharing mountains of otherwise private user data with the NSA and law enforcement, all without a warrant or due process. The open source movement, while still going strong, had failed to uniformly win the day. Proprietary software still dominated most consumer-facing tools, and wildly important FOSS projects suffered from key developers aging out, leaving these critical systems without sufficient devs to keep them secure. We got a reprieve from software censorship, but part of the reason we won in US v. Bernstein is that the government backed down. They stopped pushing to censor strong encryption, and they mooted the case rather than appealing it to the Supreme Court, risking a bigger loss with binding precedential weight across the nation. Those who would censor software lived to fight another day. In 2015, the internet freedom people were wary from a 20-year battle that had borne only uncertain fruit. Now, 10 years on, there isn't even consensus on the value of those internet safe harbors. CDA 230 is under attack, perhaps rightfully so, because it ceased to be a shield for small internet publishers and has effectively become corporate welfare for the giants of monetizing user-generated content. The DMCA safe harbors are abused, with hecklers getting a veto on any content they want to spam with takedown notices. And we're back in the courts defending our First Amendment right to publish software once again. Crypto, as in cryptocurrencies, was supposed to fix all of this. We were grabbing the baton from Tim May and Eric Hughes, Linus and Barlow, and we were expected to sprint to the next milestone, fix the incentive problem in free and open source software by creating crypto-economic models to incentivize digital public goods creation, fix the non-competitive state of internet platform architecture by replacing Google, Facebook, and the like with so-called fat protocols, fix the privacy problem by building decentralized shared and encrypted file storage and peer-to-peer messaging. We grabbed that baton knowing that our tech stack could fix these problems. It was the only stack that could. As Vitalik writes, a public, decentralized, shared hard drive is what we need, and it's what Ethereum is. We took the baton and we ran like hell straight to Las Vegas. Cashed it in for an ape picture, an ICO boom, and gleefully called ourselves degenerates. Vitalik's post is optimistic about new tech for scaling and privacy, but at root it is a post about disappointment, about losing our way. In these 10 years, we've seen explosive price growth, but little actual good accomplished by the tech. Did we decentralize the web? Not yet. Did we replace banks and Wall Street? No. What did we do? We built a massive casino in the clouds. Why? Vitalik blames transaction costs, and I think he's mostly right. If fees are high and are paid in a frothy native token, then your main users are going to be gamblers and speculators. There's not a lot of profit in making public goods like encrypted messaging, so without cheap transactions, you won't see growth there. Vitalik is therefore optimistic about roll-ups and other scaling efforts, and so am I. But I'm also worried that in the 10-year dalliance, we've lost our alliances with the larger internet freedom movement, and perhaps worse, eroded our capital in Washington, D.C., amongst the so-called weary giants of flesh and steel. Our political enemies are much stronger than ever before. Now they're not just coming for casinos, they're coming for censorship resistance and privacy itself. They're coming for miners and node operators, they're coming for the developers of Tornado Cash, and they have actually, mostly successfully, banned Americans from using that privacy tool. Many in Congress confuse us with big tech. Can you blame them? Many in Congress see FTX and assume it's all just fraud and technobabble. Can you blame them? Many in Congress know that DeFi is rarely as decentralized as it lets on. Many in Congress see Binance and they see willful sanctions evasion and money laundering with billion-dollar settlements and assume it's just a bunch of multinational shadow banks that claim to be exempt from KYC AML rules because of reasons. Can you blame them? Tornado Cash, the privacy tool itself, was just software running on the Ethereum blockchain. But in the wake of FTX and Three Arrows and innumerable AML KYC failures at centralized exchanges, can you blame folks in DC for mistaking it as a centralized entity? I think you can blame them when criminal liability is on the line, but I think you can understand why they're making these mistakes. While they're mostly just software, Tornado Cash did also have a DAO that controlled ancillary activities, and it had a governance token. And I'll tell you, the hardest part of our lawsuit is convincing a judge who's not technology native that there's a difference between the immutable software tools whose operation is governed by math and the inexorable operation of the Ethereum blockchain, and the torn token DAO whose operation is governed primarily by people. We are fighting for our right to use that software. We are not even challenging the sanctioning of the non-immutable smart contract addresses associated with the tool, nor the designation of the DAO itself. Now, I know there will always be replacements for Tornado Cash, and there already are. That one of the great attributes of permissionless blockchains is the resilience that comes from allowing dApps to come and go freely. But the legal precedents about whether the government can ban people from using certain tools and whether people can go to jail for building those tools, those precedents will not come and go so easily. And like it or not, they're going to be set by our lawsuit and other lawsuits in the next few years. Now, I'm optimistic that we will effectively wield the US Constitution and the courts as a shield this time around. Fortunately, the courts are less concerned with political capital and often do vindicate the plain right of Americans to speak, even if that speech is unpopular. As Justice Gorsuch wrote in an important recent opinion, the First Amendment protects an individual's right to speak his mind regardless of whether the government considers his speech sensible and well-intentioned or deeply misguided and likely to cause anguish or incalculable grief. I worry, however, that we will have more trouble defending developers who go beyond mere software publishing. And for this reason, I want to offer a warning about the current state of so-called decentralized governance and DAOs generally. When I was starting out, the word DAO, sometimes DAC, Decentralized Autonomous Corporation, was used to discuss the Bitcoin network writ large, a complex system of people and machines individually driven by self-interest, but through cryptography and incentives, forced to act as a larger unit for altruistic purposes, an autonomous larger unit that was greater than the sum of its parts, but also fundamentally different than governments or corporations because the actual opinions and biases of the participants didn't matter much to the behavior of the whole. Governments and corporations are run by people. At their best, bylaws, shareholder votes, elections, and constitutions stand across the paths of those people and slow their march down roads that lead to greed and exploitation. DAOs are supposed to be different. The code governs, and people, even if they are selfish or malicious, are reliably funneled into a pattern of behavior that actually benefits the greater good. But today, DAO means something very different. It's come to mean token voting. It's simple corporate governance with all the oligarchy, social choice cycling, and inefficiency of that older world. But because most DAOs eschew an actual legal form, it's the same as that older world and worse, without limited liability, without clarity on regulatory status, with always the threat of an enforcement action and the attendant personal and even criminal liability looming over the participants. So I have to ask you, the Tornado Cash DAO didn't control the funds, and the actual privacy tool, those smart contracts were immutable. But Alex Pertsov still spent months in a Dutch jail, and Roman Storm is being charged here in the US. So if you're a developer in this space, is your dApp immutable? Are you a member of a DAO that holds keys to upgrade a contract? Do you have a lawyer? And you might say, well, my dApp has nothing to do with privacy, so I'm safer. Well, A, lots of other things are illegal, like unregulated derivatives trading. And B, if the only way you can build safely on Ethereum is by neglecting to build tools that protect user privacy, then what have we done to our cypherpunk ideals? I want to leave you with this. We will have your back if you publish code. We will have your back if you publish that code to the blockchain. We will have your back if you publish that code to a web server. That's still speech. We will have your back if that code offers strong privacy guarantees to users, both good guys and bad guys. We don't ask authors to limit who can read their books just because the book carries some knowledge that would be dangerous in the wrong hands. We will make public policy cypherpunk again, defending free speech and privacy. But the more crypto builds governance mechanisms that involve actual human discretion and judgment rather than the indifferent and verifiable proofs of work, stake, or knowledge, then the more speech gives way to conduct. And conduct, as in acting on behalf of others rather than merely providing others with software tools and data verification, conduct, even expressive conduct, garners far less protection from our Constitution. It's not cypherpunk to stand up and lobby for a big corporation that can vote to do whatever it wants. So why would it be any different for a big DAO that can control all aspects of a smart contract if sufficient token holders agree? If you can build your dApp or protocol to be immutable, you should do that. If you can't, then you should be looking for governance tools that are more than just a vote from token holders or a multi-sig between some fine and honest people. If those tools don't exist yet, then I can't think of a better community than this one to discover and create them. Together, let's make crypto cypherpunk again.
Thank you, Peter. Sometimes when you're at ETHDenver, you get to witness history, and that was a very historic speech. So thank you, Peter, again. It's beautiful to hear people speak that kind of get to the very heart of what we're doing in our community here. So the next group of people, just also after this next group, we're going to have a 10-minute break, so stay now. And then after this, we'll have like a 10, 15-minute break. So the next group of people, we're going to stay on topic of policy. And the next group of people, Sarah Milby will be the moderator, and she'll introduce everyone to the panel. One of the ladies on the panel, back in 2017, there were very few women that were up on the main stages. And Caitlin Long was one of those women that, as a female in the audience, and over the years going to Bitcoin conferences, Kelly LaValle Hunt, that's me. I went to the conferences and the events and the community gatherings, and there were very few women on the main stages. But every time Caitlin spoke, the room just filled. So Caitlin is on the panel, and I'll let Sarah Milby, who's the moderator, introduce everybody else. But I just want to give a shout out to Caitlin. I always admire what she's doing. All right, you guys come on up. I have favorites sometimes. Awesome. I love your shirt. Welcome, you guys. All right, you guys.
All right, thank you all for joining us today. Hopefully we can answer the question of whether or not US crypto cops are coming for on-chain finance. I'm Sarah Milby, I'm head of policy at Blockchain Association, and today I'm joined on stage by Michelle Corver, who's head of regulatory for crypto at A16Z, Caitlin Long, who is founder and CEO of Custodia Bank, and Rashawn Colbert, who is head of policy at DYDX Trading. Thank you guys again for being with us today. Michelle, you are a seasoned DC veteran. You've worked for a few different agencies. I'm curious who you think the US crypto cops are and what types of concerns they have for the crypto ecosystem.
Yeah, there's a real alphabet soup of agencies that are interested in the ecosystem. If we look at the regulators, I'm sure all of you have read about the SEC and the CFTC and kind of duking it out for jurisdiction relating to different matters, and also bringing enforcement cases with their regulatory authorities. But you've also got Treasury, their Office of Foreign Asset Control, or OFAC, and FinCEN, who supervises financial institutions, including some crypto companies, for anti-money laundering and financial crime regulation. And so you've got a lot of regulators with their hands in the pot. I will leave it to Caitlin to talk a little bit more about also the Federal Reserve and the banking agencies who of late have been putting their hands into things, I guess is the way I'll put it. One important thing to think about is that, we use the words cops. You also do have the law enforcement agencies and the prosecutors who are looking at the system. But they're not really looking at the system for purposes of trying to strangle the technology. They're looking at it from the perspective of where is illicit finance happening. If it's at a crypto company or being done with crypto, then their attention is going to turn in that direction. but generally they are enforcing the criminal violations on the books. The things that they are, I think both the regulators and law enforcement are focused on is illicit finance, specifically terrorist financing, anything to do with sanctions evasion, particularly anything that would facilitate North Korea being able to get their hands on funds for purposes of their missiles programs. And then with the market regulators, obviously they're very interested, particularly in the aftermath of FTX, in consumer protection, protection against fraud, and fair playing field with the markets.
That makes sense. Caitlin, as someone at a bank, you probably interact with regulators almost more than anyone else in the crypto ecosystem. So I'm curious what you think their mindset is as they approach crypto. Are they familiar with it? Are there a lot of questions you have to answer for them? Or do you think that they're really focused on CeFi, or is there kind of a more, mix of DeFi in there as well?
Well, the regulators are definitely more focused on CeFi. And if you look at the actions that were taken in the SEC realm, they went hardest against Coinbase. And in the banking realm, they went hardest against us. Well, it's because we were the easiest to get in some ways, right? Because I think both Coinbase and in the SEC realm and us in the banking realm were really almost begging, tell us how to get regulated. And we were the most proximate, and we got skewered the hardest by the aggressive enforcement. But I think they are watching DeFi. You asked the question, do they know the technology? Certain ones do. This is where the arrogance of the Washington regulators is absolutely misplaced, because the state regulators, in my opinion, in my experience, have more understanding of this than the federal regulators. When you have a federal regulator who doesn't even know what an API is, making decisions about this technology, there's a chasm of a knowledge gap.
What's been most frustrating in your opinion? I don't know if there have been any roadblocks that you've come across.
Oh, the most frustrating by far is the politicization of it and the unwillingness to follow the law, which is ultimately why this industry keeps winning in court, because the regulators have gone so far outside the boundary of the letter of the law, and that is why the courts are striking them down. But it is unfortunate that we do have to go to court. And for those of you who are not familiar with what the state of Wyoming did, the state of Wyoming met with the Fed more than 100 times to work on this charter, get ready for the applicants coming. Kraken was the first to get a charter in Wyoming. There are 4 of us. It has stopped since, obviously, they denied us, and we're now waiting for the answer in the lawsuit. But this was not done in a vacuum. It's not like Wyoming tried to do something without Fed knowledge, and not just knowledge, participation. The Fed marked up the charter statute when it was in the draft form. It marked up the rules and regulations. It marked up the supervisory exam manual. And then when the 4 of us applied, all of a sudden it was a massive rug pull. And that came from the political side. That's the thing that's been the most frustrating, is how the folks on the ground, in many cases, were very excited about this because it was something new and different and exciting. And here you had somebody who was actually trying to get regulated and trying to work with the regulators. And then it was the DC folks who came over the top and pulled the rug on the state. The state filed an amicus brief talking about overwhelming bias and animus. It was very strong language because the state got screwed as much as the individual applicants did as well.
Yeah, so I'm hearing politics was definitely a big part of what was frustrating. And Rashawn, I know we've talked about education already, but I'm curious what you think the regulators are viewing on-chain finance. Like, what are the different flavors that they're interpreting it as? And also, like, what's the biggest misunderstanding they have about on-chain finance?
Yeah, well, I think on-chain finance is a very broad term that encompasses a lot of different things, right? I think at a high level, the movement and tracking of value across a blockchain is going to be on-chain finance, right? So that means there are tokens moving across these layers. So that can be native digital tokens, Bitcoin, ETH, etc. That can be stable coins meant to track a specific fiat currency or the value of something else. And there's now increasingly real-world assets also on-chain, right? So on-chain finance can encapsulate all of these different things. If I'm having a conversation about on-chain finance, it probably means DeFi, right? DeFi also has several different flavors, if you will. So from decentralized exchanges like DYDX or Uniswap to lending protocols, Maker, Aave, etc., and then also gaming, insurance, wherever there's financial services, those can also be on-chain now, right? Using these protocols to communicate. So what I think the regulators misunderstand, it's actually hard to tell. In some cases, it seems like they understand very, very well what on-chain finance is. And it's hard to kind of figure out what their motives might be. So in thinking about ahead to this panel, I had dinner with a regulator last night, and I asked her this question. I said, what do people seem to misunderstand about on-chain finance? What's going on? What's the disconnect? And it really seems to come down to a lack of understanding or clarity of the idea that builders working in DeFi and across crypto are really trying to create products that serve people well, just like in any other entrepreneurial space. In DeFi, builders are trying to make something that is faster, cheaper, more secure, just better for users. Obviously, it's a process to get there, so we actually have, that come to fruition the things that we're dreaming of, but that is what people are doing. And so it seems like there is an inherent cynicism in some people's minds, whether that is possible or whether that's what people are really trying to do, but there's some sort of disconnect there.
That makes sense. And even though there are misunderstandings, or to your point, they understand some but don't get the full picture, I'm curious how, as at a project, you guys are adjusting to what the regulators are doing since they're moving forward anyways with some of these regulatory proposals.
Yeah, I honestly, we're not, structuring our thing to evade the law, which I think is also a misconception. It's like, okay, if they're using crypto and there's all these other ways to move ones and zeros across the internet, then they must be doing it to evade the law. And that's not the case. I think that, say, DYDX, our product isn't available to US customers, right? But that's not because of crypto necessarily, it's because of the specific type of derivative product that we offer. There isn't a regulatory pathway to offer it at the moment. But because there is this extremely, toxic environment, we have to spend a lot of time and resources in making sure that we do everything we possibly can to ensure that a technology doesn't get into hands of US users, because that could be a death sentence.
And Michelle, you have a lot of portfolio companies. I'm curious about the kinds of conversations you're having with them about what regulation means and maybe if they need to make adjustments, like where those adjustments are.
Yeah, I really try to get involved and talk to the portfolio companies early on, before launch, while they're still developing their products, so that they can, think about how they want to build the business in order to figure out, what their cost benefit analysis is going to be based on any regulatory requirements that there may be. So what I would say to, early builders at least, you need to think about budgeting for legal expenses earlier than maybe you would have had to in the past, because there is so much regulatory activity, so that you can get good guidance. I know a lot of you may have, all of your budget employing builders, which is exactly what you should be doing, and your go-to-market people, and maybe not have inside counsel, but there are lots of experts out there serving as outside counsel that can help you kind of make decisions about how you want to develop the product. And if you're already up and going and say want to pivot what you're doing, or you want to say, hey, we hadn't really thought about what's happening in the regulatory space. What can we do? Can we engage with the regulator? Or do we need to build a compliance program that does X, Y, Z? Or, gosh, I hadn't really thought about North Korean sanctions. Like maybe I need to, I don't need a compliance department because I'm not a financial institution, but maybe I need to go talk to the blockchain analytics companies who can do screening for sanctioned addresses, et cetera. So I think there's a lot proactively that companies can be doing, and that's what I talk to them about. And as you mentioned, thankfully, I don't think it's hair on fire or somebody's knocking and it's a problem most of the time. It's really just adding that as a part of your business process and your thought process as you're building.
From what all three of you have said so far, it seems like a lot of what's happening is on the regulator level, but not necessarily what's happening with Congress. So I'm curious for each of your takes about what the role of Congress is in providing clarity, or what kinds of questions need to be answered in order to help on-chain finance thrive.
Well, I think that's really how I spend a lot of my time, because obviously the regulators do have, theoretically, a set of guidelines that they need to follow. And so it seems that in some cases, right, where we're dealing with new technological paradigms and new types of products, like there really does need to be additional law, right? So we do need Congress to act. I'd argue that we're kind of already in arrears. They should have acted in the past, but we are where we are now. And so I think that it's critical that people like us and people like the folks here are spending time educating legislators, talking to policymakers, because Congress has a real role to play. There are real questions at stake here, and the only way we can really answer them is kind of by looking proactively forward.
It's interesting because the stablecoin bill is winding its way through. Who knows if it will actually come through or not, but it's coming closer than anything that we've seen so far coming out of Congress. And it apparently is going to be up or down March 22nd. So it'll either happen or not. And I saw an interesting thing. Jay Powell commented on it, and it got picked up in Politico, that it's very close. So if Jay Powell's saying something like that, you should assume it's true. That's consistent with what we've heard. But Richie Torres from the Bronx had a very interesting comment that said, I don't understand, I'm paraphrasing here, I don't understand why Congress defers to the federal agencies so much. And we're the ones in charge of writing legislation. Why is it that we're deferring to the federal agencies so much? And that speaks volumes about the problem, in my humble opinion, because the complexity of regulation is so high, and the number of gotchas, especially in banking, but in financial services broadly, that the regulators can come after you with, is so great that Congress can't possibly keep track of all of those things. And so what has happened is that the minnow swallowed the whale, right? Congress is supposed to be writing the laws, but the agencies have ratcheted up the complexity so much that the agencies are the only ones who know how the puzzle pieces fit together, and they're the ones de facto writing the laws. It's upside down. And I'm so glad that Richie Torres said that, because it's right.
So for those of you who don't know Richie Torres, he's a Democratic member of Congress out of New York, and he's quite young. So Michelle, I'm just curious if you think there's a generational divide in Congress in terms of understanding, or a partisan one in terms of how they're viewing crypto and their willingness to engage with the industry in these issues.
Yeah, I think that there are some very powerful and outspoken folks in Congress that really perhaps do not see the practical use cases and the breadth of what this technology can do, and have a one-track mind about how they think things should go. And so what I would encourage all of you to do is to really engage with whether it's Congress people or senators in your district, even the local legislators. You need to speak with your feet, with your pocketbooks, and they need examples of what you're building. They want to hear about the people that you're employing in their districts, what you're building, because it's so diverse and there are all sorts of interesting things that they can't even comprehend. They're just looking at, exchanges and transfer of value and oh, scary North Korea, and don't realize that the vast majority of what's being built out there on blockchains, has nothing to do with that, and is interesting and important for America to stay ahead, both economically and from a national security perspective, and telling your story to them and voting based on these opinions that people are taking in Congress is really important right now.
So it sounds like all three of you agree that we need legislation. I'm curious what you think has stopped it to date. Like, what have been the roadblocks along the way that have really prevented us from making any progress there?
Elizabeth Warren?
Elizabeth Warren.
Many people.
But if you look at, look at Congress in general and all of the other things that have nothing to do with crypto and blockchain. They can't pass anything.
Yeah.
Right.
So, it's not surprising. I don't think that it's specific, unfortunately, to crypto, at least here in the US.
Why do you think they can't pass anything? Like, what do you think is the cause behind that? Is it the divided Congress, or?
It's just, it's a divided Congress. The process is broken. It literally is the old absolute power corrupts absolutely. One of the observations is that the chair, so the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, who controls the agenda, has set it up so that they control pretty much everything. Okay, so if you don't have, for example, in the Senate, Schumer on board, nothing happens. It didn't used to be that way. So in some ways, it's a microcosm of the decentralization problem that we're all trying to solve. Way too much power in centralized entities. The same things happened in Congress. And, that part, unfortunately, I don't know how to fix, because what politician will ever give up power once they've attained it? It's a rare, what George Washington did in saying, look, somebody else has to take this on. This is not about me. After being the first president of the United States, that was a powerful thing. But I think in politics that seems, unfortunately, to be rare. Most people would rather acquire power than give it up.
Yeah, I think it's hard to really identify exactly what the issue is, right? It seems there's lots of issues. And so, my background is working on Capitol Hill. I worked for 7 years for a member of the United States Senate. And, so I saw even through that time, things change, right? I think the basic structure of the bicameral system is to have a lot of ideas coming out of the House, and then the Senate is the cold saucer to cool it down and slow things down, so that we end up having legislation that theoretically really is well thought out and fits what people really want and what will work for the American people. Many things have distorted that process over time, from the way that elections work and who ends up becoming our representatives, right? The money that's involved in that process, to as a former staffer, I think staffers should be paid more money, and then we don't, they could stay in Capitol Hill longer. But the reality is, a lot of the expertise is outside, right? And so then you have regulatory capture, which I'm sure a lot of people are here familiar with the idea of, where, incumbents are able to have a disproportionate impact on legislation that gets passed. So you have this kind of perfect storm of all these things happening, and then we do have larger cultural division, which is also at a high point right now. And so it's just it's very difficult to get anything substantive through when they're always rushing and panicking over funding the government.
Well, they try to do it in these omnibus bills, and from what I've understood, that if the stablecoin bill happens, it's going to be in an omnibus bill.
Oh, yeah.
And as a result, it's not going to be really put out for public comment. It's the lobbyists of the industry who want the regulation who are making it happen and essentially getting it done. And those of us who are going to have to live under the regime are not going to have a time to comment on it from what I gather. So that's the thing that's unfortunate. And in the DeFi community, one of the interesting problems is that during the Trump administration, there was an omnibus bill that included the Corporate Transparency Act. That's causing problems for a lot of DeFi projects, because corporations and LLCs, you have to report the ultimate beneficial owner to FinCEN. And one of the challenges is, in a DeFi world, you might not know the ultimate beneficial owner of everybody in your project. And that might not necessarily mean you're breaking the law. In fact, I suspect in most cases it does not mean you're breaking the law, but it just means that you can't comply with that. Well, the Corporate Transparency Act was jammed into an omnibus NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act. That's when everything seems to get done right now, is it gets jammed into these omnibus bills. Trump vetoed it and Congress overrode it because, oh, of course, we have to fund the military, right? Well, what was in there was this massive change in privacy impacting, in a privacy impacting way that I don't think a lot of folks understood, and it does have a big impact on DeFi. So in Colorado, for example, Spork DAO is registered as a co-op. And in Wyoming, we have the DAO LLC law in Wyoming that is covered by the Corporate Transparency Act. Stay tuned. Might not. Wyoming's going to be doing something I think that might break that open. But this is the point. These big things happened, and nobody had a chance to comment on them because they got jammed through in the omnibus bill. And I am afraid that that's going to happen with the stablecoin bill in a few weeks. It's a double-edged sword.
It is an election year, Michelle, so I'm curious what you think the potential outcomes of this election this fall could have on the impact of the regulation one, and two, the lawmaking scene as the other.
Yeah, certainly if we have a change in administration, then I think we're clearly going to see a change, as we have any time that there's a change in administration, a turnover of the heads of the regulatory agencies, because those are political appointees from the president confirmed by the Senate. That could very much change the way the regulatory agencies are deciding to prioritize their resources, the tax that they want to take, as far as let's look at this and put out more guidance, or let's continue on the path of, well, we'll just go after people in court and let it sort out there. So I think that the election potentially could greatly change how things are going to be handled. But we have to remember that because some legislation and bills that we've tried to put forward are really important too, that even if we don't have a change of administration, having turnover within Congress is really important, because potentially that could affect whether some of the legislation that industry wants and that will give more clarity will actually get through. And I don't want to leave, it seems like we're dooming and glooming here, but I will say this is the first time that we've ever seen any crypto bill move out of committee. So this year we had 2 bills that moved out of the House Financial Services Committee. I'm very optimistic that going forward after the election, that there will be sufficient change here or there to stir things up and get some needed clarity in the regulatory space moving.
How do you think Congress is trying to rein in regulators, if at all, or enable them? And on the flip side, what are the tools that the public can use to fight back against what's been going on as well?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not, as was articulated earlier, I'm really not sure that Congress is doing that much to rein in regulators. There are definitely people, I guess, let me rephrase, in the House majority right now. There have been actions and there have been statements that people really are tired of the kind of additional power grab that the regulators are kind of taking. I think recently we saw the vote also out of committee of a bill that would revoke something that's kind of like a regulation, SAB 121, specifically that is just not great for crypto. I won't go into the details there, but there are actions being taken to kind of check them a little bit. I think it will take a bipartisan effort to really rein in the regulators, and intentionally right now, or especially right now with the regulators being led by folks appointed by Democratic presidents and the Democratic Party. If they're in the majority in the Senate, it makes it kind of hard to check their own folks, but it's necessary. Yeah.
And what about the courts?
Well, stay tuned. I'll tell you soon. The Custodia case, it is public information, is now what's called fully briefed, and it will either be decided on summary judgment or after trial, and the trial date is scheduled April 8th, so it's coming up pretty soon. Across the board, this industry has had success in the courts, predominantly against the SEC, the Texas Blockchain Commission suing the EIA, the Energy Information Agency, this past week and winning. We just keep winning. And I got to highlight, I've only met John Deaton once. He's here. I don't know if he's here today. John, if you are, make noise. He's here. He came to ETHDenver. I helped make sure that he got to come here. He's running against Senator Warren. And the reason that I bring him up is because he gathered 80,000 people, XRP owners, to agree to intervene in the Ripple case. But here's the thing that even I didn't understand as somebody who was trained as an attorney. Those 80,000 people agreed to become defendants against the SEC. They agreed to be sued by the US government. And they won. Okay, that guy is here, and he's running for Senate against Elizabeth Warren. Go stop by his booth and meet him. I look forward to shaking his hand. If anybody's here from the Deaton campaign, please wave. They must be at their booth.
I know we're getting close to time, so I'd love to do a quick round robin of what you see the landscape looking like in 5 years on the legislative and the regulatory side.
I think we're going to see legislation that gives us a legal framework for the markets. It's going to take some time, but because I think that there's some real brain power and a lot of money that's being put into this process, I really do think that within 5 years we will have some useful regulation. I think that we're also going to, from a number of these court cases, both court cases that are criminal in nature and some of them that are regulatory action, I think that that is going to give, I think, developers and business owners hopefully more clarity about the rules of the road. And I think that we're also going to see that all of you are going to be building technology that's actually going to address some of these legitimate policy concerns that underlie what Congress and what the regulators are supposed to be concerned about. And I'm very excited about that.
How about you, Caitlin?
Yeah, I do believe that we will have more regulation, more clarity, and for better or for worse, in the stablecoin world, if indeed the stablecoin bill does pass, everybody's going to have to become banks. And as somebody, all the stablecoin issuers, and as somebody who's dealt with that, holy cow! Again, I said that before. The chasm is wide. The information gap is stunning, and those of us who have tried to help fix it have been skewered. Let's see if that changes once Congress does enact it.
Yeah, I think in short, things will look better. I do think we'll have some sort of regulatory clarity. There will be legislation that's passed. And at least in the short term, as long as the markets are going up, that also improves sentiment, which sounds ridiculous, but it's true. And so conversations are just easier to kind of broach and to talk, get people to listen. And so I think I'm optimistic.
And bull markets help.
Yes. Well, thank you all. We are out of time and appreciate everyone here in the audience. Please help me thanking our panelists today.
Thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 1:55. If you do get a chance to go check out the makerspace, the art, the Zen Zone, there's an amazing lady up there who does like energy work named Katie. Go check her out up in the Zen Zone. It's, the entrance is near the entrance, and up the stairs is where all of the meditation and Zen Zone is. Go take a look at the makerspace, all the art. There's an art auction. You can get some really beautiful crypto art down in the makerspace. It's on auction down there. And then we'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Hello. Hi, Danny.
Hello. Hey,
We're doing this
Lane.
again.
I know. Another ETHDenver.
And I didn't know we were doing this until an hour ago, but it came together. That's
You know, that's part of the spirit of ETHDenver. It's a little bit impromptu, a little bit DIY, but always a good time.
So we have something special in store for you guys. Danny and I are going to do some improv comedy, right? Is that?
Yes, yes.
Just kidding. Later.
So for the record, this is our 7th ETHDenver, just so you know how old we are.
You're dating us, as if everyone here didn't know we're crypto
We're entering the
boomers.
dinosaur stage of ETHDenver. Soon we'll be the bufficorns, the spork whales, and the dino whatever. We always really loved how light-spirited ETHDenver was. Nobody here, you know, takes themselves too seriously, even though they're extraordinary protocol engineers or really crushing whatever it is that they're doing.
Or amazing investors.
But, you know, I think it's all about bringing together OGs and newbies alike. So we were excited to hear that this year one of the tracks had become the DeFi, NFTs, and gaming track. And Lane had a great name for it, which did not make it through committee reviews, but...
Well, it's just DeFi, gaming, and NFTs is kind of a bit of a mouthful, right? So
Yeah.
I know we have kind of this Neptune Sea theme going on this year. This is pretty good, but I think maybe for next year, let's call it Degenlandia. Is that what we agreed on? Do you guys like that? Degenland? Degenlandia? You get it? The Degen track.
With that said, we're starting that part of the programming today.
Cool. Should I introduce the panelist? Okay, so we're moving into a DeFi section. Our first panel, we have Tim Craig from DL News, who's going to be hosting a panel on scaling DeFi, and Tim's going to introduce the panelists.
Fantastic.
All right, take it away.
Hello? Hello? Okay, hello everyone. So today's panel is called From App to Infra, Is This How DeFi Scales? And we have some great panelists here today. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So we'll start at the end with Paul.
Hey, I'm Paul from Morphos, or lending and borrowing protocol on Ethereum, with currently 2.5 billion of deposits. And we started as an app optimizing Aave and Compound and providing better rates. And now we have an infra, which is a MorphoBlue, a lending and borrowing protocol, on top of which you can rebuild any lending app, essentially.
Hi, I'm Devin Walsh. I'm the Executive Director of the Uniswap Foundation. We are a grant-making nonprofit focused on supporting the growth and sustainability of the Uniswap protocol and ecosystem. Today I'm excited to dig into the next version of Uniswap, which transforms Uniswap into a true protocol platform.
Yes, hello, I'm Sam McPherson. I'm co-founder and CEO of Phoenix Labs, and we are active contributor to Spark, which is a lending market attached to Maker's Liquidity to offer the best DAI borrow rates in DeFi.
Awesome, thank you everyone. So to get started on the topic, I think there are a lot of different ways that you could address this first. So I think it would be good to start by defining what do we mean by an application or a DeFi app becoming more like infrastructure. So Paul, would you like to kick off the conversation there?
Yeah, sure. So the way we define DeFi as apps and as infrastructure is like DeFi apps are directly used by DeFi end users, while DeFi infrastructures are used by builders, by developers, right? And so like the thing that triggered this talk essentially is that in the very early days, most DeFi protocols, were directly usable by users. Like if you think of Uniswap v2, like Maker, Aave, Compound, etc. And the general mental model for this talk is that we're moving from those apps to infrastructure where you have more Maker core with sub-DAOs being the apps. You have Uniswap v4 with hooks and entire dexes that can be built as apps on top of Uniswap v4. You have MorphoBlue and on top vaults that can be entire lending protocols on top of this infrastructure.
Yeah, and just to build off of Paul's point, I think the note around developers truly becoming a first-class citizen in the protocol is truly what differentiates an app protocol from a platform protocol. And in the case of Uniswap v4, which is the next version of Uniswap coming out later this year, you really see the developers who have always been building on top of Uniswap, developers who maybe for V2 or V3 may have built an integration, have much more flexibility in what they can build, and at the same time, be able to focus much more narrowly and specifically on the innovation they want to introduce, worrying less about, the security of an entirely new AMM that they have to build to try and innovate, without having to worry about business, like BDing, doing business development to get users to come to use their specific interface. They get the distribution just by virtue of building into Uni v4 as a first-class citizen in the protocol.
Yeah, you see this trend across all of DeFi, I think. As Paul said, with Maker, back in the day, it was more user-focused. As one of the oldest DeFi protocols, maybe some of you remember the old interface opening up a CDP and minting a single collateral DAI. This is very user-facing, but these days, especially with the restructuring under the endgame and sub-DAOs, which are kind of more like user-facing mini versions of Maker that are oriented towards growth and development. Maker Core itself is more just becoming a wholesale bulk lender to these sub-DAOs, and then these sub-DAOs, Spark being one of them, that's probably the most well-known, can then focus more on the end user. It's similar. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but there's a lot of similarities between central bank and commercial bank relationships, where the sub-DAOs are more the commercial, and Maker can benefit from the scale of this whole system.
Okay, that's great. So what I'm hearing is you're taking these protocols and you're aiming them more at developers instead of retail, and you're unlocking new possibilities. What are the benefits of doing so, and how does that ultimately help DeFi scale? And I guess to scale in multiple ways, right? There are different ways it could scale to more users, unlocking more capital, things like that. So anyone who wants to jump in here, please feel free.
Yeah, for sure. I can take that, I guess. So Maker, I would say, previously was hitting a lot of growing pains with the DAO, and so this giant monolithic structure trying to do everything, trying to do real-world assets, trying to do DeFi lending, all this stuff in one. There was political factions forming within the DAO, and so this is not going to scale up. So as part of the endgame restructuring with these sub-DAOs can specialize in different things. So the Spark sub-DAO is focused on DeFi integrations, and specifically that we are not tooled up for traditional finance. That's an entirely different set of people. The people within Spark are more like smart contract developers, auditors, that kind of stuff. Whereas in the real-world asset sub-DAOs, which are focused on mostly investing into T-bills at this time, they are more like lawyers, traditional finance people. And so when you silo these things out, and then you have multiple redundant versions of these, you get this sort of competitive, specialized nature, and Maker as a whole can then scale up through this process.
Yeah, I think to piggyback off of that a bit, I am extremely excited about Uniswap v4 from the perspective of just someone who exists within the crypto space. I think the design of v4 specifically will allow for a much faster path towards more innovation. It will allow for a much faster, cheaper iteration upon different ways to scale and make DeFi more flexible and able to suit a number of different users and use cases. And just to throw out a few different examples, for one, as I mentioned a bit before, to innovate upon AMM design today, you have to build a new AMM. And that may entail, just forking Uniswap using some of that code, but innovating depends upon tweaking the curve, whatever it may be. That is extremely expensive to audit and introduces a massive risk area in terms of the amount of complexity being introduced, et cetera. It also is very expensive and time-consuming to bootstrap liquidity, to understand how your innovation actually works and functions, to see if it even works how you think it might work. The distribution element is another one. Being able to leverage the distribution embedded within a protocol which already exists and has connections with routers and aggregators. And lastly, more in terms of the flexibility that's unlocked, hooks really enable developers to enable a path to be composable with many other primitives that exist within the space. And two that we've seen that I'm particularly excited about are incorporating Flashbot Suave order flow auctions directly into a hook at the point of a swap or liquidity provision, and ZK coprocessors, which allow for really mind-blowing ability to customize swapper experience based on history and things like that.
For me, I think moving from app to infra enables mainly 4 things, which are security, efficiency, scalability, and network effects. So on the security side of things, like as Sam was mentioning on the maker side of things, when you're trying to do everything at the same time, well, you introduce more smart contract risk and more economic risk. And that's been the case in like almost every single vertical of DeFi. And in our case, in lending, we've been building for 2 years on top of lending pools, right? On top of Aave Compound. And we found that building on top of what was supposed to be like the infrastructure, but that was like upgradable, like the code changed all the time, that has more than 700 different risk parameters that are changed real time. That made it like very hard from a security perspective to build on top. Now on the efficiency side of things, there is kind of the same idea when you're an app and you're trying to do everything at the same time, sort of like you have to lower your efficiency in order to be able to tackle all those use cases in like one specific instance. Then on the scalability side of things, like, in the case of Uniswap before, there are so many different things you could do with an AMM, and you can't factor everything in one. And so now you have this sort of like permissionless creation nature that lets you like anyone build and innovate whatever they want without limits. And then most importantly, so like the infrastructure layer is like focusing on providing this just very simple, very secure and very efficient, like primitive, whether it's stable coins, whether it's DEX, whether it's lending. And the most interesting side of this is the network effect and the state that gets aggregated into the instance. So in the case of Make a Core, like the network effects of DAI is like huge, right? And like it makes all the sub-DAOs benefit from it. In the case of Uniswap before, you have one smart contract that is going to aggregate all the state and all the liquidity. They'll benefit from integrations on top, like maybe Uniswap X from Uniswap Labs, or like Arrakis Finance that is building a bunch of things on top. And in the case of lending, in the case of MorphoBlue, so we have those micro primitive lending markets on top of which you can rebuild any lending pool, whether it's like the Aave v3, Compound v3, like Compound v2, like models. But the interesting thing is that if you have multiple vaults building on top, they all benefit from a shared state, so shared liquidity. In that case, to the extent that they share risk, and that's like I'd say the superpower of the infrastructure is that like this aggregation of the state unlocks levels of liquidity and efficiency that I think will be second to one when you compare to traditional finance at scale.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Really good to hear about. I think we've really explored in depth a lot of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes. Next, I want to shift the conversation more towards what this means for the end user, the people who are actually logging on and going to Uniswap or maybe going to Spark Protocol and interacting with those apps. How will these improvements affect them? How will it make their lives easier?
Yeah, I can take that one first. I see 2 core benefits that come for end users from Uniswap v4. One is better execution for everyone, which is great, right? I think some of the hooks that we've already been seeing developed are focused, for instance, on either MEV mitigation or redistribution to end users. In Istanbul at DevConnect, we had a hackathon entirely focused upon MEV-focused hooks and saw some really exciting examples. For instance, a hook that would auction off the first transaction in a block, for instance, and redistribute the proceeds from that to the swapper directly. So hooks like that can be incorporated across all pools as a hook. And the second category is more specific experiences built into a hook for specific use cases, users, or jurisdictions. So one kind of hook that we think will unlock growth to the more trad world are, for instance, OFAC compliant hooks, which may be controversial, but for sure people are already kind of thinking about those kinds of hooks. On top of that, another example are hooks which boost LP profitability. For instance, lending out of range liquidity on Aave or Morpho, so benefiting LPs. So I think those two areas, just better experience for all users, and then customization as well.
Yeah, and I would say for DeFi, we have a long way to go. The average user is still using centralized exchanges just because the UX is so much better. So on this front, we have to be pushing on all fronts here, wallets, infra, more user-facing stuff in DeFi, scaling, the scaling of the infrastructure, the blockchain itself. This is the big focus of Ethereum recently, L2 scaling and all that. So we really got to push this on all sides. And where the superpower of DeFi comes in is the composability. So we, as the back-end infrastructures, say Maker and others, having that in place so that developers can come in and they have access to this great resource, which is, say, DAI liquidity, and then being able to build these killer user experiences within the apps in DeFi. We need this, and the composability is the superpower of DeFi. We get this sort of exponential improvement from all fronts as everybody's working together, and it's not these siloed exchanges. And this is, this is kind of the dream. We want to have the user experience of the centralized exchange, but without the downsides that we saw in 2022, most infamously with FTX and others.
Right, and I even add on this that it's specifically the separation from the protocol and the app that enables apps to specialize and to become, very good at targeting one specific use case and, enabling, for example, in the case of lending, very specific risk profiles or very specific, user experience, like taking a leverage or getting financing to, buy a house. Those are, every single one of those are different user experiences. And once you separate the protocol from the product, well, you can build specialized product that, finally reach parity with Web 2 and traditional finance or centralized finance, while benefiting from aggregated state and composability, which makes it stronger than the Web 2 centralized finance world.
So do we think that perhaps in the future there'll be a bifurcation between protocols like Uniswap or MakerDAO, where there will be on a bottom layer, and then there will be more protocols built on top of that? I know you mentioned Arrakis Finance before as one example. Do you think that there will be sort of a definite separation between those two types of DeFi protocols? Will that start to emerge?
So yeah, maybe I can start on this one. The way it's done in Morpho. So for those that are familiar with Aave and Compound, the way lending has been working so far is doing multiple things at the same time, notably lending and borrowing, but also risk management and aggregating different assets and a bunch of features in one protocol. And what MorphoBlue does essentially is separating the risk management layer from the protocol layer. And so in this model, yes, things get specialized. You have the protocol network layer, which is extremely simple, on top of which you can have risk managers or lending protocols build their own vaults to have their own lending specific experience. And in that case, things get specialized and they're able to generate their own fees at each layer, and it's much more incentive line. So I think yes, in that case you'll have clear separation, but in each areas of DeFi, I guess is going to be slightly different.
Paul, I would love actually, you should talk through the gauntlet announcement you just made. I want to talk too, but I think it's a really interesting case.
No, you're right. I didn't mention it, but essentially the way in the case of lending, Gauntlet used to operate. Gauntlet is one of the best risk managers in the space, and they've been for a long time working as consultants for DAOs like lending protocols like Aave or Compound. And when we started talking to them about this new model, well, in the Morpho paradigm, they become the app, right? They, instead of being consultants, they become creators of the risk of a vault, and so they're now able to make fees directly from the usage of their risk management services, not as consultants. And this has proven to be a much more economically efficient business model for them. And you probably have seen it in the different governance forums recently. They decided to depart from the Aave DAO to build their Morpho vault. And and so perfectly on point for the topic of today, which is like you have the Morpho infra, on top of which you have risk managers building their own pool, like Gauntlet, for example, but others like Block Analytica, for example.
And I think it's important to highlight the opening this up to a marketplace of risk providers is super important here. Because otherwise, you kind of have these entrenched sort of like, maybe there could be improvements. I'm not saying anybody's doing a bad job at the moment, but you want these to be marketplaces such that there can be room for innovation and improvement on the risk management front. So I really do like the structure of Morpho Blue, how they've done this.
Yeah, and just to chime in from the AMM perspective, I think that the competition theme, the ability to open up to competition in terms of risk parameters, I think for Uniswap, you're already seeing it. If you go to uniswaphooks.com, there's more than 100 hooks which have already been built to get a nice array of how people are thinking about this. One thing I'll call out is you're able to actually innovate upon different curves, different demand curves for assets. That is like one very, very clear manner in which different hook developers can compete, and that competition will benefit all users across all types of assets. On top of that, I think the original question was about protocol development. Are new kinds of protocols going to be developed on top of these protocol platforms? The answer is definitely yes, but my team a few months ago when we last counted were talking to more than 20 teams considering developing protocols embedded within hooks themselves. And again, the kinds of protocols that folks are thinking about go from order flow auctions that are built into things like Suave and maybe outside of Suave, built on other kinds of incorporating other kinds of primitives to well, there's a wide variety out there that is going to be very exciting to see.
So it seems like, for example, with MakerDAO, you've gone the route of setting up these sub-DAOs that will build protocols on top of the main protocol. Uniswap doing things a bit differently, working with separate teams. So to take a more, I guess, like futuristic look, longer in the future, do you think there will ever be a point where protocols like MakerDAO and Uniswap and Morpho as well will become abstracted away to the same extent that maybe stuff like SMTP, which is backs all email, a lot of email communications today, people don't even realize they're using it. I guess the other point to that is Uniswap and everyone else, they have a really strong brand identity as well. So it's kind of, I imagine, difficult to balance those two things. What do we think?
I think absolutely. I mean, I think we see this already. So things like the DAO savings rate. Already we see some L2s launching where they have this intrinsic yield in their stablecoin supply, and they just like plug into the DSR. And like the end user doesn't really know the details, and so we see this like all over the place. And I think this trend is just going to continue where the back-end infrastructure is providing all the usability for the protocol on top of it, but the end user, as long as they kind of trust the judgment of the intermediary protocol about where to allocate assets and stuff like that, yeah, you'll see more of this like abstracting away the underlying infrastructure.
Yeah, from Uniswap's perspective, I'd argue that Uniswap in many ways is already abstracted away. Uniswap pops up, is already integrated into OpenSea, Friends with Benefits, like tons of interfaces that allow for just easy swapping. So definitely see that trend continuing as more users on board.
Yeah, and I even add that you mentioned SMTP and HTTP, and I think that's absolutely right. Like, the direction where all of this is going is that we're rebuilding finance exactly like the internet, right? With those base protocols that have all the network effects, on top of which you have different layers like the risk management layers, the product layers on top, etc. And each layer has very competitive and open markets, like we mentioned the risk markets. And by the way, like you could tell it like right now on Morpho, like the fees charged by risk managers on vaults is so much lower than what is charged in current lending pools, right? And so you could already see the benefits of this. But also like the fact that you could, from a same base, an opinionated protocol, re-express different, apps with the same way, on SMTP, you have like different clients, right? That sort of like give you a certain expression of the mailing, basically. And they even complement the protocol with extra features, with encryption, et cetera, et cetera. I think there are definitely a parallel to be made with the internet, except now we transit not only just data, but data that has value. In that case, because that's enabled by the blockchain, and so that's why it's super suited for DeFi in general. So yeah, 100%.
So to focus on the second part of the question as well, does this cause a conflict with the strong brands that each of the protocols that you're from have created and nurtured that resonate with a lot of DeFi native people? But if DeFi is to scale to more and more users, those brands will get abstracted away. Is that something that's a conflict, or do you think it's something that isn't really worth talking about?
I do agree there's a tension. Like if you think of Uniswap, Uniswap is very opinionated. You can list any asset, right? So some people are listing scams as tokens, right? And to some extent, the Uniswap brand can suffer from it if you're not a user that that you had the front end that was properly abstracting this away for you. And the same thing for Morphoblue. The day we deployed Morphoblue, we already had like scam markets being created, right? So I guess it's on the app layer to make the difference on what's allowed, what's not allowed. And even for compliance, right? Like if you think of emails, you can't send whatever you want through emails, right? That some things are prohibited depending on your jurisdiction, right? And it's on the side of the clients to sort of like, make sure like, certain rules are respected or people don't get scammed, et cetera, et cetera. And I think inevitably it will take a little bit of education to basically tell the user, oh, you have to make the difference between like the protocol and the risk decision that you're taking. And I think it's just like general education, because so far, protocols like Aave and Compound have, like users are getting used to having very risk-free experience where they get to deposit without thinking and assuming that everything will go well forever. But I think in the paradigm that we're talking about, it will have to be abstracted away through different layers.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all we have time for. And thank you everyone for coming, tuning in. And thanks to ETHDenver for organizing such an amazing event. Thank you.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Lane.
So, do you know what this is?
That is the spork whale,
I believe that's correct.
the official mascot of this year.
So this year is the year of the spork whale. These plushies are very cute. They're child-friendly. I'll be giving one to my son when I get home. They make good airline neck pillows if you have a flight home like I do.
I wanted to turn it into a purse. I really thought that would be like very convenient,
And they are on sale in the swag shop. I heard that the price was lowered. This sounds like a sales pitch. It's not meant to be a sales pitch.
I have no idea, no. I think the original one was $52.80 because it's a mile-high city, but...
$37, something like that. But...
More importantly...
What was the animal last year?
Last year...
Maybe we start at the beginning, right?
The bufficorn, yeah. The bufficorn.
Last year was the year of the bufficorn?
The year of the bufficorn.
Because I can't keep track, because they change every year.
Yeah, yeah.
But there was a mega bufficorn at some
point, right? There
was
a spork, too. Maybe it was the year of the spork.
Oh, the year of the spork.
Yeah, was that the spoon and the fork?
Was that 2018 or was that 2019?
I don't remember anymore.
We're not prepared. We're trying to remember. We've been to all the ETHDenvers, but... Okay, but a spork, there was a mega pega bufficorn one year, right?
Yeah.
And there was like a mega pega Vitalik bufficorn. Like people had shirts that had that on. Do you remember?
Yep. And then Lane took it upon himself to go viral on Twitter by naming another special one.
Oh yeah, my favorite ETHDenver of all was 2020, which was the year of the Bufficron, when we all took COVID home with us. That was the best mascot.
So hopefully for next year we'll have a new theme. If you have ideas, feel free to tweet at us and tag ETHDenver on it.
We're running out of animals.
We are running out of animals. What else could exist in this universe? In any case, coming up, Lane.
Yep. So we have another DeFi-related panel. It is titled How Modularity Drives the Next Wave of DeFi Lending. And the moderator is the one and only Li Jin. She is the co-founder and GP at Variant Fund.
Wonderful. And joining her are going to be Michael Bentley from Euler Labs and Lauren Stay from the Wildcat Protocol. Wait, no, Lane, you gotta throw that into the crowd.
Do I? Is that how this works?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, anyone want a spork whale? I feel like I need to do it backwards so it's more fair. I don't want to hit a camera or something. All right, congrats.
Welcome
Take
to
it away,
the stage.
Lee.
Oh my God. We dressed for the occasion today. I think you should stand up and give everyone a clear view.
I do like it.
Let's make sure to get it on camera too.
We've got some more if anyone wants one.
All right. We'll talk more about the swag after the session. GM, everyone, how's everyone doing? Okay, everyone's asleep. GM, everyone, how's everyone doing? Thank you, thank you. Hey, everyone, I'm Lee. I am a general partner and co-founder at Variant Fund. We are an early-stage venture fund focused on crypto investing. And today we're here to talk about how modularity drives the next wave of DeFi lending. Michael, Lawrence, it's so great to be up here on stage with you guys today. You two are two of the biggest builders in DeFi right now. And you guys also have something in common, which is that both of you guys have been involved in pretty notable DeFi hacks in the past. I would love to start off with just brief intros. Why are you still here? Why are you still building in DeFi? Michael, let's start with you.
I think there's probably something wrong with both of us, to be honest. Should say that right away. So yeah, I'm Michael, co-founder and CEO of Euler Labs. What is Euler? It was a lending protocol that we started building back in 2020 during the height of DeFi summer. I started building that. Before that, I used to be an academic. I used to be a research scientist studying game theory at Oxford. And I just found everything that's happening in DeFi summer really, really fascinating. And so jumped ship. By 2023, Euler was one of the most popular lending protocols on Ethereum. It was the third largest. And it was absolutely flying. And the year looked really promising ahead and everything. And then a really niche part of the Euler code base was exploited with great effect in March of that year, draining 200 million in assets from the protocol. And after a lot of hard work from the team, we managed to recover all of the assets. 240 million were returned back to users in the end, just a few months later. Absolutely harrowing experience, but one that we've come back much stronger from as a team. We learned an awful lot about ourselves and particularly our resilience and everything. And really excited and energized to be here now and see all the excitement about the Euler V2 that we announced just a week or so ago. So Euler V2 is also a lending protocol, but it's a modular lending protocol that we think is going to unlock a massive amount of flexibility for lenders and borrowers, more than they've ever seen before. And we think it will form the base layer of a liquidity layer for the whole of DeFi in the years to come. So excited to tell you a bit more about that as we go along.
Yep. Yeah, we'll definitely delve into Euler V2 and what that means. But first, turning it over to you, Lawrence, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Yep. Can't tell if the mic. Oh no, the microphone is working. I'm Lawrence. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Wildcat protocol. It is a move towards the flip side of what Euler V2 would be focusing on, which is under-collateralized credit on chain. Prior to all of that, I was at Indexed Finance, which I imagine we'll talk about at some point. But I was also an academic. I finished a PhD in compiler theory, and then I worked as a risk reporting analyst and model risk quant at Standard Chartered for years and years. I started doing Ethereum development the day after the parity multi-sig freeze because that was my moment of realizing that I'd spent years programming around money, but now I could program money directly, which was an irresistible nerd snipe. Why am I still around? I couldn't see myself doing anything else. This kind of, program building in an adversarial environment is, to a certain type of person, the only thing you could imagine yourself doing.
Yeah, I sense a bit of masochism in common between the two of you, which, I don't know, is that a British trait?
It's unique to the part of Leeds that we live in.
Yeah, that's right. It's not a great place, so, we're used to it.
That makes a lot of sense. So, Michael, I wanted to start with Euler. So, you've had a lot of ups and downs over the last year. to say the least, including the infamous $200 million hack of Euler, and then the subsequent recovery, which seemed rather miraculous. And you chronicled all of this in a blog post that was aptly titled War and Peace, and it was approximately the length of Tolstoy's War and Peace.
Sure, War and Peace.
And so, given that that essay exists, we won't get into the weeds of all of that and what unfolded there. We'll let people read it for themselves. But I would love to talk a bit more about the key lessons that you learned from that experience and how it informed Euler v2.
Yeah, sure. I mean, something that I guess is obvious coming into the industry, but that was really like brought home to us was that building smart contracts that secure millions of dollars is really, really hard. I mean, Euler v1, as a team, we always had this philosophy to build, things slowly and thoughtfully and carefully. When we first joined in 2020, there was a bit of a culture of like build fast and break things, and that was never something that we really believed in. So we always thought, build slowly and thoughtfully. And then, Euler was exceptionally well audited. We had the largest bug bounty of any lending protocol. We'd done formal verification, all the rest of it, and yet still this niche part of the code base, someone managed to find an exploit. So it's really a lesson not just to us, but to everyone else, I guess, about how difficult it is to secure smart contracts. And I think the fact that we were so thoughtful about stuff did earn us a lot of goodwill from the community, and we were really, really grateful for all that when the exploit happened and the recovery happened. But yeah, a key lesson we learned was about the team itself and how resilient we were and how hardworking we could be, how we could support one another. And ultimately, that same team is back now. We're building V2 in that same slow and thoughtful manner, not trying to rush things, with a real heavy emphasis on security. One of the things that we're really trying to do with V2 is abstract all the best bits of V1 and abstract all the best bits of a lending protocol generally, and then repackage that and rebuild it up in a modular fashion. And with that modularity comes, a lot of flexibility for the end user, but it also allows you to build this really robust, complex product at the end, which every component, every individual component has been really well tested and is really easy to understand. So that's one of the key lessons is simple is better, modular is better.
Yeah, so you really took this opportunity to rethink the design of Euler from the ground up and build it in a more modular fashion. Lawrence, turning it over to you, obviously you've also been through a lot from your days at Index Finance. I would love to hear about the lessons from that and how it led you now to Wildcat.
Yep. So I wouldn't say there was a direct path to Wildcat from it. Index Finance was a play at moving ETF funds into a tokenized manner using balancer LPs. That was a $16.5 million hack. And the subsequent kind of wrangling and filing of lawsuits around that really kind of made me realize where the barriers were or the boundaries between the existing legal system. Because the law has not caught up to DeFi yet. We tried to fit square pegs in round holes when it comes to dealing with the aftermath of these things in the legal system, which drove me to law school to try and become a better DeFi citizen. I mean, I've always been a believer that DeFi is taking the best bits of financial systems and moving them into a place where we have no middlemen that are extracting fees. I do think that moving on to the next thing, once ETF stuff has now, there are other mechanisms for it that are perhaps custodial, but I believe that credit mechanisms on-chain are one of the remaining white whales that we really need to solve for a digital economy on Rails. I think we all use over-collateralized protocols, these margin protocols, but the growth, we do need a mechanism for cleanly introducing effectively lending, which is leverage by proxy on credit. And so I've been working on that for the last few months. We've been live for 3. Lessons that I would have learned, I think I've always been quite paranoid about security, and I think that's certain about smart contract security because, as Michael says, it is hard to work in this kind of Turing-complete environment, when fuzzing's not really well developed. But you can gate things. There are mechanisms to do that now, and I've started embracing these, which have some costs, but you breathe a bit easier.
Right. I wanted to level set on the title of this panel, which is about modularity in DeFi. And actually, I think it would be helpful to just level set on definitionally what does modularity mean? It's a buzzword that is taking off right now, but can you share your definitions of modularity?
Yeah, there's a lot going on at the moment with this. Where you see it all over the place, this word. It's definitely a buzzword of the time. For me, modularity means that modular code means something that's really short, really simple, does one thing, and it does it exceptionally well, and it's easily audited, easily tested, and that it can also be used, like Money Lego itself, it can also be used and composed with other modules. So I think, yeah, when you're building a product for things, you can either start really from the the top down. You find something that uses one, and you really just want to target that exact thing, and you end up building this really big monolithic code base that has a lot of state in there, and it's very it's very hard to go from that when you build top down to then extend it and test it and make sure every single code path has been tested. With modularity, I think for me it's about building, identifying and abstracting key components of a system, wrapping them up into these modular components, and then building back up, back from the bottom up towards a more complex product. But I also wrote recently about modularity that there's different flavors, right? There's not just modularity by itself isn't necessarily useful if it's chaotic. And I think if you look at in the past, if we go back to the Web 2 world, when you look at the development of things like Windows and Apple and Mac, Windows was a modular system. It was an open system. People could contribute their own applications to it, but it was an absolute mess. That's what I would refer to as chaotic modularity. The modules were built, but they weren't built in a way that they were designed to work and fit together very nicely. And so you had drivers for your printer and it was just awful. And Mac, on the other hand, I think they also built using these modular design principles, but every app felt like it was designed to work with every other app on the Mac, and so I call that cohesive modularity. And so with Euler, in the long run, like what's our sort of long-term ambition for building in DeFi is to build in a cohesively modular way, so that we have Euler as a lending protocol, and then in the future other protocols to come that can be composed with one another as money Legos that have been really well designed to fit together. Right now, when people trade in DeFi, any given trade can often end up touching 4, 5, 6 different protocols, each of which has its own fee. There's like hook fees and UI fees, and there's lending fees and swap fees and so on, and your exposure to different risks and different governance systems and so on. And in the long term, our ambition is to build a suite of apps which minimize fees for users, minimize friction between them, and work cohesively together in a modular way.
Right, so there's basically like different degrees of modularity and different ways that modularity could be implemented, and there are different user experiences that arise from that, ranging from kind of the mess that you described with Microsoft products all the way to a much more cohesive end user experience that is still modular.
Yeah.
Lawrence, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we disagreed about this yesterday, where things that you'd call modules, I would call primitives in lending. I mean, the word modular has been shadowed now completely by Celestia, where we talk about data availability. But I mean, I more of the take that kind of I would still consider a protocol modular if you could deploy different functionalities as sets of contracts which supported functionality all under the same rollup. So in my context, it's a fixed duration market versus a liquid market versus one with a call option. They're all part of the same thing, but they're independent networks. But beyond that, nothing to add for yourself.
Right, so modularity, primitives, all kind of describing relatively the same concepts. I want to bring in the idea of risk management into this conversation about modularity and how modularity impacts risk management. So Euler, V2, and Wildcat are taking pretty different approaches when it comes to risk management. Can you explain each of those respective approaches and why you decided to go with that?
So, I mean, first things first is to say that in DeFi, the idea that I think a sort of founding principle is that risk management is that you should have freedom of choice. And really, it's up to you to determine what your risk-reward preferences are. Like, if we just ask each other now what our risk-reward preferences are, they'll be all really different, and they'll change day to day depending on our context. Like Lee, I know you like skiing. I can't imagine it. Yeah, that just sounds awful. The risk reward just doesn't sort of map up for me.
Yeah, so
when it comes to
every
skiing.
user can express their own preferences and agency.
Yeah. So yeah, it's about having agency, and but then yeah, if we look at the differences between Euler and Wildcat and sort of dig in there a little bit, I think fundamentally they take different approaches because they're different types of lending application. Euler's over-collateralized lending, and in an over-collateralized system, as long as you can value the collateral and ensure that the collateral is always worth more than the assets being taken out in loans, then ultimately you can encode a whole variety of different mechanisms in a smart contract that can do that without needing recourse to any legal text, right? So with over-collateralized lending, you can do everything in the smart contracts, I would argue. And that's a little bit different to what happens with Wildcat, I guess. But then with over-collateralized lending, even within that, there's multiple different models of how you can manage risk. I wrote an article recently about paternalism versus the invisible hand in risk management of lending protocols, because I think even among among lending users of lending protocols, there's two different types of users that we see today. Some users like to deposit passively into a lending protocol and have the risk managed for them. Their expectation is that their assets will be in there. The parameters will ensure that changes in the economic environment will be handled by the protocol itself. And typically with that, the risk reward might be the reward might be a little bit lower, but the risk is kind of managed. On the other hand, you have more like power users, so I suppose, who want to take more risk and go for higher rewards. And with that, they have to actively manage their positions, and they're deploying their assets into a spectrum of different isolated pools, maybe. And with that, you end up with this sort of free market emergence of a risk management system where the invisible hand of sort of capitalist, free markets ends up determining what the risk reward is across the spectrum as a whole. So yeah, we've one of the benefits of the modular architecture of Euler is that it allows us to build that optionality into the protocol for users of different types. Some users will want the paternalistic model, and they can have that, and other users will want real immutable pools that can't be touched, where the risk is they actively manage their own risk preferences, and that's exactly what Euler is built to drive, and that's why I think it will be this liquidity layer in the end for DeFi, because of all the flexibility in the system to really manage your own risk reward preferences.
Yeah, I mean, we are focusing on a completely different type of risk than, if you're dealing with something that's under-collateralized, your risk is that of defaults rather than liquidation. So, they're always, when you're dealing with something like that, you've got two sides of things. You've got, in my context, is a smart contract risk, and you've got a default risk. So we will allow people to utilize Wildcat. They can create insane markets if they wish. If someone on the other side that wishes to lend to them decides that's in their risk-reward function, absolutely fine, go for it. Whereas what we do, one of the lessons that we learned was instead the risk that we can mitigate, which would be the smart contract side of things, we very heavily clamped down on, such as we are specifically whitelisting call data access into functions, which that's where we can control things. So like the risk of the actual lending itself is very much to themselves in a similar way, but when it comes to contract interaction, very much locked down. That does look like it takes away some of the modularity, but the reality is that the debt tokens that are issued as a result are as much a money Lego as anything else.
That makes sense. So it sounds like the commonality is really allowing users to express their own preferences and choose their own level of risk tolerance and to participate accordingly.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Michael, I wanted to talk about something that you mentioned in your recent post about Euler v2, which is about this vision of a flourishing DeFi ecosystem that includes real-world assets, non-fungible tokens, IOUs for uncollateralized lending, peer-to-peer lending, and Oracle-free lending. That all sounds great, but how is that going to become a reality?
Well, I would say it is already becoming a reality right as we speak, right? There's lots of great projects launching that are tokenizing tokenizing things from the real world, whether that's equities or treasuries or bonds. These things are slowly but surely they're becoming tradable within DeFi. And I think that's really exciting. For the past few years, DeFi has been a kind of isolated environment. Crypto as a whole, it's been disconnected from traditional finance, and that's slowly but surely changing, thanks to protocols like Euler and others that are enabling those assets to come on and mix in with other crypto native assets, I suppose. We're seeing yields from treasuries now slowly flowing in on chain. Which I think is going to help the sector grow. It's also great for traditional finance, where there's been a dearth of innovation for decades now. I remember when I first left university for just a few months, I ended up working at the Royal Bank of Scotland back in 2008 when the crash happened, and I couldn't believe how bad the computer systems were, the risk management systems. Everything was just decades old, and now with DeFi has just been moving so quickly. DeFi Rails and the code bases are really, really advanced, and it's I think there's a lot of opportunity there, a lot of growth opportunities for real-world assets to come onto DeFi, and not just so that you can earn treasury yield by holding a tokenized real-world asset, but so that you can trade these things. We have these free, fair, open markets that are very, very transparent and much more efficient than the closed systems in TradFi. So yeah, again, in terms of Euler and how it will enable this, a lot of lending protocols today just allow you to lend and borrow fungible tokens, so regular ERC20s. But with Euler, you can plug out those things and plug in NFTs as collateral, or use hooks like Uniswap v4 to encourage use of tokens with maybe secondary transfer restrictions and that kind of thing. And so, yeah, I think the modularity of Euler v2 is really going to allow massive growth of that side of the sector that we're already seeing today.
Right, so it's like the modular design of Euler actually enables the system to scale more to new types of assets that aren't really able to participate in DeFi right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just simply wouldn't have been possible, and with some of the more legacy things, even Euler v1, like Aave, Compound, other competitors, you can't just throw those things into the system. And the nice thing about Euler v2 is it's so flexible, and that's really, really powerful for giving users the options to do anything. You mentioned like uncollateralized, that in principle could be done, although I'll try not to, make allowances. Yeah, you'll be all right.
Yeah, that's really cool. So as we start to wrap up here, I was wondering if you guys could share some predictions or thoughts on the road ahead for DeFi over the next 12 to 24 months. Like, what do you see unfolding from here in terms of both the opportunities as well as challenges?
I think we keep banging on about this. The thing that we need is some sensible regulation. We are not getting it out of America anytime soon. But if you look over to Europe, we're starting to see some really good, sensible, like well thought out things from, say, the UK Law Commission. There's consideration going into this in the EU as well. Like MiCA 2 is coming out, which is focusing on DeFi, for better or worse, but there is thought going into it. I think the thing that we need to be aware of as we head into, kind of what we will now call the next cycle is just avoiding CDeFi platforms. This opacity breeds collapse. I think we need to be very careful of it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that on the regulation side. I think the elephant in the room is still DeFi smart contract risk, but I think we're seeing it might not look like it to outsiders, but there's actually a huge amount of progress when you work internally and you work with all the top security firms and so on. You see a huge amount of progress behind the scenes in the developments in formal verifications and all the tooling for fuzzing and all the rest of it. It's all getting incrementally better day by day by day. And so, yeah, I'm optimistic that we will see a much better year this year than we did last year and the year after and so on. Things will just keep improving. So I think that's really exciting. And then with that, that's been one of the things perhaps holding back more institutional demand for getting involved in DeFi. And so as that improves and with things like modularity helping pave the way for, I think we'll see more real world assets and things come and change. More that sort of meme of the institutions are coming might actually finally.
It turns out they are actually. This time is different.
It actually maybe is. So yeah.
Got it. So the institutions are coming, and hopefully smarter regulation is coming, although don't hold our breaths on that.
Fingers crossed, right?
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can make that a reality. Michael, Lawrence, thank you so much for being here on stage today. This was awesome. Let's give it up
Thank
for
you.
Michael and Lawrence.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Good job.
Thank you, Lee. Thanks, guys. Awesome panel. So as Danny mentioned a moment ago, DeGenlandia has 3 themes. We've covered a bit of DeFi. I think there's more. Up next is NFTs.
So Lane, are NFTs dead or are they popping?
I don't know. What do you all think?
What's your favorite one?
I'm doxing myself here. I like the Senior Citizens DGen Club. Have you seen those? Have you seen my PFP for ETHDenver?
No, I haven't.
Check it out. It's also my ENS.
Your ENS? Okay. I mean, I saw the bad kids, and I'm kind of into into the base
I'm
schools, but and I hear Pudgy Penguins are having a party tomorrow. So, with that, let's introduce our new panelists.
All right, awesome. So up next we have, as we said, an NFT-related panel. It's called the post-PFP era. What's next for NFT markets? And our moderator is David Z. Morris, editor of Dark Markets.
Joining him are going to be Andrea Lerdo from Palm and Straith Schrader from Candy Digital. Join us on the stage, please. Give them a round of applause.
Round of applause. Thank you, guys. Woo!
Hi, everybody. Welcome to ETHDenver. My name is David. I am a former columnist from CoinDesk and now doing my own newsletter. I'm also the author of a book called Bitcoin is Magic, which, despite the title, does have stuff about NFTs in it. I am going to have Andrea and Straith just go ahead and introduce themselves. And since we're only 3 here, go ahead and just give a little description of what you're working on, and then we'll go from there into the conversation.
Sure. Hi, I'm Straith. I'm the chief creative for Candy Digital. We work with large brands, entertainment studios, sports teams to really build and develop immersive Web3 experiences. In a lot of ways, we believe that fans and fan communities are the creators of tomorrow, and everything that we do is about resourcing, empowering these communities to own, steward, and shepherd the stories that they're passionate about. So that's what we've been building at Candy over the course of the past 2 years, and can definitely share a lot about how we see the NFT markets evolving, and certainly how these projects have embraced and begun with NFTs and built really rich worlds around them. And luckily enough, I get to work with Andrea on the Palm Network.
Yeah, thank you. So Candy is one of the main drivers of volume in the Palm Network. I'm Andrea Lerdo. I'm the executive director of the Palm Foundation. And together with Straith, we also try to foster a network that is focused on NFTs and culture, not only for creators, but also for brands and their fans. And the project right now that we're focused on from the foundation side is the Palm Collective, which is the first DAO as a service tool that enables anyone to create a sub-DAO with a click-through, and then decide if they want to give membership in an open or closed way or a gated way, and then try and reach out to the community and build their communities in different ways using blockchain and the DAO structure for transparency, efficiency, and to give their communities a new way of expressing a voice.
Nice. And we're going to definitely get into some of the more sort of technical innovation side of things, but I'm actually going to flip what I gave you guys ahead of time. I'm feeling a little bit inspired because we are in a unique moment right now, or not unique moment, it's a moment that has happened about 5 times where everything went to 0 and now it's coming back. And NFTs in particular, I think, had, at least this last time around, a very steep peak to trough. And so I wanted to talk about that first, actually. Maybe you can talk a little bit about what it has been to go through that.
Sure.
But then more generally, I'm curious what it means for NFT development, the ecosystem, and just being able to put the energy into building these things when there's these huge swings that maybe are even a little bit more steep in NFTs than in the rest of crypto.
Yeah, I guess.
And make sure you're both getting kind of right up on the mic as much as you can.
Is that good?
That's good.
Okay. I think that, of course, the cyclical nature of NFTs is a challenge for us. It's certainly a challenge for large and established IP who are entering the space for the first time. Everything that those partners that we work with that are encountering outside of the NFT space, I would say is equally challenging right now. If you're a brand, if you are a publisher right now, you are going through a transformational cycle. It's not just NFTs. And so I think when I think about what we've experienced over the course of the past 3 years now building this platform with partners like Warner Brothers Discovery is that, again, everything that we've started with has originated in the blockchain, in an NFT project. But that's not the end of the platform. That's only the start point. Our North Star is about building a way for fans to own their story and own their identity in a superhero ecosystem for DC. And that's something that's never been done before. So to a certain extent, like, we want to watch the cycles. We've now, I think, completed by the end of March, we will have completed 90 drops on the DC NFT platform. So we're learning a lot about collector mechanics, but we're also critically learning about is the way in which fans are engaging with NFTs. And what's happening right now is far deeper than just a collector behavior. What we're seeing by introducing utilities to these NFTs, like governance, like voting, the ability to vote to create and drive comics forward, the ability to vote to see the storyline that you want in a comic or the title that you want in a comic. What we're seeing is this new collaborative, creative network emerging, and people are spending hundreds of thousands of hours doing this. People are spending hundreds of thousands of hours on votes, on ARGs, on in-world experiences. And that, to us, has been like a really profound learning that allows us to, again, be really clear-eyed about this mission and this vision about owning your story in a superhero ecosystem, because the behavior that we're seeing is that people want to play in the story world that they're creating. They don't just see these as assets that they want to hold on to. They want to engage with them in a richer way.
Andrea, what about Palm sort of weathering the turbulence and now capitalizing on the resurgence, I hope?
Yeah, well, I absolutely agree. Is that okay?
That's great.
Can you hear me? Okay. I absolutely agree with Straith. And for us at Palm, we want to focus on what's beyond the speculative nature of blockchain, crypto and NFTs. What's the utility behind it? No, beyond the PFP, which is amazing that this is the topic that we get to speak on, because I love it. Because I think the PFP is just like the email of the internet. It's just the one thing that started it. But the utility that you can have in an NFT is boundless. It's whatever you want to put in it, you can put in it. Whatever you want it to be, it can be. It can hold identity. It can hold, certificates. It can be the new way forward for us to have a more transparent, secure way. And to Straith's point, what we're trying to do with this DAO, it's a DAO as a service. We have 4 toolkits. One is the Palm ID. And this is an account abstraction so that you can create your Palm ID, validate it against social identifiers, and prove that you're a human and you're in a secure network. So NFTs and IDs are also going to be something that will drive us forward. And as Straith was saying, as people are now understanding more how a DAO works and how you can have a voice in a governance system, especially as we're moving forward with brands, the brands that understand that we are in an influence economy and the consumers now want to have a decision and a voice on what we design, what we consume, and what we buy, the shift from a consumer feedback that today happens in an email or on a form to a DAO structure that gives very transparent ways for the brand to engage to the community and then interact and implement what the community actually wants to see out of the brand is something really novel. But it's been there for a while. Like generations 15 and younger are already expecting this to happen. And so we are building the tools for brands and artists to communicate to their communities and hopefully have that more horizontal relationship.
So I want to sort of transition to talk about this novel stuff, which we've already gotten a little bit of. But I kind of have a hard question for you, Straith, which is, you're working with DC, and DC is actually sort of notorious for having had one of the most famous fan interaction storytelling events of all time in the early 90s when fans voted to kill a Robin who they didn't like.
Yes.
So the question for you is, describe like what is it about this technology or these platforms that makes this different from like tearing out a little slip from the back of a comic book and mailing it in 1992?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're having the precedent for fan voting, I think, is big. Like, I think that that actually is a part of the legacy that we want to hold on to. Not that it never needs to be as visceral as physical or physical as tearing something out, but the idea that you could have a voice and that being encoded into comics for 30 years, I think is, again, a piece of DC history that we want to recognize. What makes this different is that the first comic that has been created and in some ways creative directed by fans through their votes. Again, these choices are votes that are established by DC writers and artists like Dan Abnett and Pablo M. Collar. These fans are creating a comic together. Now it is a 3-series comic called Batman: The Legacy Cowl. That's the very first comic that's been released. That's the very first DC comic that's been released on the blockchain. So the very first creative commitment from DC on the blockchain was something that was created for fans. And to me, that's really profound in terms of what that partner thinks about this technology, that the first thing and their sort of conception of the future is that it will be developed in collaboration with fans. So like there's something beautiful to me in seeing that 90s experiment come to life in a new way, but also in a richer way. The voting program that we have, that we've worked on with DC and with fans has now spanned 57 votes, and it's resulted not just in 3 comic books, but in the introduction of a new DC supervillain for the first time. This is the first time that fans have been able to create canon with DC, and to me that's a watershed moment. The idea that a major comic publisher, a major studio, can create a governance track that allows fans to participate and to meaningfully create with them and within the systems, the IP systems that they've already established. So it's a continuation of that legacy. I think in some ways it's an homage to it, it's a recognition of it, but we want to continue to expand it and look at ways where we can take advantage of token ownership to unlock new opportunities for people to contribute to and create with large IP.
And of course, the ability to do 57, you said, votes, is a lot different than doing one about one fork in the story.
Right.
So whether it's, we're talking about narrative here, but whether it's, governance, identity, what have you, and Palm is also largely focused on kind of creators. So what are other kind of novel interactions that maybe we're not even seeing in production yet that are possible?
So we actually just went to Mexico City for the first time, for the second time to Sonamaco. Sonamaco is the largest Latin America, actually now the largest art fair in the world. It had 81,000 visitors this year. And what we did, we used the DAO tool to do a call for digital art globally. We received 87 submissions. And then we had curators curate from those submissions, and 10 of those were displayed within Sonamaco. So it was the first instance that a creator that is not represented by a fancy gallery, that then was curated by a fancy fair, could show in Sonamaco. And then in addition, we had the community vote for their favorite, which we also added as part of the display. So we are also now, democratizing art and technology in a way where the community becomes also a curator of art. We're giving them the chance to see who they want to see in these spaces. And we were lucky enough to have a fair that's, close to innovation and understands this importance. But for us, it was amazing to see 8 of the 10 artists that were selected lived or flew to Mexico City. And it was amazing to see the reactions of, we had a display of 3 meters by 2 meters. only digital display, and people would come by and they're like, what is this? I'm like, this is fine art. It is digital, and it's even better than the other booths, because instead of you having to put it physically in one space and choose that space and leave it there, you can take it with you and display it in every screen that you go to. And so people were really amazed and engaging about this paradigm shift of understanding and finding digital art in spaces where they are not used to seeing it. So for us, this like shift or this push into the traditional art space and how we're bridging these two worlds was just an amazing success.
And I think that invites a really fundamental question about, again, I'm trying to bend this towards the market a little bit in interesting ways, hopefully, but this idea of digital ownership itself is still novel and obviously a little bit difficult for a lot of people to wrap their heads around. And specifically, I think, in the art world, we obviously saw some blowback in 2020, and that landscape has changed. But comic people are also big collectors. They're about like ownership. So I guess the general question is like, how is the perception of the idea of, how is the idea of digital ownership landing with people now, maybe even versus 4 years ago?
Yeah, well, at least in this experience in Sonamaco in a fair, people were absolutely stunned by the fact that they could buy the piece by scanning the QR code, and that the money would go directly to the artist instead of the gallery and then the fair and then whomever. And so it's just a process. What's the hardest piece of it all is onboarding someone. Getting that custodial wallet into a phone or into a computer, I think is still the hardest moment. But once someone has that step done, then the process of understanding why you're owning something, why it's I think we really need to stop calling MetaMask or wallets and just call them universal passwords or universal keys to interact with the blockchain, because it's not for crypto. It's for everything that you want to own and display as in your possession or tied to you. So the term wallet kind of also gives people that feel of it has to be money, it has to be crypto. And so also explaining that a little bit deeper then gave people the understanding like, oh, it's actually like a universal box, for anything that I want to display on a blockchain.
And I think that I'm interested in the comics question in particular, because comics has actually transitioned to digital in a certain way, much more so than the art world, but I don't know if people are seeing the differentiation between just like your Comixology subscription and blockchain stuff.
There's still work to be done there, absolutely. I think that our thesis around that is that the shortest distance between an idea and a community is a story. So embedding any experience that feels foreign in a story that users can understand and direct and also own. So the idea of, again, maybe it feels abstract to own something digitally for comic collectors. So showing the value of that through the reader or through a utility like voting or through an experience like having access to a comic signing with Jim Lee or through an experience like an alternate reality game. But I think our approach to onboard folks is to do it through storytelling and do it through the stories that matter to them the most.
So we only have a few minutes left, but I will ask you both to do something very difficult, which is talk about interesting things that you're not personally working on. So what are the sort of new themes or ideas or technologies that maybe are a little bit more distant from your own projects that you're still interested in and that are catching your eye?
I'm very interested in the boring aspect of the NFTs.
I'm sorry?
In the boring aspect of the NFTs.
The boring aspect.
Yeah, like for us, blockchain and NFTs and everything, it's about hype and art and all of these things, and we're running around after them. But for me, like the identity piece, the certification piece, and the provenance piece of blockchain is one of the things that interests me the most. And the other is people working in order to build bridges for interconnectivity between chains. Because for me, that's one of the hardest things to achieve and also one of the most important. Because if people are collecting in Palm, they should be able to take whatever they're collecting and move it wherever they want to go, because maybe DC is going to be building here, but Marvel is going to be building somewhere else, and how do you interconnect these things? So,
yeah, big one for all crypto projects.
Yeah, for me, I think that there's like really nothing more powerful than seeing yourself like represented in an artwork or in culture or written into a body of work. And I think like over the course of the past 2 years, what has really moved me and really inspired me is around sort of the generative art movement and the ability to collect something that looks like you, feels like you, exists like just for you. That idea of generative art, generative production, I feel like is a really powerful, not just genre, but really mode and theme of creation that I think will unfold in really significant ways over the course of the next decade, and certainly in ways that I think have encouraged more creators and welcomed more creators into the fold, but also allowed more collectors to maybe be seen in our works for the first time.
Very nice. Well, we don't have much time left, but we have time for maybe one more comment from each of you, just about whatever. I don't know. I don't have a question.
well, actually, I just want to say thank you to Straight and you. I'm really happy to be in a panel with you. This was not planned, but we're both working in Palm and very excited about the work that we're doing. And thank you everyone that showed up to listen to us speak.
Yeah, I would echo that. Like, grateful to be here with you all. Grateful to the audience here for the generosity of your time, and really, really excited about how we can continue to use this technology to empower communities to own their story. So, thank you.
Yeah. Well, Straith from Candy and Andrea from Palm, thank you so much. And we will, I think, be around for a couple minutes. If anybody wants to say hi, please do so. And thanks everybody for being here at ETHDenver and for seeing the panel.
All right. Larry, I'm gonna hit you up for your recs on my NFT collection, so don't disappear. Awesome, guys.
You're gonna turn me into a DGen NFT if I disappear?
I know.
Oops.
Things are looking up. We're feeling optimistic about the world. We actually, ETHDenver just got featured on CNBC. So we're in Power Lunch, which is pretty cool, from the podcasting room. We retweeted it on the ETHDenver account, but if any of you guys have Twitter, go check out ETHDenver, give it an retweet, a retweet on Power Lunch, and help us amplify Buffett Crunch to the world, because ETHDenver and Ethereum are breaking into mainstream media. What?
Thanks to our friends at places like CNBC. Thank you, CNBC.
So yeah, we're super excited. It really feels like things are really picking up. How are you feeling, Lane?
Honestly, a little exhausted because this has been a crazy week. I heard that there are almost 500 side events. Did you hear the same number I heard this week? 500, 400 something?
Has it gotten? Okay, so the last I checked, last week it was 350, but I would not be surprised if this decentralized community got it all the way to 500.
I remember when ETHDenver was like 1,000 degens hanging out at the Sport Castle.
A funny story was last week, the founder of Luma pinged us, and I got on a call with him, Victor, and he said, "Why are you making so many individual tiny events? We could consolidate everything for you into one dashboard, and it would just be, ready to go." And I'm like, "Yeah, we're not interested in doing that." He's like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah, it's not our events. It's actually our community. So we have a couple of them, and we'd love to see all of those together. But everything else is actually a community of communities, and that's what makes ETHDenver so special."
100%. That's why we keep coming back. So we're moving into TradFi.
Moving to TradFi. I mean, mainstream media, TradFi.
Yeah, on the note of going mainstream and attracting mainstream attention, it's important that we interface with legacy.
Web3, Ethereum taking over the world. You definitely didn't hear it here first, but it seems like L2s are all the rage these days, and they've kind of evolved, right? L2 is more of a philosophical concept now. It's representing a lot of different types of technologies. Lane, is it roll-ups now? L2s, what's going on?
I'm giving a talk tomorrow on the design decisions we're making at Space Mesh on the Coral stage at 10:40. And I'll be talking about how difficult it is to find a place in this landscape and how much the landscape has evolved lately. There are no simple answers.
Someone asked me the other day, like, what should I build on? And I didn't have a good answer. I said, well, what do you care about? So I think that it's a good sign that we're seeing so much scalability technology emerge. I'm feeling really bullish about the whole modularity narrative. I think that breaking up the different pieces and Legos and building that together
Do you remember
is going to be
the
great.
modularity talk I gave 2 years ago at ETHDenver?
You were a pioneer.
Called that one, and yeah, modularity is awesome. Awesome, awesome.
I put the first NFT and DAO panel together in 2020 when people were like, why would we talk about this? And I was like, just two little panels I want to squeeze in there, Chad. Jake Brookman at the time was the only person talking about NFTs.
Shout out to Jake.
Yeah, shout out to Jake, who's now a pioneer in AI as well. Super, awesome. So it looks like we're ready to start. If you want to introduce.
Thanks for bearing with Danny and I here for the past couple minutes while we got set up. So yeah, again, we're going to move into kind of a TradFi section for a little bit here. So we're going to kick off with David Alderman from Franklin Templeton. He's going to speak about L2's AltDA ETH profitability. TradFi goes deep on tokenomics. And then, David, you're going to introduce a panel immediately after that, right?
David will be followed by a panel called After the ETF, What Will It Take to Get Wall Street on Chain? Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Let's get Wall Street on chain. Woo, woo.
All right, exciting topic, I suppose. So we'll be talking about Ethereum economics and the impact of layer 2s and AltDA as it relates to just how ETH economics are changing based off that. But first off, Franklin Templeton is a global asset manager. We have 1.4 trillion AUM. We have a focused digital assets team that's kind of bucketed into 3 pillars. Digital asset technology, you can think of that as like tokenization, that sort of thing. And then digital asset investment strategies is where I sit. I'm a research analyst for within that group. And then we also run nodes across a bunch of different chains. So the agenda is just Ethereum tokenomics today, current impact of layer 2s as they currently stand, new scaling solutions, that would be the Dancun upgrade coming up 4.844. That's in like a week, March 13th, and then also AltDA, something like Celestia, EigenDA, that sort of thing. And then burn equivalence would just be how is like one transaction across these different scaling solutions, what's the difference in burn between those on the layer 1? So you can think like one transaction on an L1 versus L2 versus an L2 that uses AltDA. So currently, and I'm sure this is ETHDenver, everyone knows about the burn, ultrasound money. Today, Ethereum current issuance rate is about 80 basis points. But burn is, or at least past 90 days, is annualized. It's about 1.4% of total supply burned, and that equates to about 70 basis points net burn on total supply. For layer 2 specifically, we can see something like, you can see these, this table, you have Ethereum, Arbitrum, Optimism, Base, ZK Sync, and you can see, total fees, transactions, average transaction fee, and then on the far right side, cost of transaction relative to ETHL1 is, 95 to like 98% lower on average across the board. And then just that bottom table shows a scaling factor, so just how many transactions are coming through on the layer 2 relative to the ETHL1, and right now it's about 7 times, kind of fluctuates by day. And this is where I think it gets really interesting, is to think about total transaction, or how much in fees is getting is coming purely from layer 2s on the Ethereum layer 1, and it's been growing from like low single digits, and now it's in the 10 to 15% range on a daily basis. And what's even more interesting, I think, is this bottom left table kind of shows you, so the ETHL1 like average transaction total, like average transaction is going to be like right now about $9.41. But a transaction on a layer 2 results in like 23 cents of economic value to the layer 1, which is about a 40 times multiple. Here, a lot of blue. This kind of gives you an idea with that cost. Where's that cost coming from on the layer 2? And it's with layer 2 costs, there's like fixed and variable costs. But really, what matters most is what cost is going to the layer 1, and then what is kind of profit that a sequencer on a layer 2 would take. And then within the ETH1 cost that the layer 2 transaction pays, like 99% of it is all associated with call data, which is a big reason why data availability is becoming a bigger and bigger narrative, because if you want to get those costs down on any sort of scaling solution, it's really going to come down to data availability. So on the new scaling solutions, proto-ink sharding would be EIP 4844. That's all in the Dan Kuhn upgrade coming up. And alternative data availability, which is again like Celestia or EigenDA. And also, as you can see, I kind of have a banker background, so just bear with me. Yeah, it works great in board presentations, but with EIP 4844. That's all associated with creating a new type of transaction on Ethereum called blobs, and it's just taking those rollups and changing like the amount of data that can go through blocks, that sort of thing. And at least the estimates I've seen, you could just say something like 90%. You could get like a 90% reduction in call data cost associated with this upgrade. So it's going to have a big impact on layer 2 profitability. It's going to have a really big impact on like how much burn is going to get impacted on ETH1, at least as it relates to like layer 2 transactions. And that's transaction reduction cost is called 70 to like 80, 90%. So it's going to have a big impact. As it relates to Alt-DA, I'm just using Celestia as an example here. And instead of it being like a reduction of 90%, at least what they say is it's going to be like 99.9%. But for this, for sake of being conservative, I do 99.5. And if you break that down, you end up getting even more cost reduction. Instead, it's like 75 to like 90, but you get, call it like 5-10% more in cost reduction. And again, this also relates to like these layer 2 gas fees. I just keep those constant, but layer 2s don't necessarily have to keep those constant. Those could also go down if they wanted to. And then comparing those across, and comparing all those solutions across like the economic impact on the layer 1. You can see obviously if it's a ETH1 transaction, all the value gets absorbed by ETH1, which kind of makes sense. And today, if you go all the way down, ETH burned per like 1 million transactions on ETH1, you're going to burn around like 2,600, 2,700 ETH. But as you go across to like current post 4844, and then using Celestia DA, which for this case, I'm just using Optimism or like the OP stack as the example. As you go across, the average transaction fee goes down, but even more so, the economic value per transaction kind of exponentially goes down for the layer 1. So 100% on if it's just an L1 transaction, and then as you go down, like 4% currently for a layer 2 Optimism, and then Optimism post 4844, you're going to end up with like 40 basis points, and then it gets near 0 when you use like Celestia DA, and that's because if you're paying for data availability on ETH1, but then you push that across to Celestia, that 99% of the cost that you were paying to ETH1 now is getting absorbed all by Celestia instead of Ethereum. And where I think is kind of, it's like an interesting way to think about this is this bottom row transaction, like burn equivalence as I call it, is obviously, one ETH1 transaction is equivalent to one ETH1 transaction. But as you start going across from Optimism, you have 26, so like 26 transactions on Optimism is equivalent to one ETH1 transaction, purely as it relates to like economic value accrued by ETH1. But then post 4844, it starts to exponentially grow. It's like 235 times, and then with Celestia DA, you're like 2,100 transactions. So you need 2,100 transactions on an optimistic rollup that uses Celestia DA to have the equivalent burn of Ethereum like layer 1 transaction. So this is just a good gauge to like as we think about like where Ethereum is going to scale and how that impacts the burn. It's not like a 10% growth on Optimism helps, but then when you do like 10% growth on Optimism using Celestia DA, it's basically has zero impact to the burn. You need to have like a serious amount of growth and a serious amount of transactions on that rollup to have a material impact to economics on just Ethereum base layer. But this also kind of highlights you can use the Celestia DA or a layer 2, but ultimately it's you're going to get cheaper fees, but you're also going to get less security. And then obviously as you go further down the stack, it's higher fees like on ETH1, but more security. But even what's more interesting, I think, is like if you use Celestia DA, it's not just less security, but it's also less economic impact to Ethereum itself. And then this is a screenshot of Dan Crad, works at Ethereum Foundation, and his kind of view is that if you're a rollup or layer 2 and you don't use Ethereum for data availability, you're not really a full Ethereum layer 2. But really that just highlights like you're taking less security. If you're using a rollup with Celestia, now you're taking some security from Ethereum, but you also have to rely on some security for Celestia versus a full optimistic rollup. It's completely different. And then that is all I have. But coming up would be, as it relates to this next panel, which is all related to kind of Ethereum and how institutions, I guess like myself, Franklin Templeton, are getting involved.
And you can go ahead and just sit down. I'll put this at our desk.
Good afternoon. Oh, okay. Well, we have the microphones working. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tracy Wong. I am a crypto journalist, previously with CoinDesk and now freelancing. So I will be introducing our panel. And so this panel is called After the ETF, What Will It Take to Bring Wall Street on Chain? And what's amazing is that we actually have 2 representatives from companies that are Bitcoin ETF issuers, so it'll be super exciting to discuss. And so I'll actually have our panelists introduce themselves, actually. So maybe just briefly your name, the firm that you work for, and a little bit about kind of your role there. And maybe we'll start at the end there with you, Krishnan.
Perfect. So, yeah,
Hi, I'm Krishnan Nair. I run VP of Product Management at 21Co.
Oh, maybe a little bit closer to the microphone. So
Is this better?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Krishnan Nair, I'm VP of Product Management at 21Co. What 21Co does is the parent company for 21 Shares, which is basically issuing ETPs, such like that we did, which is Bitcoin. 21Co oversees both TradFi and DeFi investment products, and I also am primarily focused on ensuring how do we get exposure for both ways to our user base and customers.
Awesome. My name's Ryan Rasmussen. I'm one of the senior analysts at Bitwise Asset Management. We are one of the crypto asset managers that issue the Bitcoin ETFs. We've been in the space since 2017, and we work to bring institutions into the crypto industry, financial advisors, RAs, hedge funds, and all of that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Annabelle Huang. I'm a managing partner at Amber Group. We're also a crypto asset manager and market maker. Been around since 2018. We are headquartered in Singapore and Hong Kong, but we do service clients, institutional clients and high net worth individuals globally. So today, hopefully, I can bring a little bit more crypto native and Asian perspective to this topic.
Yeah, I guess I can go again. David Alderman, I work at Franklin Templeton, global asset manager, a research analyst on the digital assets team. And we're very involved both on the investment side and the building side, both like tokenization, venture, and liquid strategies.
Awesome. So before we get to on-chain stuff, I want to start talking about the Bitcoin ETF. So it's been about 6 weeks since ETF started trading. Certainly, the market has reacted positively. The vibes are good in Denver this year. And so maybe let's start with you, Ryan. Do you think, what has the reception been like? And did the ETF kind of outperform or underperform your expectations?
Yeah, the reception's been tremendous. It definitely outperformed our expectations at Bitwise. I mean, we obviously have been bullish on the space for a while and thought that the spot Bitcoin ETFs would be a huge unlock for institutional investors. But I think overwhelmingly breaking a bunch of records across the ETF ecosystem. ETFs have been around for 30 years, and 4 of the spot Bitcoin ETFs are in the top 25 of all time. So that just kind of shows where we're at in the broader scheme of the industry. And this week was a record for trading volume, and I think that momentum just brings more investors into the space. We're all over CNBC with the spot Bitcoin ETFs. That just means that more retail, more institutional investors are coming. So it's been really tremendous. It's been really exciting. There's a handful of different ETFs that are over $1 billion, and yeah, it's just very exciting.
David?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exceeded expectations. Certainly the market's expectations. It's actually kind of impressive. I mean, this week has been insane. I don't think I've been to a conference in a while where it felt like this much energy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Annabelle, do you have anything to add?
Well, I guess they touched on most parts, but I would say that from a servicing the more crypto native side of clients, we've been tracking or looking forward to the ETF launch, and this number, especially in the last 2 weeks, has definitely outperformed our expectation, and I think that brought definitely a lot more attention to the rest of the crypto market in addition to Bitcoin, which is why we're seeing pretty incredible market run-up. And I think that's only going to continue as we head towards the rest of the year.
As in, look, we are excited. It's usually unprecedented to have almost $1 billion in year one. At 21 shares, we've hit over 2 billion. So our total AUM is around 5 billion if you look at our global products. So we're just very excited about what's happened, and we look forward for more.
So it sounds like the consensus is the crypto industry overall, or everyone is very excited about the ETF. But I want to point out that the ETF, it kind of put crypto into this TradFi ETF wrapper instead of kind of the opposite, which is putting TradFi onto crypto rails. And so I'm curious, it seems like a lot of the demand was just people are now able to buy Bitcoin through their 401ks, through brokerage accounts in a ETF structure that has been around for decades. And I'm curious if you think that it's more of like a, do you think that that will continue to be the trend with potentially ETFs or more crypto going on to TradFi rails? Or do you think the Bitcoin ETF will likely just be kind of a gateway drug of sorts for Wall Street to get their feet wet into crypto? And why don't we start with Annabelle?
Sure, I think that's a great question, and I think, in my opinion, it's not either or. I think it probably happens in tandem. We've been trying to bridge DeFi and traditional finance for a long time, but a lot of the education we've done does not compare to the ETF announcement because it really legitimizes this industry. Bitcoin as an asset class, blockchain as underlying tech. So as we see more embracement in the traditional finance space towards crypto assets and blockchain, I think we'll also see more real world assets on chain. We started with stablecoin, and now a lot of the Wall Street banks are already experimenting with it. And I think there are more types of assets that can be brought on chain as well. And I would say that we've already been servicing a lot of the traditional finance hedge funds that are very active within crypto as well. But as they have more venues to trade, I think they'll ramp up significantly as well. And hopefully we'll see more types of ETF or other types of structured products that come in, and overall will bring better price discovery, more liquidity in the market, and really legitimize this space much further.
Okay. David, curious to hear your thoughts on kind of, do you think there will be this, TradFi side of crypto and then crypto side, or do you think the worlds will somehow merge in a way?
I think, at least for the short term, I think there's going to remain kind of separated. I mean, it's just because, I think Wall Street, generally speaking, right now just has one product that's really, the Bitcoin ETF. And then, kind of like maybe structured products or something like that could really expand the horizon of like what they could do. But I think there's still, like if you look at where the market is today, like what tokens and what ecosystems are taking off, obviously Bitcoin is getting a lot of flows from the ETF, but there seems to be like where a lot of attention is within crypto native communities is kind of where everything else is going. But you're not seeing Wall Street go into that.
Okay. Ryan?
Yeah, I think that we're always going to coexist with traditional finance. There'll be the crypto world, the TradFi. ETFs are really just like the ERC20 wrapper of the traditional finance industry, and so we're bringing crypto assets into their world with ETFs. We're also seeing a lot of traditional finance products being wrapped in ERC20 tokens, like treasuries and private credit markets. And I think that as Wall Street slowly starts to see the addressable market of crypto, which is global and in some ways much larger than the institutional investor market, then they'll start bringing more and more of these structured products on chain. I mean, companies like Ondo Finance, Maple Finance are clearly seeing a lot of success right now with the tokenization of real world assets. I mean, it's one of the hottest trends in crypto right now. And so I just think that we'll continue to see both worlds dipping their toes in a variety of different ways, but net it grows the ecosystem, and I think they'll continually coexist for a very long time, and I think that's okay.
So, I mean, we have seen some of, you mentioned Ondo and Maple, but they haven't really taken off in the way that the Bitcoin ETF has really taken Wall Street by storm. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what hurdles, it could be operational, regulatory, or just educational, getting Wall Street more educated about what's out there. What do you see as the major hurdles to bringing Wall Street on chain, and how the industry can kind of overcome that? I guess we'll start with you, Ryan, and then we'll go to Krishnan.
Yeah, so I mean, traditional finance has so many compliance hurdles to do pretty much anything. Just getting these ETFs on platform is a huge process where many committees have to review the assets, choose which one they want to issue, educate their advisors, they have to educate clients, et cetera. So there's compliance hurdles, there's regulatory hurdles as well. I think that in a lot of places outside the US is where I think we're going to see adoption of these products. The maybe in countries where you can't just go into your brokerage account and buy a Vanguard treasury product. And so what's the better alternative? Creating a crypto wallet and going and investing in a Ondo Finance or Maple Finance treasury product. I think that's why we're seeing companies like Franklin Templeton bring products on chain, which is really awesome. And I guess my expectation is that as that market grows, it'll largely grow with retail consumers outside of the US first, and then institutions will see how they can grow their market that way, and then we'll start to see more and more products come on chain. But regulatory hurdles in the US in particular are definitely there for both issuers of these products and institutional investors in these products.
Look, our thesis is ETF and tokens are wrappers. Basically, ETF is where we are taking crypto and providing it as a traditional finance instrument. And the same way, we are looking at tokens as well, where you can take different types of things and move it back into DeFi. So really, the question comes down to is tokens going to be seen as a wrapper, or is it going to be seen as an asset? And once you get more understanding from a regulatory standpoint, not just US based, but also globally, that will help with the traction and will ensure that both the use cases fit for the users that we're going towards.
It does seem like some Wall Street firms are way more proactive in R&D and kind of experimenting with blockchain than others. So I'm curious, David, Franklin Templeton seems to be kind of, at least in terms of Wall Street firms, pretty proactive, while maybe some other firms, they've had their CEOs publicly come out and FUD crypto. Why do you think there is such a difference in the range in the range of reaction towards crypto? And what will it take to get kind of the more cautious firms to kind of come around?
Yeah, I think, I don't even think it's necessarily something that's within TradFi. I think, you can talk to people that are not into crypto versus, crypto natives, and it seems to be pretty tribal. Like, there's a lot of people that just are not in the space, and all they see is just speculation, and really that speculation is just masking the core innovation of what's happening. So I think, at least for us specifically, from the top of the house, our CEO is extremely supportive, and she seems to really understand where the innovation is, and she's willing to weather storms. And other firms, they just haven't. I don't think they've just reached that point of understanding. All they see is kind of that masking of speculation and 100x leverage, all that kind of stuff, and it's in some sense it does. I think it kind of takes some time for most people to get a good understanding of the innovation and where it could go, But and I think the one thing actually that's really changing things is, for example, the Bitcoin ETF. It's completely changing the incentives on Wall Street, and so that's forcing people to learn, and so you're just going to have growth of people that don't understand it to people that understand it, and that's going to really help drive the space forward.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm curious, Annabelle, to hear, in Asia, a lot of your clients probably go to Amber Group because you guys are so crypto native and you've been in the space for a while, and whether you see kind of, if there were traditional financial firms that started their own crypto departments, whether you see that as kind of competition and kind of or currently how interested in crypto are these firms?
Actually, I don't think it's quite a competition. A lot of times, because we have built the infrastructure over the years, so a lot of times we actually would white label our solution to them or work with them in some way where we're the liquidity provider to a lot of the traditional financial exchanges, whether it's banks building a new crypto exchange or offering their own custody type services to their clients. Because we've actually gone through many rounds with different regulatory bodies globally, where we got involved in the very initial phase of when they are looking at the digital assets framework. So I think we are glad to be early, and we want to be able to help more financial institutions to be able to offer digital assets to more of their clients. And I think that is really our view of being the bridge between on-chain or DeFi to traditional finance. And what we love to see is more participants, more volume, more AUM, and that will really benefit whether it is the crypto native crowd or the more traditional finance crowd.
Let's move on to talking about where on-chain activity will go. So historically, so with the Bitcoin ETF, Wall Street got interested, but historically, Bitcoin isn't necessarily the most active blockchain in terms of, on-chain activity and smart contracts. And although it sounds like that Bitcoin is currently experiencing a bit of a renaissance in that area. And so when we were talking about bringing Wall Street on-chain, it means, a unique custody solution, and actually interacting with the blockchain rather than buying Bitcoin in an ETF wrapper. Where do you see this driving on-chain development? Do you think Bitcoin will see a continued renaissance, or do you think that a lot of the on-chain innovation will remain mostly in Ethereum and other alternative ecosystems? Maybe Ryan, we'll start with you.
Yeah, it's a good point. Bitcoin's certainly having a renaissance moment where you have Bitcoin L2s and BRC20s and NFTs. And I think 2 years ago at a conference like this, we would have said that's crazy, that will never happen. And I think that just points to the level of innovation that we see across the industry. I think institutions and Wall Street, for the most part, don't know what an L2 is, don't even understand a lot of what like NFTs are and DeFi is. So it will take some time, but they're most likely never going to land on an L1 because of the high fee structure. And if you're going to bring Wall Street on chain, you need to do it with low fees and high latency. And so I think that'll happen on L2s, whether that's Bitcoin L2s or Ethereum L2s or some other EVM chain that's low cost, high throughput. That's to be seen. But I think it will largely happen in the financialization of real world assets, whether that's real estate or treasuries or stable coins, honestly. That's probably going to be the biggest spot where we see these firms and come into the space. But it could happen on Bitcoin L2s. I think that a lot of the institutional investors just need to first learn what Bitcoin and Ethereum are, and then they'll choose that path. But what we have seen is that this time around, we're not seeing a lot of institutions launch their own private blockchain, like enterprise blockchain. They are embracing public blockchain settlement layers, which is a big transition from before, and I think showing where we're headed in the future.
Mm-hmm. If you look at Bitcoin, as in there's a lot of, so firstly, the inflows that have come in has helped Bitcoin go into price discovery. So that's good for Bitcoin as an ecosystem overall. But there have been layer 2s like Blockstack and ordinals that is actually gaining a lot of traction as well. What it means is it can help crypto native community go deeper into the layer 2. But for us, is we can also look at a lot of innovational work that comes in there and push it back to TradFi as a wrapper, as an ETF. So it really depends on the direction that it goes.
Let's move on to the Ethereum ETF. So after BlackRock filed for a spot Ethereum ETF, it generated a lot of industry buzz that an Ethereum ETF, that we would see an approval by the end of this year. And so what are your thoughts or predictions on an ETH ETF? And we'll start with you, David, and go down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be kind of limited in what I can say just because, we did file for an ETH ETF and it's undergoing SEC review, but, it's good to see the industry pressing forward.
Okay.
Well, I guess that's also what, me representing the crypto native community, we really also want to know if that is happening or when it's happening. And I think that the interesting point of this is that I think outside of the crypto native community, a lot of people probably equate crypto to Bitcoin. Maybe they're aware of Ethereum, but I think once the Ethereum ETF is launched, they'll realize there's more crypto assets available than just Bitcoin. And there's so many things that you can do on top of Ethereum, to your point earlier, versus maybe what's available at Bitcoin at the moment. I think that's going to be quite interesting. For example, there is the native staking play that could be possible after a ETH ETF. There could also be a staked ETH ETF, and that's done purely on chain, and you're not necessarily taking too much additional risk from that perspective. Obviously, restaking is another topic at the moment, and all the other things that you can do on chain once you get into the ETH ecosystem. So I think that's going to be even more interesting from introducing only Bitcoin at the moment.
Yeah, similar to David, I can't comment on any specific applications, but broadly speaking, if you look at where Ethereum is today, the market structure looks very similar to where Bitcoin market structure was ahead of the spot Bitcoin ETF approvals. We have CME futures for Ethereum. We have Ethereum futures ETFs approved in October. So the market structure looks very similar. From that perspective, I think that we could likely see spot Bitcoin ETFs. We also have some really strong advocates at the SEC. There's presidential candidates, Senate candidates at this conference, and so the industry is maturing. That's what needs to happen. We weren't ready for spot Bitcoin ETFs until recently is the reality, and markets really need to continue to mature to a place where they can be regulated in a manner that ETFs require. So I'm hopeful, but it's to be seen, and there's a big decision date coming up in May that we're all watching and all excited for.
What I can share is that we were the first to file with ARC as S1, but that's about it in terms of Ethereum ETF. Look, for us, it's about being regulated and ensuring that we provide such products to our US investors. What we did do is end of last year, we pushed out 2 Ethereum future products, and this just seems to be the natural step for us.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. I want to ask about, we've seen that Wall Street, they move at a very different pace than the crypto industry moves at. And you all have kind of expressed relatively positive views that they will eventually come around to the crypto industry and be on chain. I'm curious to hear what that time frame looks like and whether we will see that kind of in 1 to 2 years. It does seem like the ETH ETF might rapidly follow the Bitcoin ETF, but in terms of actually getting Wall Street on chain, what does the time frame look like? And maybe we'll start with you, David, and just end with you, Krishnan.
Yeah, I mean, Wall Street definitely operates on a different time frame than we do. So, or at least, well, at Franklin, I guess I work on the same time frame, but personally, I operate on a different one. So, I think Ryan's right. It's probably through the RWA kind of portal, just because it's a way to have products that are on chain. It's a way for those firms to also have incentives to push those products, and then you can start to see some sort of proliferation of, you could call it like permission DeFi or something like that. But in terms of timeline, I think that's really hard to estimate. It's really just, there's a lot of friction. There's a lot of friction to add utility to those products, and I don't know, 1 to 2 years. If we saw like Wall Street really active on chain, I would be kind of surprised, to be honest. But maybe I'm wrong.
Annabelle?
Yeah, I mean, I hope it is within 1 to 2 years, but I think that also might be a little bit too optimistic. Right now, we're seeing some early adopter financial institutions who have been looking at on-chain trading or other things, but a lot of them can't even do it directly because of compliance hurdles. So they would trade through a OTC desk like ourselves, and we would act as liquidity sourcing or provider for them. So actually, I do see that a lot of the hurdles might be on the regulatory clarity and the compliance side of things. I think the interest is there, especially after what we're seeing this year. But ultimately, I think Wall Street definitely needs a lot more clarity before they can move real size on chain.
Got it. I I guess very briefly, Ryan and Krishnan, will the institutions come this cycle?
I think I think they will come this cycle, but I think this cycle could be longer than ones we've seen in the past, just because we are maturing as an industry. So I would say 3 to 5 years would be great. Could be a little bit longer than that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish I could predict the time, but I think for the hope of the community, yeah, it should hopefully the cycle.
Okay. All right. Let's give a big round of applause for our panelists, and thank you so much for listening in.
Thank you, guys. Awesome panel.
Awesome, awesome. We are so back. The magical internet money has returned. During bear markets, there's this thing called RWAs that pops up. So the idea that maybe we can digitalize some real world things. And we're actually wondering where that's headed. So Lane, if you want to introduce our next panel.
All right. Absolutely. So continuing on our, well, I guess RWAs are kind of at the intersection of traditional finance and degen finance. So they make a lot of sense to include in this session. So we have a panel called Can RWAs Survive the Bull Market This Time? Moderated by Crystal Kim from Axios.
Joining her are Justin Schmidt from Ondo Finance, Assad Khan from Centrifuge, Caldora Kiernan from Ostium, and Sydney Powell from Mabel Finance. Take it away, you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, hello. I'm Crystal Kim. I write a daily newsletter called Axios Crypto. I'm here to kick off a conversation about RWAs, or real-world assets. Are they the sexiest corner in DeFi? No. But they were bread and butter following the 2022 credit collapse. Think T-bills tokenized, getting picked up by crypto corporates and DAOs so that they can sit out crypto market risk. The situation now, though, is that there's a vibe shift. And the question that we're wrestling with today is, if they build it, will you all be there, even in a bull? Now let me introduce my esteemed panelists, starting all the way over there. That's Assad Khan from Centrifuge. Yeah, do it. Hype.
Brought my friends, thank you.
Next is Caldora Kiernan Lin from Ostium Labs, Justin Schmidt from Ondo Finance, and of course, Sydney Powell from Maple. Caldora, what's your take on the situation, and what is Ostium Labs doing to strategize for the bull?
So quickly to introduce what we're building Ostium, which is real-world asset perpetuals, maybe also known as RWAs for degens. So I think we are uniquely positioned to sort of take the bull market in stride. Just to give you a little context, it's all synthetic, so we're not a tokenization protocol. It's all USDC settled. Looks and feels like your favorite perp stacks, but gives you price exposure to assets like WTI, natural gas, gold, silver, palladium, and even my favorite commodity, lean hogs. If you're familiar with those, they're skinny pigs, soon tradable on chain. So many of those assets are sort of highly correlated to, usually traded around sort of macro events. So for Forex specifically, people are often trading this around CPI prints or Fed announcements, rate changes. On a lot of the energy, sort of the rationale behind listing these is due to a lot of the sort of geopolitical events occurring recently, sort of increased interest in energy trading. And then there are plenty of more memeable commodities, lean hogs among them. I'm not sure if you guys are on crypto Twitter when frozen concentrated orange juice was pumping. That's another interesting one. So yeah, I guess maybe to answer your question, we are uniquely positioned in that we are catered towards traders, not towards long-term holders. And so we are dealing with assets that maybe are less sexy in a bull market, but we have the ability to sort of respond to demand and what's in the meta and list things that are a little bit longer tail and more exciting in a way that hasn't been done before, and people have really nowhere else to access these assets. Certainly on chain and even off chain, the ability to access these assets is pretty limited due to constraints around like fractionalization and some other stuff. But I'll turn it over to any of the other panelists.
Well, Sydney, you do some institutional lending. I'm curious to know, like, what's the word on the ground over at your shop?
Institutional lending is definitely picking up again. So I think
if we look at 2023, there was a lot of focus on low-risk assets, so T-bills, investment grade assets, higher yielding, shorter payback periods when it came to private credit. What we've seen this year, though, is a shift where people are going more risk on. So I consistently see that corporate treasuries, DAOs, want to get T-bill exposure on chain because it's low risk, very liquid. They just have to, concern themselves with payroll and runway. But hedge funds, family offices, and kind of your ultra high net worth are now looking at more risk on assets. So we're seeing in the real world asset space appetite for like private credit, but in the regular on-chain credit and yield space, appetite for altcoin lending, for even still early days, but things like NFT lending are starting to show pricing increases. So what I would say is if you're looking at the market as an investor, what we're seeing is a broadly risk-on appetite from your crypto-native institutions, so hedge funds. We're still a ways away from seeing traditional Wall Street institutions coming in and buying these assets, but it does indicate that we're kind of the early stages of a new bull market.
Assad, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the last cycle we learned a lot about, I think everyone learned a lot about, what it is actually have low risk assets, diversified assets, uncorrelated assets. And so I think that kind of sentiment will be there even despite what happens with risk sentiment or rates. T-bills have a role to play in everybody's portfolio, I think, is kind of the safe way of saying it. So I think that there's always going to be interest in low risk principal assets. I think real world assets can kind of fit that bill pretty safely. There's nothing more liquid than T-bills and investment grade credit. So I think we'll see that kind of continue to play out, but I definitely think Sid's right. Like the interest and appetite is coming back. I mean, Calidor is talking about meme RWA. Like that's a pretty bullish signal in my opinion if we're getting there in the market, right?
There are more than one interesting venues to talk about. Ondo Finance had some, jaw-dropping news yesterday. Justin, do you want to talk about it a little bit?
Sure, yeah. And I guess thanks everybody for coming on a Friday afternoon. It's actually good to see people in the crowd. So just for those who are not familiar, Ondo Finance is, our mission really is to build a tokenized financial services firm of the future. We very much believe that TradFi and DeFi are merging over time. We started with tokenized money-like assets, so like T-bills and money market funds. And importantly, we also think that in addition to building the tokenized assets, you actually have to help develop and build the on-chain protocols as well, and that the two actually have to dovetail nicely together. That said, I think the world of real-world assets, in particular, less so the less so the commodity side, more so the security side of the world, it's not entirely clear that you need necessarily all of the benefits that like a blockchain may give you, say 24/7 settlement. Like I don't think it's particularly clear that you need to settle your NVIDIA stock on a Sunday afternoon or anything like that. So we announced something called Ondo Global Markets or Ondo GM. And the point there really is to think about what it takes to bring the next 1,000 public liquid securities on chain in a fashion that actually makes them compatible with these DeFi protocols. And I think the major real unlock here is that we have a pretty opinionated rethink of what tokenization means. This is a developer conference, so I'm going to sort of use some developer analogies. I kind of think of it like we are connecting API keys where you're interacting with a broker-dealer to actual smart contracts. And one way we want to do this is basically thinking about fractionalizing your API key and allowing that via assets actually held at a broker-dealer to interface with the cool, different DeFi machinery that people in this room, people in this panel are making.
I have like an inkling that might help solve crypto's credit problem, which is a real thing, but I'll, hold to see how it plays out.
I can see things like that being used for, collateral on loans. So you might not necessarily want to settle your NVIDIA stock on a Sunday, but you might want to post it as collateral to borrow at short notice. And so I think bringing these assets on chain allows ultimately credit expansion, which also helps reduce the correlation for on-chain, the correlation that on-chain activity has with the price of Bitcoin and ETH. Because we're all very constrained by that at the moment, but the more real-world assets come on chain, the less constrained we are the more credit we can do, or lending activity that you can do ultimately.
How do you think about like what assets to choose to bring on chain and when?
I think two things. There's got to be the demand for the asset. So think about an asset that people can't easily locate and use elsewhere. This is one of the reasons I think real estate has struggled to come on chain in a big way, because it's very efficiently priced already, and there's an abundance of it elsewhere in traditional financial markets. So if you think of things that are kind of niche, that aren't as easy to get, then you have an advantage, because you're doing it on chain is going to be less efficient to begin with. And so you're not getting penalized as much for that inefficiency when it's an asset that isn't easily available elsewhere. And then the other thing, though, is you do want it to be something that can actually scale. It's no good if you bring an asset on chain and you can only do 1 million of it. Better if you can bring it on chain and do 50 or 100 million of it. It doesn't need to be, there doesn't need to be 10 billion of it, though, because our market's not that large. So you want something where you can scale it so that you've still got a business, but where there's also a real customer need. Otherwise, this has been the problem that a lot of RWA initiatives have had, is that it's just pushing assets on chain without anyone clearly wanting to buy them.
Yeah, just to add to that, though, I do think that the long-term, like, holy grail for all of us is still kind of the inaccessible markets and access for credits that just haven't been able to come to mainstream markets as easily, right? So private credit for me is like the best representation of that. It trades over the counter. It's largely opaque. It's pretty difficult to kind of access unless you're a certain type of investor. You can start to use all of the benefits of blockchains and stable coins and kind of new financial infrastructure. You can build transparency into your portfolios. You can, on the issuer side, you can build structured credit in a really interesting and efficient way. But that's like the hard stuff that takes the right mix of demand that, like Sid is talking about, but also can leverage kind of blockchain, I think, in an interesting way. And it ultimately, at the end of the day, it is about really improving credit access for businesses and investors alike, right?
Yeah, on the other side, I can sort of see how that works for TradFi as well. Sort of how like secondary trading actually improves transparency and gives investors more information. So thinking about that though, I mean, what y'all are doing, Wall Street also wants to do, and they're working on it. But can y'all do it better? And why do you think that's the case for anyone?
I wanted to maybe just add on to what Asad was saying and answer your question around how you pick assets. I think there's two main things that we think about. One is like what is in the meta, and I alluded to this earlier, but what I think maybe drawing an analogy to on-chain perp dexes that have done very well in the last 6 months. One strategy that has really distinguished dexes has been the ability to quickly list assets that are sort of in the crypto meta. You've seen this with, for instance, like pre-launch futures or index tokens on things like Friendtech. I think these are this sort of strategy is great at capturing mind share and capitalizing on what people want to trade at that moment. And so we think about this sort of in an analogous way in the sense that, when there's a lot of interest, OPEC cuts supply, there's a lot of interest in trading oil, we would basically tap into that. And there's obviously like the large caps, G10 Forex, large commodities that we would list by default. But as we think about which ones we would list down the line, I think of sort of like macro, maybe there's like crypto Twitter and there's like macro Twitter, and there's a little bit of like filtering in. And I think increasingly, as also a lot of these assets get listed on chain, as the traditional markets and the on-chain markets start to become more and more blended, the things that are in the macro meta will increasingly be in the crypto meta as well. So we see basically capitalizing on what sort of is in the macro meta and trickling into crypto and listing those things. I think the second component, which is a little bit less short-term and more around market structure, is specifically within commodities. And this is actually originally where the idea to build Ostium came from, and what made us really excited about it was commodities are quite difficult to access for most investors and have a lot of unique features that differentiate them from securities like treasuries or equities and so forth. And I think commodities are going to be one of the most difficult things to tokenize, hence why actually listing them in a synthetic fashion with all USDC settlement and effectively virtual exposure is what we would call it, is a sort of the most viable near and medium term solution. And just to give you an example of that, WTI, for instance, there are between 12 and 15 different contract expiries that are open at any given time, and there is no, obvious linear decay over where the most open interest or the most volume is. So there may be a lot of volume or OI on the March contract, and like more as the expiry nears, more on the April contract. But that doesn't mean that it linearly decays over time. For instance, there will be often more OI on the December 2024 expiry contract than on the one that expires in, say, June or July, because of just the dynamics of traditional commodity or like actual commodity producers or traders that need to do physical settlement, and how that impacts where they need to hedge themselves. So maybe to conclude, I think commodities are a unique asset class, that they're quite difficult to tokenize. There's not just like one it's very, you don't know precisely which contract you should be tokenizing. It'll roll over, it'll expire. I think they're uniquely suited towards being listed in this sort of synthetic fashion. And then there's the meta portion. But anyways, turn it over to someone else.
And see, I think institutions want this type of stuff on chain, right? And I think, to your question about are the institutions coming, will they come, why aren't they here right now? I mean, I'm so bearish that we'll ever see them doing this type of stuff. It's so hard to build on-chain DeFi structures. Everyone here knows it. And then integrate real credit, real assets, real commodities, whatever it is. I mean, our lives would be easier if BlackRock brought their liquidity on chain, but they're so far from doing that. Like, I just don't think that future is ever going to be there.
What, must we rely on BlackRock for everything?
Exactly. We can build it ourselves.
I think ultimately none of us want those bigger players to kind of come and compete with us.
Why is that?
Well, because then it hurts our businesses. But less prosaically, I think the issue is this, a lot of people might have heard of the innovator's dilemma, but a lot of these companies are set up in such a way that they have a core business, and you particularly see it for some of these big trading firms where they started a crypto team or a desk within, and then end of the last bull market, they shut it down because this tiny little revenue producer was a massive reputational risk for the core business. And I think that's why they will struggle to compete, because they're not solely focused on building this on-chain business line, which all of us on this stage and everyone at this conference is kind of motivated by. And so their marketing team, their sales team, their tech structure, none of that is set up to deliver this product in a way that our customers and our users want to access it. This is one of the reasons that General Motors and the conventional car companies are not the most successful electric car companies today. And I think we should expect to see that same pattern play out in financial products and DeFi.
What do you think, Justin? You were just there.
I guess I have a pretty different take. I think that almost all these major institutions have been watching this with like laser-like focus for a very long time. There are a lot of very smart people in these firms that very much would like to do more than they do, but they are also going to be much slower movers than those of us on chain. I very much welcome all of that. I think we've all seen the positive benefit that BlackRock and Fidelity and others have brought to the ecosystem with their effectively opening up their distribution networks to a way for their clients to buy Bitcoin in the trusted way that appeals to them. So that market access of the enormous amount of capital that is beyond the on-chain universe of capital, I think is tremendous. I do think where the incumbents will struggle is that innovation is not as simple as like lift and drop my old thing onto new rails. I think if you are trying to do something in this new world, you have to sort of ask and be very ruthlessly honest with yourself, like, what really is so bad about the traditional financial rails? There are some examples, right? Like, different countries have different rails, different asset classes have different rails, and wouldn't it be nice if everything was on the same rail, et cetera? And I think that's where we're going with all this. That's why a lot of the people are so excited about tokenization. But like, if you just tokenize something and then don't do anything with the token, like what's the point, right? I think a lot of us here are very keen on actual utility of the tokens. Sid makes a great point about collateral. I think that's a tremendously important part of where we're going with all this. I think the biggest challenge for the institutions is not whether they're going to get here. I think they eventually will. I do think it's going to take some time for sure. But I do think that when they come, it's going to be a large positive effect on the industry. I welcome that with open arms, and we work with a lot of the largest institutions in the world. We learn from them. Hopefully they're learning from us. But I do think they have to do a pretty deep think about what that thing looks like. So I think one example of this very briefly is our version of a money market fund is very different than a traditional money market fund. We have it in token form, where the token actually, you basically get new tokens every single day. You know, it looks much more like a crypto native version of a money market fund rather than just like a traditional one that you lift and drop on chain. You know, so I think there's very much making sure that if you're out there from a traditional financial institution, make sure you're building something in the right way for where all this is going.
I get it. Well, we don't have that much more time till happy hour. So I guess my question is, what is your outlook for RWAs this year? Do you want to just go down the line, starting with Assad?
Yeah, sure. I think we'll see a lot more on-chain capital coming to real-world assets, especially as utility gets built out. I think that'll be the big theme towards the end of this year. And when Bitcoin hits $1 million, I think, you know, all those high net worths and whales will be investing.
I mean, echo your sentiment. I think everyone in the RWA space is well positioned in the sense that more capital flowing on chain during a bull market is always beneficial. Rising tide lifts all boats. Even if there's, on a relative basis, there might be more hype around more deeply crypto native stuff. Yeah, positive outlook.
Yeah, I think we've transcended when Bitcoin itself is a real world asset. But yeah, and I think I'm incredibly bullish, right? I think there's just tremendous energy, tremendous smart people working on this, tackling all different types of real world assets, from stable coins that are more currency-like to commodity-like to security-like. You know, it's I think, very, very, very optimistic for the future here.
I'll take the under. I think you'll see more of the really conservative ones, so T-bills on-chain and the lower risk instruments. But I think at the higher risk spectrum, people are trying to get that from on-chain assets. So I actually expect to see RWAs continue to grow slowly, but the on-chain risky stuff will take off a bit faster this year.
You heard it here first. You know what we live for? RWAs, but also applause. So can we have some?
All right. Thank you, thank you. Speaking of things you heard here first, a little bit of ETHDenver Alpha. So we're actually going to be taking ETHDenver Global, and no, we're not going to host it in Miami. And yes, you're still going to come here in February, but we're going to be doing something called Sporkfest in little pop-ups around the world. And we haven't really figured out the details because we're all about experiments and flying by the seat of our pants and having fun. But we're going to have a few pop-ups around the world and see what takes, see what people like. We're thinking about cities like Seoul in Korea and Berlin and Bangkok. But really, we haven't made any decisions. So if you have ideas on cool cities, tweet at us. Let us know. You know, we're all about people's choice here as well. So wherever people want to head over, we will also be inclined to explore. And then based on those pop-ups, we're going to do a much bigger one later. So cool new experiment.
Can we do a ETH Eclipse event for this big eclipse coming up next month? I'm excited about that.
An ETH Eclipse event. Tweet at us.
Pop up. Tweet at us. Tweet at us.
Awesome. Well, I think, you know, we're ready to introduce our next speaker. He has a bit of a spicy and controversial take that is a total contrast to the panel that you just heard. So
yeah, that may or may not be a coincidence. Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to hear the other side of the story as well. So we'll give Manny a moment to set up his slides here, but I'll go ahead and introduce Manny Rincon-Cruz of Poolside and Four Winds, and his talk is titled "The Future of Crypto is Yield: A History of Government Debt and Liquid Staking." I am excited to hear this because I have learned. I spent 6 years working in traditional finance. I don't know if you know this about me.
I did not.
I'm older than I look, and I actually had a career before crypto. But the reason I mention it is because everything I know about traditional finance, I learned in crypto. I feel like that should be the name of a talk or a book or something. Learning financial primitives and why they're important, like things like derivatives or yield, staking, all these kinds of ideas. I read the textbooks when I worked in finance, but like it didn't click for me. I think I had to like learn it from first principles. Yeah, I wonder if anyone here has had that experience. I think a talk like this will be a great bridge between these fundamental financial ideas from TradFi and why they matter in a crypto world.
That's really true. I mean, and in order to break the systems and reinvent them, you have to understand them. So we're really looking forward to hearing about these first principles. We're also experiencing very brief technical issues. But hey, life is all about experiments. Okay. It's 4:21. We just missed it.
Oh boy. All right.
Bummer.
I think Avegachi was doing a drawing at 4:20 o'clock or something.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah.
we may have just missed that too.
Oh, man.
We
Really
missed
bad
Pi o'clock
timing.
too.
Yeah. We hear there's a fairy party happening somewhere tonight in Rhino. Yeah, where there will be fairies.
You're just teasing people. Like, come on. Like, you can tell them to tweet
Listen,
at you.
everyone has access to Luma. People who want to search will search and find.
Luma is searchable?
Yeah, Luma search. There's a whole ETHDenver calendar. We didn't make it. Other people made it and then started to put things in there. I only figured it out because I was hosting something for the content team, and like random people kept adding themselves to it, and I kept trying to change the link, and it kept not making a difference. And eventually I realized it was because I had been like hardwired into that calendar. And yeah, it exists. It has, I mean, on the actual calendar, there are over 350 events that people can join.
350-ish on this main calendar, and then at least 100 on other,
Others.
Not everyone is using Luma. There's still some events on Eventbrite and Partyful and other platforms.
I guess there are some boomers with us here today as well, so understandable. Eventbrite. I myself
Danny,
was on
since
there.
we still have a minute or two, what was your favorite event so far this week, other than the big
My
one?
favorite event so far.
And not your own event, because I know you threw a few of those.
Well, now I have no answers. I am really excited about the closing party that ETHDenver is going to be hosting. So it's in a really, really cool giant warehouse here in Denver.
Is this the warehouse that you rented?
No.
Oh, it's another
That's
warehouse.
A
There's a lot of warehouses in Denver.
That's a secret one, Lane. It's a secret one, under the radar. That used to be a furniture store, and people may or may not find it by searching for a sign that says Gold Star. And if you find your way into the warehouse, tomorrow at some point you could go in. In any case, there is a really cool closing party happening. We did something special this year. We actually are closing the hackathon early so that hackathons have time to party too. That was actually part of the feedback we got from builders, was that
Hackers are people too, okay? They deserve to party.
they deserve to party, yes, and parties are a public good. Brand new. So this year we closed the hackathon a bit early. Judging for judges starts tomorrow, so they don't have to wake up on Sunday morning.
By the way, yes, if you are judging, this is an easy mistake to make. It is on Saturday, not Sunday this year. So check your email, check your Telegram. You should have information about judging tomorrow.
Yeah, judging tomorrow, and it's a bit, I know it's a bit unusual, but considering that ETHDenver is such a long event these days, it just made sense to start a bit early. Judging will be tomorrow. The hackathon will still have the closing ceremony on Sunday and conclude, but everything that hackers have to do will conclude tomorrow. And so we moved the closing party to Saturday so that people can actually party, come, have fun, unwind, and then Sunday you can dip in through the closing ceremony and then move on with your travels or meet up with your friends or start heading to the mountains. You ready?
I am.
Yeah,
Amazing.
sorry. Speaking of concluding.
Speaking of concluding.
I think Manny's ready to go.
All right, welcome to the stage.
Take
Round
care,
of
Manny. Thank
applause.
Right, thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. I'm Manny Rincon-Cruz, as we just said. I'm here in a dual capacity. I'm the founder of Poolside. We are a liquidity clearinghouse protocol for yield-bearing assets. We help you get integrated across DeFi by offering kind of quick unstaking for liquidations. But I'm actually trained as a financial historian. So I'm also the co-founder, along with Neil Ferguson, the financial historian of Four Winds. So check us out if you're interested. So I've been told that I'm here to provide a bit of a counterweight to the RWAs or the future narrative. So I'm here to talk about liquid staking. And this talk is very brief. It comes in two parts. The first part is the history of government debt, and then the second part is the history of liquid staking. So this is kind of the tagline: is the future of crypto is native yield, and so we'll return to that at the end. This basically shows the share of all LSTs, as a share of all DeFi TVL, from 0.01% in 2021 to over 60% now. Which is quite an amazing rise. Just a quick recap here. When I'm talking about crypto treasuries, I really mean something that's yield-bearing with very deep liquidity and a huge market cap. The reason that this matters is this allows it to serve as collateral for other financial institutions, and the native yield allows you to build very interesting new financial intermediaries or protocols on top. This is basically the talk, summarized in a meme. I will begin, in fact, with 1845, but I've been told that this is not Tucker Carlson, so I don't have 40 minutes. I have 15. So I will try to summarize this much faster for you, beginning with the history of government debt. Right? So there's a lot we can talk about here. I did a PhD in this, so it takes forever. But I wanted to talk about four main things, right? Four important pieces of the development of government debt as kind of this massive, fundamental financial piece of today's financial system. The first date is 1688. It's for credible commitments. We then move on to the creation of exchanges. Then we move on to the creation of stable yield. And then lastly, financial proliferation, which is what we all love and know. This is the most text I'll show you. Credible commitments here really refers to an innovation that began in the UK, in Great Britain. Up until that point, most governments had been funded through kind of expropriation and extraction. You would confiscate land or gold from people. The loans that were, in fact, extended to kings in Europe and other places were highly coercive. You would kind of get a wink that you had to lend the king or something else would happen. And you often did not get repaid, or you got repaid back in a whole bunch of other stuff that you originally had not lent out. The importance of 1688 and the Glorious Revolution is that this creates a constitutional order in Britain that secures property rights. We'll come back to this much later, but it's very important, right? You now have the ability to issue debt, to borrow, and for other people to know that you will in fact pay back. So the risk-free rate up until this point in time had been private debt. It had not been government debt. It's only with the innovation of kind of this structure where you separate kind of the judicial, legislative, and executive powers that people begin to trust government debt as kind of this safe asset, right, that will be in fact paid back in the future. The next important piece here is the creation of exchanges. This happens in two great financial bubbles that you might all already know about. It happens around the 1720s. The first one is the Mississippi Company stock bubble in France, triggered by John Law, who was the Minister of Finance, basically, to the king. And if you've ever thought about shitcoin and where that word might have been first coined, this is a very famous print, but you can actually see people defecating. This is called the sale of stock. Basically, it was considered, it's the first shitcoin. It's actually Mississippi Company stock. So it's a very old term. The South Sea bubble happens at exactly the same time. It's kind of instigated by John Law's friend, the Lord Londonderry in the UK. This is a very famous graph that I also really like. You can be one of the smartest men in the history in history, really, and you can still get wrecked by the market if you don't know when to, if you buy the top because you're aping in with your friends. So, this is also another story of stock that goes up during a massive bubble and then it goes down. And so what's important here is really the places that embrace financial innovation and the ones that shut it down. So the French basically ban all financial markets after the 1720s. The British, in theory, do too. They passed something called the Bubble Act. And so there's only 2 companies that get a royal charter to issue stock after the 1720s. But the reality is that they leave the financial markets open. And there's hundreds of companies that then issue unregistered securities that then trade for 100 years in these markets. So you start developing kind of this deep expertise for creating markets, pricing them, all these other things. So a lot of practices get developed in London over this 100 years. I promise this will all tie in together. So you have these markets, right, that are technically not supposed to be used for a lot of things, but the government is starting to experiment different ways of getting funding, right? So they tried different bond designs. So they tried lottery bonds and a few other things. The one that ends up succeeding is called a consul, which stands for consolidated annuity. It's a perpetual instrument. You can hold it as long as the government doesn't buy it back from you, and it will give you 3% per year, and that's it. They're all fungible. They all yield 3%. If that sounds familiar, it's on purpose. I think it rhymes very beautifully with Ethereum today. So these were first invented in 1751, but they really only come into play during the wars against Napoleon. So there's a very famous article called A Tale of Two Currencies by Michael Bordeaux. You should check it out. It basically tries to explain the difference between British finance and French finance. So the way that Napoleon, if you've seen the movie recently, they might not discuss this, but the way that Napoleon financed his wars was basically through taxation. He had to run a balanced budget because nobody would buy French debt. Nobody wanted that stuff because he would pay you back in paper that was worth nothing. The British, on the other hand, had now this history of credible commitments for this 3% yielding thing, right? So they were able to issue massive amounts of it, right? Money from all over Europe, right? Dispossessed princes and kings, send all their funds to London to buy these safe assets. And as you can see here, the Brits are able to run these massive budget deficits that nobody else is able to do. And so they use these deficits to obviously finance their own navies, but also to subsidize the allies on the continent who are actually also dying fighting Napoleon. So they're basically subsidizing the rest of Europe for decades at a time. And what happens after the end of the Napoleonic Wars is really this blossoming of financial activity. Because now you have a huge stock of these 3% yielding things. And what do you do with them? So that's when they become collateral for a new class of entities that we're all very familiar with, banks, as well as insurance companies and a host of other financial institutions. And it's that native yield, at least in sterling, right, where you hold it, you can now finance the operations of that institution, but you can then collateralize other types of risk-taking and other types of liquidity. So these become very important to the functioning of London's financial markets, and then obviously for the financing of commercial activity all throughout Europe. So that's enough history. So let's go to the history of the future, right? So we also begin with codes, credible commitments, right? Blockchains and smart contracts. I don't think I need to talk about that too much. We have permissionless exchanges, right? Beginning in 2017, then Uniswap in 2020, and kind of there's AMMs now everywhere. And then obviously the big moment, I think, in my mind, happened around 2021 when you start actually getting on-chain native yield, right? This is when you get your steady 3%. And then obviously the last piece hasn't happened yet, but that's kind of what I'm trying to say will happen afterwards. So there's a bunch of different types of yield-bearing assets on-chain. You have real-world assets, which everyone just talked about, liquid staking. You do have two other classes that get overlooked. You have collateral lending tokens, so kind of your wrapped C tokens or A tokens from Compound and Aave. And you have obviously rebasing assets and currencies, but we don't talk about those much. They're now a bigger share of DeFi, TVL. But if we zoom in, you can see that the lion's share of growth in yield-bearing assets is liquid staking. Real-world assets are that kind of medium light green thing right there. It's almost insignificant. Rebasing commodities are almost insignificant too. Your collateral lending position tokens were massive in the last bull run, right? That's where people were getting leverage. They're a lot smaller today, but really it's liquid staking that's driving most of the yield that goes on chain. So this took a long time to do. We did it with a team. So it's not up to date just because we ran out of man hours to do it before this presentation. So again, the future of crypto is native yield. So if you just look at the share of LSTs, basically divide LST by DeFi TVL, you get this massive number, right? It's now 60%. It's the largest share of all DeFi asset classes. So if we look at what the future of finance is, I don't really think it's going to be real-world assets. I really do think it's going to be liquid staking. But there's a couple other reasons that RWAs, I think, don't quite fit the definition of what you would want as your safe asset collateralizing the rest of the financial system. The first one is that it's not as credible as code, right? Code, the beauty of this is that you don't need a constitution, right? In some ways, blockchains are constitutions inscribed in mathematics. RWAs bring back all this kind of the confusion and intricacies of the legal code and kind of legal entities and what you do with regulators. So it kind of weakens that piece of the chain. And then I think the other thing that really matters, which is kind of counterintuitive, is that the massive off-chain liquidity for things like treasuries makes it really hard to then build on-chain liquidity. So then it doesn't quite play the same role that something like an LST will do. And so this is kind of counterintuitive. That doesn't mean that RWAs are not valuable. It just means that I think they're just so anchored in the traditional financial system that it's quite hard to move all that on-chain. And yeah, so again, I think that about wraps it up. I just wanted to provide a historical perspective on the future of finance, future of money. I want to say I think that massive inflows happen in that kind of that yellow box. That coincides with the Napoleonic Wars and the traditional piece. That's where all the money kind of comes in into the system. So I would expect LSTs and LRTs to get a lot larger before we then see a lot more new protocols built on top of them. So that's about it. So thank you so much for your time. And I look forward to meeting you in person.
Thanks, Manny.
Thank you, Manny. That wraps up our DeFi programming, and we're going to start up on the privacy programming. So you're going to hear from a ton of really incredible speakers, ranging from professors in the space to the Tornado Cash crew that's going to be talking about some of their efforts in protecting the rights of coders to write code that does not land them in jail. We're going to start first with a quick 15-minute break. So we ask that you all get back here by 4:50 because, Lane, what's waiting for you at 4:50?
The single most important topic at ETHDenver this year, privacy. Do you remember the privacy session we did last year on the main stage?
Yeah, we had people
So
here
we
all
have
the way to the
we have a mini version of that.
rock band supporting privacy too. That was cool.
No rock
last
band
year.
today. Probably, maybe, I don't know.
No
we'll
rock,
see.
no rock bands
We'll
this
see.
year.
But our speakers are rock stars. No applause. All right. all good.
So the speaker
I'll
that's
keep my
going
day
to
job.
come in is when we get started at 4:50. It's going to be a really cool professor.
Professor Matthew Green from Johns Hopkins is going to kick us off in 15 minutes, so a little bit less, 14, 13 minutes, something like that.
Get a quick drink, hang out,
4:50.
catch up on your Twitter or telegrams, and 12 minutes. Thanks.
See you back
everyone.
here in 12 minutes.
GM. GM.
GA.
No, GM is an all-day thing. I don't know if you heard.
All-day thing? Is that it? I'm a
whose
boomer.
idea was it to cut off the coffee carts at 3 p.m.? I would like to voice my concern with this very intricate decision. But we're super happy you're all still here. This is actually like, Lane and I are so excited to be here to present privacy programming. This is our favorite part of ETHDenver. Last year and this year. Last year, we built it in because it didn't exist. And this year, actually, Lane was extremely instrumental in getting a privacy track added to ETHDenver.
So hopefully this will become a permanent fixture on the ETHDenver schedule every year. There's a lot to say about privacy. I could probably talk about it for an hour here. I'm not going to do that because our speakers and our panelists are going to do that. But privacy is a fundamental human right. It's super important. We wouldn't be standing here today if we weren't standing on the shoulders of the cypherpunk giants, and they remind us every day why privacy matters so much. So I think this is a really fundamental part of the things we should be talking about here and more broadly in society.
Yeah, and if you like our privacy content, tweet about it so they keep bringing it back every year. We are excited to welcome a true figure in the space.
All right, so up next we have, as mentioned a moment ago, Professor Matt Green from Johns Hopkins, who's going to talk about, he's a cryptographer, he's going to talk about ZK tech and privacy. I think I want to watch this. I'm going to learn a lot.
Welcome to the stage, Matt.
Take it away, Matt. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a nerdy talk, and I hope this is a nerdy audience and you don't mind that too much. Before I get started, let me introduce myself. I'll tell you who I am. I'm a professor. I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins. I've been working in this area for many years, for at least a decade. I mostly work on applied cryptography, which covers a lot of different areas. I write a blog, and you should please read it. It's called it's blog.cryptographyengineering.com. I also co-founded a cryptocurrency back in the days when there weren't very many cryptocurrencies, and that was called Zcash. I'm currently working on a couple of other projects or advising a couple of other projects that also work on privacy. So I've kind of been in this area for a while, and it's kind of my favorite research area because I think the most interesting things in crypto are happening right here. So the panel that's going to come up after me is called How ZK Tech Can Fix the Internet's Original Sin. So let me tell you what that actually is. Actually, I want to talk about that quickly. What is the internet's original sin, and why do we think cryptocurrency is going to do any better than the internet did, especially if the internet is kind of broken from the start? I mean, cryptocurrency lives on top of the internet. So I want to take us back, and I actually wasn't able to find charts that go back more than 10 years, but I want to take us way back to 2014. And this is a chart that shows you the percentage of web page loads in Firefox that were encrypted. And we like to believe that we've solved all the problems of security on the internet, but this is 10 years ago, and things are kind of a disaster. We're at about 30% of internet connections are encrypted. That includes your bank, that includes everything you do. Today, I'd like to believe we're at about 100%. We're about 99 to 98%, and that's because over the last 10 years, a lot of people decided that this particular situation wasn't acceptable. And there were a few reasons we made the decision to change the direction we were going in. And this person, who actually made his revelations back in 2013, was one of them. What we learned is that while we were fooling around on the internet, we were building all kinds of protocols and building websites and doing this, the NSA was basically scooping up huge amounts of data. This data was valuable to someone. It was under attack. And because that data was so valuable, corporations realized that it wasn't that hard to encrypt it. So we got to 100%, partly because of that revelation. And just to continue the analogy to cryptocurrency today, we also had kind of our own regulators back then, right? This is James Comey. James Comey was the head of the FBI at the time, and his big thing was this project that he called Going Dark. And what Going Dark was the idea that actually, despite the fact that almost nothing was actually encrypted on the internet, too much stuff was being encrypted on the internet. And his big thing was, let's stop that. Let's stop making everything so private because law enforcement won't be able to read your text messages. Now, how many of you use Signal today? Okay, that's a great showing. I don't think you're like a normal audience, but that's a pretty good showing. All right, so I'm not going to say we've won that particular battle, But I will say that the people who replaced James Comey all over the world, they don't talk about whether encryption's a good idea or not anymore. They talk about how they can make encryption that's a little bit safer against child abusers and people distributing illicit materials. So there's been a sea change in that battle, at least at some philosophical conceptual level, has been won. And it's not really clear why it was won, but we came through the other side and we made a big change. Now, moving over, by the way, this is just a graph. It's actually from 2018. I just want to show you this. There are a bunch of blue circles on these. These are messaging companies that have encryption built in. And you can see that there are a lot of people using encryption, except, unfortunately, in China. Today, nearly every one of those big blue circles that says optional encryption has been filled in or is being filled in with default encryption. Unfortunately, the green circles are the outliers that remain unencrypted. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Now, cryptocurrency is a new technology, and despite the fact that it's 10 years old, it's a very new technology. It's a technology we're still trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out how we add privacy to it. And the problem is, of course, and I'm not saying anything that everybody here doesn't know, virtually every transaction we make on a smart contract system, on a payment network, is completely public. Everybody can see every single detail of what we're doing. There's a little pseudonymity, but that's about it. And it sort of feels like an inevitable feature of consensus systems, right? We need to reason over everybody's data. It seems very hard to add privacy. But we know it's not impossible because there are a few private chains that exist. The problem is that they're very limited. Mostly they just do payments. Either they're just doing payments or they're not broadly, widely used, right? Like they're not built into systems. And then unfortunately, when they do get widely used, terrible things happen, like people get arrested, and this happened 2 summers ago with Tornado Cash, where Tornado was basically sanctioned. In the middle of an Ethereum chain, the entire Tornado Cash application was basically hit with a hammer, and everybody who had any access to those addresses or any history of those addresses was basically blocked. And the sad thing is, everybody's lives just kept going. And it proved that it was possible to surgically remove privacy from a smart contract system without any major consequences or anybody getting too upset about this without the whole system breaking down. So that's kind of an interesting, sad feature of what's happening today. So from here, I want to talk about some of the technologies and the techniques we have to fix that problem. And then we're going to all come up here and we're going to sit down. We're going to talk about there are a bunch of great panelists who are going to talk about some of these ideas and what we can do with them. Okay, this is the part that gets a little nerdy. So I want to show you in my particular timeline, a timeline of the inventions of major cryptographic technologies. And they go way back to the beginning. And I wish I'd actually put numbers and dates on this timeline. They are not the 2000s. This timeline begins in 1978. And it really kind of goes through the present day, but like a lot of these things go way back. Symmetric key, public key encryption, these are already used in cryptocurrency systems. Zero knowledge, we've hit zero knowledge, was invented in about 1983 and is now being finally deployed 30 years later in cryptocurrency systems. Multi-party computation, invented in 1982 and 1984. Finally, we're just hearing people talk about using this. There are a few other things here. You'll hear a lot about if you pay attention to the cutting edge kind of hype stuff. Fully homomorphic encryption. That's the ability to encrypt, to compute unencrypted data. And then these are the things you've probably heard of. Succinct proofs is another one. You probably don't hear as much about cryptographic obfuscation and witness encryption, but I'm sure you will in 10 years. So let's talk about zero knowledge, and that's really the topic of our panel. So we're going to talk about ZK. I'm sad that the term ZK gets used so much. It's such a cool term, like zero knowledge. It sounds like it should apply to everything. But in cryptography, it has a very specific meaning. It means that I can prove the truth of a statement without giving away the information that I use to prove the truth of the statement. So the obvious example is, I know a key to spend some coins. I know where the coins are on the chain so I can spend them. That's how we build privacy-preserving crypto systems, is to say, I know this information, but I can use zero knowledge to prove to you I know this information without revealing that secret information and that private information about everything. I can also prove things about smart contracts. In fact, there are a whole bunch of people in that room building amazing ZK EVMs that aren't really for privacy, but at least do this basic thing. They take a program, they say, I ran it correctly on some inputs. They don't care whether the inputs are secret, but they have the capability to do that. And the basic technology they're using is called a ZK snark, or a succinct proof. And what's special about them is they give us very small proofs. Even if the program is 1 million lines long, we get a proof that's a few hundred bytes or a few kilobytes long. And this is a lot, right? It gives us all of the ingredients for private payments for things like Zcash and Monero and Tornado Cash. And it's also great for scalability, because if we don't care about privacy, we can just make these proofs for everything. We can crush an entire blockchain down to a kilobyte, which is incredible. And that's what they're all doing out there. But it's not necessarily enough for every privacy application. So ZK has a lot of problems. One of the ones that is the biggest is it relies on one big assumption, which is that you, the person who is making the transaction, have all of the secret data in the transaction. And that's not always the case. So when you run a smart contract, you're actually computing over a whole bunch of things. So think about the case of a DEX or an AMM, right? So you're sending in a transaction saying swap some coins, but the actual data you're reasoning over is a price feed, for example, or it's an order book, or it's a whole bunch of other stuff that may be public, and that's the best case, but maybe it doesn't even exist yet. Like, you're writing the transaction, it's not going to be evaluated for 5 minutes. It's going to go out there, it's going to encounter new information, or maybe it reasons over joint state. So it's very, very hard to use ZK to solve all of our problems. And so we need new technology. And one of the big technologies people are excited about is this idea of trusted execution environments. So rather than just relying on ZK to solve all our problems, we'll use computers that nobody can hack into. And when I say computers that nobody can hack into, like, the problems start to be obvious, right? Like, maybe this isn't such a great assumption. So we can build all sorts of trustworthy computers, chips that have special capability, and maybe they even output ZK proofs to prove they did the right thing. Sounds like a really good idea. And they are very useful as a layer on top of existing security systems. And they're good for hardening existing systems. What's not so great about these systems is that when you implement them in a way where hacking into any trusted execution environment compromises the integrity of the entire system, the system becomes very fragile. And so this is not great. And so there are a few examples. The Secret Network was doing this. They were basically letting volunteers supply their own TEEs to run calculations for the whole network. If one volunteer hacks into their TEE or simulates it, the entire network can be fooled. You can get inflation, you can get all sorts of terrible things. So this is not necessarily the best solution. And I also know these two guys, they're colleagues of mine, and they basically break every TEE system every year, and that's kind of their job, so it makes me trust them less. The next technology we run into is called multi-party computation. How many people have heard the term multi-party computation? Sure, and you think it means making signatures, right? Like really secure signatures, and that is an application of it. But actually, multi-party computation lets us compute anything. We can compute any computation you want to do among a whole bunch of people without revealing to the other people our secret inputs. So this is perfect for a blockchain, right? We all have secret inputs, we run the blockchain, and we're done. The problem is, the result of this is that to make this work, everybody has to talk to each other, and they have to talk to each other a lot. It's not send one message and go, it's go back and forth 1 million times. And that's just not how blockchains work. People don't stay online with their secret information. So maybe we can outsource that to validators, and they can run the MPC for us. And there are people looking at this, trying to do it. But there are huge research problems in how you keep that state, the secret information, alive as validators come and go. So there's a lot of work to do there, and people are thinking about how we could do that. The last technology, and I don't want to go over here, that you're hearing a lot about right now is called fully homomorphic encryption, or FHE. FHE basically lets you take encrypted data. You encrypt your input. You want to send it to a smart contract and have it be calculated on, but nobody can see it. It's fully encrypted. And then the smart contract, instead of decrypting it and calculating it, will actually take the encrypted data and maul it and like mess with it to cause computation to happen within the ciphertext. It's a brilliant, beautiful idea. People spent decades figuring out how to do it. The problem is when you finish that mauling, you get a result, but it's still inside the ciphertext. Does anyone know how you get it open? How do you get that result out? Well, the answer is right now, maybe we use multi-party computation to do that. So we have a bunch of servers who have just the secret key for the ciphertext. All the computation happens using FHE, but this last phase where we decrypt the result happens where a bunch of validators with a secret key will all work together to decrypt. It's not a terrible idea. I don't know if you remember this. When I was a kid, there was this book about this king who had a problem where mice were eating his cheese, so he got cats, and then the cats became a problem, so he got dogs. And so this whole thing kind of feels very self-referential, where we introduce one technology, but to make it work, we have to introduce another. So it's not great. I hope I'm not going over. The last technology I want to talk about, because someday we're going to figure out how to do this, is called cryptographic obfuscation. And I'm only telling you this not because we can do it today, but because this is the technology we want. This lets us take any program we want, any smart contract, we can turn it into an encrypted program. I can send it to a blockchain. The blockchain could run that program. And then at the end, instead of an encrypted output, I get the actual output. And it's an amazing technology. The problem is today, the best we know how to do with cryptographic obfuscation is at best build programs that are, if I have a very tiny program that are gigabytes in size and take years or hours at least to run. So this is a technology that we may make huge progress in someday, but we're just not there. But this is what we want, and someday we'll build it maybe out of all these existing tools. So this is kind of where I'm going to let off. So we have all of these technologies. I'm not talking about the problems we're trying to solve, but in the next panel, which is about to come up here, and I think you should all probably come up here, we are going to talk about some of the applications for these privacy technologies and why we all need them. So thank you.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Brady Dale. I'm the co-writer of Axios Crypto. That's the crypto vertical on Axios.com. You got 2 seconds right now. You should all just subscribe to it right now. Thank you for coming, sticking around to this late in the day panel. Looking forward to talking about zero knowledge proofs and the original sin of the internet, which of course is the fact that the internet spies on us constantly, all the time, in everything that we do. Just to kick it off, just one thought I want to give for everyone, which is relevant to the great prior talk that we had by Matthew, and this whole conversation is, if you guys are on crypto Twitter, you know that there's always that one group on there that cries every time crypto comes up, and it's like, crypto doesn't mean cryptocurrency, it means encryption. And it's just like, cry harder, guys. Serious encryption is a bigger and bigger part of cryptocurrency every day. So you know what? That conversation's over. Words can mean more than one thing. Let our panel introduce themselves. Let's just go down the row here and just give us a quick line about what you're doing, why you're relevant to this space. And then if you can, really quickly, what's the most sci-fi thing that you can imagine, that you would like to imagine doing with ZK technology? Start with you, Elena.
Cool. My name is Elena. I run a project called Ironfish. We started way back in 2020, 2019 era. I actually approached Matthew. I don't know if you remember me even at the first ZCon in Montreal ever. And I don't think I said anything intelligent, but very exciting times. So what Ironfish is a proof of work, layer 1, fully encrypted or fully private chain, and we're the only mainnet privacy chain that actually supports custom assets. And so our goal is to build bridges to transparent chains like Ethereum, Optimism Base, et cetera, to allow users to actually move those assets over to Ironfish and have private USDC, private WBTC, private ETH, et cetera. So it's definitely a work in progress, but yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm here.
Wait, sci-fi. Give us sci-fi.
Oh, sci-fi. I mean, this is not a positive thing, but this is the thing that I think about a lot, which is what would happen if our efforts were not here? Fast forward to 5-10 years, let's say we all are in CBDCs, we're all using crypto payments, and it's all transparent. What are the secondary effects that we're going to have in society if everything you do is out in the open? How does that change how people interact with one another or think, or how they even police their own thoughts?
Dystopian, I like
very
it.
Very dystopian world.
Yeah,
so
I like
it. That's part of the reason why I'm so motivated to work on Ironfish and other privacy, tech.
Cool.
So my name's Ian Myers. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland.
Get it a little bit closer, Ian.
My name's Ian Myers. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland. My PhD thesis was on, with Matt here, on a thing called Zero Cash, which turned up to be the protocol in Zcash, Tornado Cash, Ironfish, and most of the other second generation privacy coins that are coming online now. And let's see, sci-fi. I'm kind of curious what would happen if we had a version of the internet where you were completely anonymous, but we had a way to ban you or give you reputation if you were a dick and get rid of you.
I'd be out. All right.
Okay, I'm Matt again. I think the easy answer on, should I give more introduction or is it?
Nah, we've met you.
Okay. I don't think we need sci-fi, and I don't think we need dystopias when the whole world is kind of one already. So I actually think like the weird dystopian, maybe utopian thing is, and I seriously believe this, that this technology that people are building, and including those folks in the other room, is going to eat the entire existing financial system. And I know that like people in this room are the kind of people who believe that. I say that to my like professor colleagues and they laugh at me, but I do think that in 10 to 15 years it is going to be the financial system. But if you look at the financial system, right, it's going to be Bank of America, it's going to be Wells Fargo, it's going to be all of these companies you know, but using this as a low back end. And the terrifying thing for me is if they're using Ethereum as it looks right now to move your money, your private banking, doing that on public chains is the worst possible thing I can imagine, and they're not going to do that. That's why this technology is so important.
Cool. I'm going to do one more intro question, if that's okay. And I want to ask each of you to tell me your favorite, like maybe obscure pet peeve of the way the internet spies on you now. And I'll start. I've got one. I know everybody loves Google Maps, but you know that like Google Maps is just like making a record of everywhere that you've like ever gone, right? Which is just like seems horrific to me. So that's my favorite pet peeve.
So this is not an existing pet peeve. This is, again, something I worry about a lot. Maybe I'm just a paranoid human. I'm not sure. But I think like the dark horse event that we're about to embrace is like AI and AGI and how that relates to privacy. Like right now, it actually takes effort to like scrape your data and to like index you and figure out who you are. And with AGI or AI or whatever the thing that's going to come next, or the like super intelligence, our privacy is basically gone. And so that to me is like very, very scary on like many levels of what that means. But yeah, that's what I think about a lot. So it's not a current thing, but it's like definitely a, like we might be like 2 years out.
Yeah, it's near term sci-fi. You're still in sci-fi, but I'll allow it.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm not sure it's my favorite, but there's this whole interesting shadow market of collecting data about people to build reputation and profiles. And one of the interesting uses of this is Airbnb runs a whole system that will decide whether we want to actually rent you a room or not based on probability you're going to like film something or throw a party there.
Yeah.
And if you get on that block list, you have absolutely nothing you can do about it. And you don't even know how or why or where they got the data from. And yeah, it's an interesting little edge case of the internet.
That's a good one.
My pet peeve is that it's gotten so bad and nobody I know cares. Yeah. Everybody is just fine with it. Nobody realizes how much data is being sold of theirs, and it's just part of life.
So for the rest of this, I said this to the others, but I'll say it to you, Matthew. I'm just going to ask questions, throw it to one of you, and then ask another question, unless one of you just jumps in, which I encourage you to do, so we just don't do the down the row thing every time. So, okay, so here's my first question for you. Matthew did a good job of talking about the technology that's out there and kind of how everything is working so far. Maybe Ian, we know Zcash is one, but maybe you can give us one interesting use case of something that's live right now using zero-knowledge technology.
I think the other major use case beyond payments is we're starting to get identity protocols.
Okay.
Where you can like register an account and then later prove something about yourself. So you can like convert a US passport into an identity on a blockchain and then go prove to a website that you're say over 18 or that you've had the account for this long or any number of things like this. And we're starting
is that live?
I think there are like 4 or 5 protocols that claim to have things live. I have not double clicked on exactly what their definition of live is and if it's
Cool. Yeah, I know. Well, I know. Kind of along those lines, at I don't know, the crazy town that Vitalik started. Their tickets were all zero knowledge, right? It like proved that you were allowed in, but it didn't say like it wouldn't say mine was Brady, right? It just that's a cool example. It's out there. All right, cool. Anyone else want to jump in on that one? No. All right, cool. Elena, I'll ask you this question because you're the one who's on here representing a company that you're building yourself. But others can jump in too. What is an interesting near-term problem that your team is working on? You know, it feels solvable, but it is a thing that is sort of holding you back right now as you build out what you're working on.
I mean, I think we always believe to solve simple problems first and make that a really great user experience and then continue to carry on. Because I think in ZK in particular, people get too excited and they want to build out everything. They want to build like their own language model and their own IDE and like just like everything, right? And so that is like pretty hard for people to kind of grasp. And so for us, it's like we want to solve payments. Like how do you send private USDC safely and very easily and in a way that actually makes sense for people. And so for us, like we've been mainnet launched since April 20th of last year. Right now we're working on those bridges. And right now we're very close to getting to that experience of having a private USDC. And then like making that experience really solid and understanding, do people even want privacy and how do they want privacy? And then kind of going from there. So that is like maybe 3 months out. So fairly close, or I shouldn't, well, you know, engineering roadmaps, but fingers crossed, it's just.
I'm curious, are you on the bridge to Ironfish, are you trying to make the bridge, like the fact that you went into the bridge and went over there, are you trying to make that private too?
No, I mean, every time you're exiting a transparent system into a private system, like the fact that you are depositing money into a privacy pool, that will always be public.
Okay.
There are some actually cool ZK bridge ideas, but they require that you kind of own both the minting capabilities of both assets, and that's kind of pretty hard in practice. But yeah, we're trying just to get to like private Bitcoin experience, private USDC. Like, how do we get to payments or payroll or like just any sort of simple experience and do that really well before we move forward and do something more complex.
Okay, cool. And so I feel like an ongoing story here. Well, okay, so stepping back, you know, Matthew talked about how folks just don't super care about this issue broadly. And one of the more depressing stories, I mean, to me, I don't know, people could disagree, but that we saw in crypto this year, I mean, it wasn't a major privacy coin, but formerly Zencash, then Horizon, just, you know, sort of bragged as it was like this great announcement that they are taking all of the privacy features out of their coin, and I guess it's just a normal coin now. I don't really know, like, but you know, that's what it was created to do, and it took it out. I don't know if it was the greatest one in the world, but whatever was there is now gone, which is not an encouraging sign. I guess I'll throw this to you, Matthew. Like, what's your take on that? Will we see more crypto projects that sort of claimed privacy as a feature give up like that?
So I've been talking to some VCs about this, and they are terrified of privacy. And they're terrified of privacy because they see their investment disappearing in a sanctions action, or they see something terrible happening with people sending money to North Korea. And look, that's part of this, right? But you know, maybe the answer, and I don't love this answer, but it's something I've been working on. Maybe the answer is we try to have privacy that answers those questions. Maybe the answer is we try to make privacy that, you know, the people who are very afraid of that kind of stuff are comfortable with. And so there are ways to do that. So we got to find a balance, but it is very worrying to me that that is a thing happening today.
Yeah. Get a little closer on your mic too, Matthew, if that's okay.
Sure.
Other folks on that one?
I mean, I think the hard problem, Ron Tromer, a colleague of ours, had this quote of like, convincing people in blockchains to value privacy is like selling people on seatbelts in cars in like 1920, right? You can sort of tell if cars get faster and whatever, you might need them, but right now it's like, for everything that's on there, it's not quite worth it. And then now with all the risks of sanctions and such, it's like, well, it's really not worth it in a lot of people's eyes. So convincing them to care is quite hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen projects pivot away from privacy to do other things. And so, like, the comparison that I make is that the privacy space is like Squid Games. Like, you see one project get sanctioned, like, 2 people, like, pivot in, like, the same, you know, several months, and you're like, oh, my God. Like, we literally either have projects that have a really hard time shipping and, like, always delay their timelines, or we have projects that, again, pivot or get sanctioned. And it's like, you know, like, crypto has been around for more than 10 years now, and we still can't get private USDC. So it's like, you know, it is very much like a Squid Game sort of situation. But I think Matthew is correct. Like, if we build a privacy solution that is safe and that actually addresses questions of sanctions and how do we make sure that malicious actors don't use it, that is the solution that is going to win. And on one hand, like, yes, like, crypto is very cyberpunk and like very anarchist and very like libertarian. That's great. But that is not what's actually going to work here. And at the end of the day, like, we're not working, you know, long hours and like putting in like all of our efforts into this to help, you know, hackers and the bad people of the world. We're making sure that crypto users get kind of the vision that they're promised. So yeah, so I think like it is a very depressing time in privacy right now, but in a weird way, it's also very encouraging because it's like the people that actually stay in privacy and work in privacy, there's very few of them. They're very, very mission aligned, and that's really cool to see too.
I mean, let me push back on one comment you made there a little bit, because I do hear this a lot from folks working on this stuff. I mean, it's kind of the Monero thesis, right? That like, we can just push back and eventually it gets big enough and they just won't be able to stop us, right? Like, isn't there some argument for folks out there doing that sort of like hell-raising, devil-may-care strategy? Isn't there some chance that that could work out? Or do you guys really think that we should just, that folks, the space should just abandon that approach? Ian, you do that one.
I think it's yet to be seen. There are interesting discussions if, the reason Monero sticks around is because it's tolerated or if because its privacy is actually weak enough that it doesn't actually cause a problem for law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a dynamic that plays out. There certainly are people who have the position, we're going to build this thing and just make it big enough and not interact with regulators, and it's like this come and take it attitude.
Mm-hmm.
And the flip side is you have people like Matt who have built sort of compliant systems, and I actually don't have an opinion on which one of those is going to work out or which one of them's the right idea. I'm sort of hedging my bets.
I mean, I think for us, like, we're philosophically aligned, and also we're kind of forced to think about how do you protect our privacy, like, how do we protect Ironfish from bad actors, you know? Uh-huh. And so, like, morally, like, I don't want to work on a project that helps the bad actors of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so that feeling kind of aligns with what we're seeing, what makes regulators more comfortable of, like, if we talk to them about how we protect Ironfish from sanctioned addresses and so on, we get a much better response.
So let's talk about talking to regulators. A lot of times, I think I write about you all's technology like reasonably okay, but it's not unusual that when I do it, I'll say something that cryptography can do and write something like, trust me, it's sort of like magic. I don't know, it works. Like that's a line that I default to sometimes. And like, it's tough to imagine like, two options for regulators is, one, everything's just in plain text and they can read it whenever they want. Or two, you go through this regulated portal and everyone who's on some chain or in some network has been verified, but you got no friggin' clue what's going on inside there. It's all just like, it's totally encrypted. Like, how do you explain that to law enforcement in a way, or, to regulators, that they believe you that that's still just as good as everything being in plain text? So, like, this is a good Matthew question.
Oh, wow. Okay. We've kind of come to this weird accommodation where, like, some people believe that this kind of on-ramp, off-ramp thing is good, but very few people are willing to settle with it. And a big part of the problem is we're starting in a different place. We're starting in this place where financial surveillance is the kind of expected law of the land, right? And we're trying to ask them to give all that up. And it's very, very hard to imagine them giving that up, even for something that's partial. And so, part of the answer is either make it inevitable, which is kind of what Signal did, right? Signal and its ilk and WhatsApp just made it so easy to use that one day everyone was using it and liked it and nobody complained. The other option is give them something that gives them the capabilities they want and lets them, do more than on-ramps and off-ramps. And both things have to be tried at the same time, and I think that'll happen. It just takes time.
So Elena, how do you explain to regulators that you really can trust that your regulated approach, even though a lot of stuff is dark, is trustworthy for the law enforcement folks of the world?
Yeah, so the way we approach it is there's like three places where you can potentially monitor transactions. On the ingress, like when transactions are going from a transparent chain over to a privacy pool, you can monitor transactions within the privacy pool, although that is extremely hard and kind of impractical, or you can monitor transactions going out of the privacy pool back into a transparent chain. And so when transactions are going from a transparent chain to a privacy pool, like let's say Ethereum into Ironfish, that is when you have the most information about who is trying to interact with Ironfish. And so for us, like right now we're working with a bridge operator that is very comfortable saying that we are going to freeze funds if they're going from a sanctioned address, or if they're going from an address that is responsible for a DeFi hack or is somehow associated with that. And they have a real-time threat detection model, and they operate like a non-crypto, regular company in terms of like how they screen transactions and so on. And so that's part of the reason why we worked with that company in particular, is to make sure that no sanctioned address and no bad actor is actually going to get on Ironfish. And I think when we explain it in very clear terms of like, look, we are working with a partner who's doing the same exact level of screening that a non-crypto company would do when they're screening malicious actors using their product. And that is the only entryway to Ironfish right now. And within Ironfish, because we don't have smart contracts, we only kind of have multi-asset control. There's not much of the damage that they can do, because then they would have to exit out of Ironfish into a transparent chain again. And so I think right now that is resonating. So that's how we explain it.
Right. I think the biggest thing you have to do is you have to explain that there are a bunch of tools that you have, even if you can't see the entire transaction graph and run chain analysis on your blockchain. Right? Because the interesting thing about all these DeFi hacks is when the money gets stolen, right, the guys who had it usually notice. And so it's enough to slow down the money.
No, they don't. They don't notice.
Well, they notice eventually. Somebody flags it. That's the entire thesis. It's not quick. That's the problem. And this is the whole debate if you look at things like the anonymity sets, association sets protocols of just how much time do we have to say you have to wait 7 days before you bridge the money over into a privacy pool, or is it 7 hours, or is it 7 minutes? And the entire question is, how long does it take for somebody to notice that this DeFi protocol got hacked and the money moved in?
Can I just add a coda to that, which is it would be amazing if DeFi stopped getting hacked. I know that sounds a little facetious, but if DeFi kind of cleaned up its act and had better monitoring of something bad happened, 95% of these problems that are being attributed to the privacy protocols wouldn't exist.
So I think DeFi is, there's tons of giant hacks that happen, but it's kind of true that DeFi protocols that exist for a certain amount of time, if you're a 2-year-old protocol, probably you're not getting hacked anymore. It keeps me in the new stuff, right? Anyway, it's probably not really on topic right now. And maybe this is for Ian, and maybe you guys don't know about this, but how do you all feel? I think it's Zcash, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I think didn't Zcash implement a thing where certain people, like law enforcement, kind of can peer into the transactions, but most people can't? Or what's the window thing that they made?
No. There's a view key that you have so you can see your transactions.
Okay.
If you wanted to hand that to somebody,
okay,
they could see the things you made.
I'm screwing that up so bad. Okay.
Not a law enforcement window.
Well, actually, it was a pretty cool experiment by Espresso Systems. They're one of the projects that pivoted away from privacy, but one of the projects that they worked on was called CAPE.
Okay.
And essentially, it allowed a person to make their own privacy asset. So for instance, Circle could make their own private USDC, and then whoever made that asset, in this example, Circle, would have a global view key for that asset.
Okay.
And so they would be responsible for monitoring all the transactions, and if something bad happened, they could hand over that global view key over to FBI or law enforcement and so on. Now, the project exists and is open source, but they did pivot away from it. And part of the reason is it's really risky to hold that global view key. So nobody really wants that responsibility. And then actually, there's a lot of other complications of okay, if you are in control of whether or not transactions happen or don't happen on your protocol, does that make you an MSB, like a money transmitter business? And the answer is maybe. And if the answer is yes, then all of a sudden you have a lot more other regulatory requirements, and so no one really wants to touch that.
I'm sorry to any Zcash fans out there for screwing up that feature. Ian corrected me. Somewhere Zuko got very tense and didn't know why. So sorry about that. But that was cool. Thanks for clarifying that. And that was a great addendum, Elena.
I do actually want to point out that the idea of we all have a key that can decrypt everything and it will only be held by some trusted party who's the good guys is a terrible idea.
No, yeah.
Because that key will get stolen.
What was that thing? What was that thing they built into phones? That's
There was the Clipper chip, maybe
yeah,
what you're talking about, which was a number of years ago. And even more relevantly, I guess I'll let you explain this with Juniper.
That's all a little off topic.
Okay.
I was just going to say, I've talked to a lot of regulators, and the minute you go beyond privacy and you say, okay, who do you want to appoint to give that key to? They panic. Because it turns out that legally they have obligations to make sure that people's privacy, that's the second part. The Bank Secrecy Act is called the Bank Secrecy Act. It's the law in the US that gives them access to all this data, but secrecy is a big part of it. And the minute you anoint someone, then you have this terrifying question about how do you keep that information secure, and they do care about that a lot.
So a thing I'd like to hear you all talk about, because a lot of this stuff does feel a lot like magic, and only a small number of people in the world really understand it. How can a user feel confident that a good privacy protocol out there, a good privacy service, really is honoring the claims it makes? Just because nobody else can see anything, how can you really know that there isn't someone who has a secret path in there? How can you be confident about that?
I mean, I think time, right? Like, none of the privacy protocols have been hacked per se. And when privacy protocols do fail, it's not the super duper like heavy cryptography. It's maybe like the OPSEC around it. So I mean, I think like we've had years now of privacy protocols delivering what they promised. And so I think it's just time. But I mean, also like trust and math. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, so the privacy protocols that were vetted and people looked at and people said, well, good. There have also been a number of sort of
Fair.
ones that had much worse guarantees and got broken. But the ones that were like best of breed, and the people said, yes, there was nothing here. We did these security audits. Reputable people talked about them. Yeah, they've delivered on what they've said.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, like Zcash did have quote unquote leaks, but it wasn't in the privacy protocol itself. It was like the wallet for like accidentally was pinging something that it shouldn't have, et cetera. So again, it's like, it's not the heavy duty technology that was failing. It was like the quote unquote easy stuff around it that maybe engineers weren't paying as much attention to that quote unquote failed.
Let me ask a crazy dumb question. So you build, a private blockchain, right? And you publish the code that runs the blockchain, and everyone looks at the code and they're like, yes, this is good and trustworthy. But that's like on GitHub and they look at it there. How do I know as a user that that's actually what's running? You know?
Yeah.
How,
You download it, you compile it yourself. No, seriously.
Well, someone can do that. Some third party can do that.
They should, yeah. If it's
Yeah, I
open
mean,
source.
every person doesn't need to do it. But if like you, Matthew Green, go, yes, I downloaded and compiled it myself. This isn't garbage. Then
Yes, and there's a whole system called reproducible builds that basically does that. Lets you not only download it, compile it yourself, but you get exactly the same binary that you would have gotten from the App Store. And so you can check on behalf of the other 10 million users or whatever, and that gives people assurance.
Oh, great. That's a great answer. That makes me feel better about the world.
Yeah, but the follow-up question, which none of us know the answer to, is how many projects actually do that?
Uh-huh.
And it certainly is not all of them.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how many.
Yeah, but it's good to know that there is a way. And the thing that even people who don't understand, normal people can demand that from projects. They can say, like, please do this. And yeah. So looking forward, let's have everyone do this. Let's start at Matthew this time. What's everyone excited about in the near term for this technology in deploying in the world?
Okay, so I think two things are going to happen. One is that we're starting to see people doing private DeFi and private smart contracts. Those systems are coming online in the next year or two. And like some of them are really, really nice. Like you can use them. They have great wallets. They're like a whole different level of usability from past systems. So I think that's huge. And just the thing I want to add to that, other than these new systems coming online, is that we're all in these like super early days, right? Everybody here, even 14 years after Nakamoto, right? We're all in the super early days. So it may seem clumsy. You may not want to use some of this tech, but it is getting better really quickly, and it's going to be a lot better in the next few years.
Yep. So I'm excited that it seems like we're finally starting to see this like demand for privacy. We used to use this fictitious example of suppose you wanted to settle payroll on a blockchain. And when it was just Bitcoin, that was more than a little ridiculous. But now there are actually companies trying to do this on Ethereum and running into the literal, like, you paid person A, you paid person B, they found out they get paid more than the other one. So we're starting to get demand. And then on the same side, we're finally getting these more flexible ZK privacy protocols that have like programmability in them, where you can actually do custom assets or custom authorization logic or identity and KYC in a way that might meet real world requirements in a way that things like Zcash and Tornado Cash were a little too awkward and clunky to do.
Yeah, I think for privacy protocols in particular, you do get a hit on user experience, and that's probably what Matthew was alluding to. Like right now, if you wanted to just figure out your balance, you have to index a lot. So like you couldn't have like a MetaMask and Fury experience without losing some of your privacy, for instance. But there are a number of teams that are trying to solve this problem right now. And once we make that experience better, then all of a sudden we can do better DeFi or privacy plus DeFi applications. What I'm personally excited about, like we sponsored a hackathon, like a ZK hackathon, and people did pretty incredible things that I didn't actually expect. Like someone did, Ironfish transactions using a chatbot, but had spend limits using Noir. I was like, whoa, that's amazing. That kind of shows how interoperable all these things are and how we can kind of tie them in together. And then another person did private donations to campaigns, which I think in light of Ukraine donations and people actually getting arrested for it in Russia is pretty relevant. And so we're kind of seeing innovation of people using privacy in a very applicable way, and that to me is very exciting. The other thing that's really exciting to me is DeFi inherently is very transparent, and there's a lot of things that actually, like NFTs, like people want to show off their NFTs, and so transparency is actually a feature add, not a not a bug, so to speak. And so there's a lot of kind of projects that are doing intermix of private state and public state as how it relates to DeFi. That's pretty exciting for me as well.
So another side of cryptography that I think is really cool that I don't think is talked about as much, but is the whole signing things, the attestation thing. It's like you can say, this came from there, or this person did it, or whatever. And in the age of AI, we're going to have a lot more crap flowing out onto the internet. Are we going to be able to get ZK protocols to be fast enough that they could handle signing lots of legitimate stuff and that could get out there and it could verify things quickly enough so you could kind of have an internet where you could know what's trustworthy and what's not? Matthew, what's your...
Yeah, I think we're going to start to see that tech, and I think the ability to do that cryptographically is a big piece of it. And I hate to say it, but WorldCoin, ugh, I hate it.
Wow.
I hate everything about it, but
wow,
they at least have figured out some of that stuff, and they're using privacy tech. Everything else about it is really scary, and so I'm not in favor of it.
The problem with WorldCoin is the optics.
Yes.
Bump. Yeah. Wait, I want to hear. We got 1 minute left. Any other thoughts on AI and cryptography from the crew? No, Ian, come on.
I mean, I guess I'll say that I think you're fairly far out from the days of the ZKML. We're going to do a proof of ChatGPT, and so that would take a while. On the other hand, you might have more simple things. You might have ZK proofs about the origin of a photo. This is something that's been active bit of research. It turns out we now have signed images from certain sets of professional cameras, and they're active projects looking at how to do I know this photo is legitimate and not a deep fake.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting.
But there is a dark side to that, which is that the ability to do things that people don't want you to do, like use your phone the way you want it to do, ZK may be used to prevent that, so we may get even more locked down.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
Right now, we already have our phones locked down by Apple in terms of what we can do with them, but they're not everywhere. But ZK may start enforcing more limits on what we can do on our phone inside of the programs. I see this big thing saying wrap up.
Yeah, totally. It's time to get out of here. Well, thanks a ton for everyone. Hopefully some aspects of this made you feel a little bit better about the present dystopia that we live in. And like I said, sign up for Axios Crypto. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was a super awesome, informative panel. Thank you. That was awesome. I learned a lot. All right, we've got a little bit more exciting privacy-related content for you guys. We have a talk about Tornado Cash coming up. I assume most people in the audience are probably familiar with Tornado Cash. It was the most popular mixer on the Ethereum network and was sanctioned by OFAC about 18 months ago. You're going to hear the full background story in a moment, so I won't duplicate that right now. But this is a fundamental privacy tool that I think, as I said earlier, I think privacy is a fundamental human right. Sorry. And there's so many legitimate use cases for tools like mixers. I did a privacy session a couple years ago with some friends teaching basic privacy, and we literally did a live demo of Tornado Cash before the sanctions, right? Showing people why mixers are an important tool, why it makes sense to use them in your daily life to break the links among transactions if you want to obfuscate how much you're getting paid, or donations you might be making to particular charities, things like that. Because unfortunately, the world we live in, as the last panel discussed, everything we do on chain is, of course, not private and totally visible, at least for now, until some of these technologies we've been hearing about take off. And yeah, I mean, I'll just share one more fun fact that I learned about Tornado Cash this week. Despite the fact that it's on a sanctions list, despite the fact that like the front end has been removed, the developers are in prison. Again, you're going to hear a whole bunch about that in a second. It still has hundreds of millions of dollars in the contract, like $400-something million, I think, as of this week, and it's still being used, which just goes to show, again, why these tools are so important and that there really are very limited alternatives. Although you're going to hear now about some of the alternatives that are being built and kind of the next generation of privacy technology. So our next speaker is Amin Salmani. He is well known as the summoner of the Moloch DAO, for those who remember that important event in 2019. And yeah, again, Amin's going to talk to you about Tornado Cash and in particular why the Tornado Cash developers need our support. Let's hope this works. Yeah, Julian Assange also needs our support. Was there any Julian Assange content this year? I know we had some last year. We did, as Danny and I mentioned earlier, we did a whole main stage takeover last year on privacy, a little bit similar to some of the stuff you're hearing here, but longer and in more depth. We had a number of panels with a number of just really pioneers. We had folks come and speak about their experience during the first crypto wars in the 90s. You know, about how cryptography, strong cryptography, was originally labeled as a munition, about how that war was fought, those legal battles. About, again, yeah, like you heard about this year, some of the kind of cutting edge cryptography that's emerging. All of those panels and conversations are available as videos on YouTube, so definitely check those out. And I'm just going to reiterate something Danny said earlier for anyone maybe who wasn't here, or even for you guys who were. It still bears repeating. You know, ETHDenver is very much a community-led event, and like your feedback matters enormously. So to the extent that you guys agree that privacy is an important topic and that we need more coverage of it, the best thing you can do is just tweet at us, tweet at ETHDenver on Twitter. I assume there's a Farcaster presence for ETHDenver as well. I'm a boomer, so I'm just like onboarding there. But yeah, let us know what you liked, what you want to hear more of next year, if there's any speakers or topics you guys want to hear about. All right, I'm just going to keep riffing on Web3 privacy while Amin gets set up. Like I said, so there's an event called HOPE, for anyone who's not familiar. HOPE stands for Hackers of Planet Earth. This event takes place, well, it's not always every year. It didn't used to be every year, but there was one last year in New York City, and it's happening again this year. And it is a OG of OG's hacker event. I think it started in the like mid-90s, 94, 95, somewhere around that time. And with a couple of kind of co-conspirators, we did a workshop, as I said, just before the Tornado Cash sanctions were announced on Web3 privacy best practices. So one of the things we spoke about was how to use mixers. In the Bitcoin world, there are wallets like the Wasabi wallet and the Samurai wallet that actually embed mixers into the wallet. This is kind of cool. I'm not aware that this exists in Ethereum today, but if anyone knows of something like this, like shout it out. And the idea is like your coins just kind of get mixed automatically with other coins, which again kind of breaks transaction linkability. So it's not necessarily the case that if I send my friend 5 USDC or something to pay for lunch, that he can also see where those coins came from and how much I got paid and where that money came from and what NFTs are in my wallet and all that kind of stuff. But it just bears repeating that everything is visible by default. The wallets we have today are getting better, but they're not amazingly strong on privacy yet. It is actually possible to improve your privacy considerably if you follow some best practices. Right? So, I mean, mixers are a controversial topic. That's one option. Another good thing is just compartmentalization of your identities, right? So rather than using a single wallet for everything, which is kind of the default mode in MetaMask and many popular wallets, if you actually create many accounts and then kind of think about compartmentalization. So maybe you kind of have an account where you, like, if you're getting paid in crypto, right, where you receive your funds, maybe a separate account where you hold your NFTs. Maybe if you're active in multiple communities, you have multiple wallets, one for each of those communities, again, just to kind of break the link, the connections among the different wallets. There's kind of a little kind of hack or trick that a lot of people use, which is not nearly as strong as a real mixer like Tornado Cash. But one thing that works fairly well is when you create multiple accounts. And just as a reminder, right, creating accounts in most wallets is like a single click. Like if you're in MetaMask, you can just say add account, add account, add account. Like I really encourage every one of you, if you don't already have this, just go create 10 as a starting point, right? And then seed those wallets with a little bit of ETH. Of course, in the Ethereum world, you need a little bit of ETH in your wallet in order to do anything interesting to transact. And so this kind of trick that I'm referring to, which is like a mixer light, is to just withdraw those coins from an exchange, right? And if you have coins in one wallet, you can kind of deposit them onto, you know, Binance, Coinbase, OKX, whatever exchange you're using, and then withdraw ideally different amounts, right? So you don't, I mean, it's a little bit more clear. You can establish links among transactions if the amounts are identical. So for example, if you deposit 10 ETH and then withdraw 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, right? That's easier. But if you kind of use random numbers, just withdraw some dust, a little bit, you know, 0.1 ETH, whatever it is, into each of those accounts. It depends on your threat model, right? So if your threat model is not necessarily that an exchange like Coinbase or Binance is going to come after you, or I mean, I guess the U.S. government is now running compliance for Coinbase or for Binance, so maybe that's out. But it's better than nothing, okay? It's a lot better than just having a single wallet where you do everything, right? So just to reiterate, create multiple wallet accounts. If possible, use strong tools like mixers. If that's not possible for whatever reason, consider pulling funds off an exchange, because at least it breaks that linkability for most threat models. I've got a couple more of these, but I'm going to run out soon if you don't get your laptop working, I mean. That's not Linux, is it? No? Another way that people often leak metadata in their Ethereum transactions, and this is also the case for Bitcoin, is like the way gas and fees are paid. So certain wallets have certain patterns by which they set the gas. And like my knowledge of this is kind of a year to 2 years out of date, and things may have changed a little bit after EIP 1559. But let's say you fire off a set of, let's say you do what I said a moment ago. Let's say you create a bunch of different wallet accounts, okay? Great, that's a first step, right? You've kind of broken a lot of the linkability among your different wallets. If you then fire off a bunch of transactions kind of around the same time using the same wallet software, first of all, there may be a pattern in time, right? So you kind of have to, again, kind of think like an adversary and think if you were trying to de-anonymize someone and figure out that these wallet accounts all belong to the same person, right? You might look for patterns like time. Like, is there a bundle of transactions that appear around the same time? And do they have similar amounts, right? So is the gas, let's say the tip, the base fee, right? Are those identical among all those transactions? You can do a lot of statistical analysis to, again, like kind of establish links among accounts. So just kind of trying to keep all this stuff in mind as you transact to ensure strong privacy. You want to riff a little? I'm running out of stuff.
This is the most impressive filibuster I have ever witnessed. Thank you, Lane. Give it up. I'm actually going to do my presentation on this tiny monitor because it shows up there, but not. I'm joking. I hope we can figure this out. Thank you for the tech crew. Yeah. I'll just put my laptop on my hand and show you guys like that. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm going to talk about, oh, hey. Cool. Just in time. All right. Is this going to work? Oh, okay. I'll figure that out later. This talk is called Storm Clouds Ahead, Why the Tornado Cash Developers Need Your Support. I'm Amin Soleimani, summoner of Moloch DAO. Thank you for joining us. Now, could I get a show of hands? Who here has heard of Tornado Cash? Everyone. Keep your hands up if you've also aware of the legal actions facing Alexei and Roman And keep your hands up if you believe that open source developers should be held criminally liable for the crimes of foreign terrorists. There are some rooms in which there would still be a lot of hands up. I'm glad this is not one of them. So the Tornado Cash story. It was a privacy protocol used to generate fresh wallets because ETH nerds were actually jealous of Zcash and their private money infrastructure. And we wanted to avoid revealing our balances and transaction history with every single payment. Moloch DAO funded the initial development in 2019. It was of an open source privacy protocol to protect the security of Ethereum users. And it was the second ZK Snarks deployment in human history after Zcash. There was a 1,000-person plus trusted setup ceremony, and not many people know this, but the Tornado Cash team was actually rejected in the final round. There was 2 teams by Moloch DAO to get the initial grant to build it, and they were so mad that they built the entire thing in 3 weeks anyway, and then Moloch DAO was able to reward them with a retroactive grant and paid for the rest of the open source development in terms of audits and stuff. And we used it for our personal privacy. I used it for payroll, and Vitalik, always the hero, used it to donate money to support Ukraine. Everything was going fine until North Korea allegedly hacked Axie Infinity, a video game, for $600 million. Why a video game had $600 million, I don't know. Subject for a different talk. But this was not good. Because after they hacked Axie Infinity for $600 million, those hackers started depositing hundreds of millions of those hack proceeds into Tornado Cash. And on August 8th, 2022, OFAC sanctioned the Tornado Cash contracts. And you can see that in their official statement, which is still there on the Treasury website, they say that $7 billion was laundered. They have no interest in differentiating between legitimate and illegitimate uses of the protocol. So the legal action against Alexei. 2 days after the sanctions, on August 10th, 2022, Alexei was arrested in the Netherlands. He was held without bail for 9 months, and he was finally released on bail in April of 2023. He's been charged with laundering over 500,000 Ether, which, according to the authorities, he should have suspected was of criminal origin. Alexei has denied these charges. His trial starts in less than 1 month on March 26th. I plan to be there. The outcome of his trial will have an impact on Roman's trial as well. And we're grateful for the support of the Amsterdam privacy community who came out to rally for Alexei. And you can see the signs say, open source is not a crime, privacy is not a crime. And so then we have the legal action against Roman. So 1 year after Alexei's arrest, on August 23rd, 2023, Roman Storm was arrested at his home at gunpoint in front of his 3-year-old daughter. And the FBI director, Christopher A. Wray, in his official Department of Justice post on that day, said, "Today's announcement should remind criminal organizations everywhere in the world that they are neither untraceable nor anonymous. You can't hide from us behind a keyboard, whether you're a hacker or a facilitator." The awkward part of this is that Roman was not hiding. He was cooperating with the investigation when he was arrested. And beyond that, all of the code for this project was publicly available on GitHub, and the updates were all posted to Twitter. So if the government didn't like it, why didn't they send a pull request? Roman Storm is charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering, 1 count of conspiracy to violate US sanctions, and conspiracy to operate an unlicensed money transmitting business. He could face a total of up to 25 years in prison. He was released on bail and pled not guilty, and his trial starts September 23rd in New York City. I plan to be there as well. I do have a video that Roman prepared for his legal defense fundraiser. We'll see if this doesn't look like it's carrying over, but Mirror displays. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Is the sound going to work? Could we get the sound on this? It's just Roman's face. All right. I'm going to come back to this maybe at the end, since we're having technical difficulties anyway. Oh, God. So Roman basically explains that his case is going to impact all of us, and that he was cooperating with the investigation when he was arrested at gunpoint at his house at 6 a.m. in front of his 3-year-old daughter, and that he needs all of our help as much as we can afford to help out. And so some friends and I helped set up Justice DAO to support the legal defense fundraiser. Moloch DAO donated its remaining funds. Gnosis donated as well. And last month, we kicked off a fundraiser on Juicebox, which successfully raised over $1 million from over 750 transactions. We are still short of our goal of $1.5 million. And so if you are inclined and have the means, please donate. There's a link there. And please follow Free Alexei Roman on the Twitter. I'd like to give some thanks to people who've supported so far. First off, Edward Snowden, who amplified the fundraiser, which was a big help. And I agree that privacy is not a crime. And I'd also like to thank some of the major donors. We've got Matter Labs. Thank you, Matter Labs. Thank you, NounsDAO, JessPow.eth, Vitalik.eth, Noun12.eth, Koppelman.eth, BGDLabs.eth, and over 750 others who donated what they could. Oh, okay, cool. I have an aux cable now. Well, which side is this? Come back to this in a sec. So, I'd like to talk about why the Tornado Cash devs deserve support. And 3 main points I'll go over are the Tornado Cash compliance tool, that the devs couldn't have stopped anything, and that this legal action represents a disproportionate misapplication of the law. So, the Tornado Cash developers went out of their way to build a compliance tool. This tool allowed users to generate a proof of which deposit belongs to them. And this allows users to dox themselves as needed to financial authorities if mandated by regulators. There was a Federal Reserve report on Tornado Cash published at the St. Louis Fed, and it explored the trade-off between regulations and privacy. It was the best paper on Tornado Cash I'd read so far, and it explained or suggested that to regulate effectively, that they believe that users should have to provide receipts for which deposit belonged to them to a financial intermediary managed by a regulator. It basically mandated the use of the Tornado Cash compliance tool that they built. And they conclude in that report, crypto asset mixers such as Tornado Cash may become an integral part of public blockchain infrastructure. They understood the value of privacy and the dangers of financial data honeypots. And I have one personal nitpick to add here, and that's that it's not a mixer. If it was a mixer, you wouldn't be able to prove that your deposit belonged to you specifically. And if OFAC had a problem with the compliance tool that the St. Louis Federal Reserve recommended using, they could have just talked to the team about it. So the next point is that the devs couldn't have stopped anything. In the same Department of Justice post on the day of Roman's arrest, Assistant Attorney General Matthew G. Olson said, as stated in the indictment, the defendant's cryptocurrency service facilitated more than 1 billion in illicit transactions, and they knowingly allowed a globally sanctioned cybercrime group to launder hundreds of millions of dollars on behalf of the North Korean regime. In addition, Acting Assistant Attorney General Nicole M. Argentieri said, as alleged, the defendants operated Tornado Cash as a safe haven for criminal actors to obfuscate the trail of funds tied to their criminal activities. This is a chart of the ETH in Tornado Cash. You can see the top of the second spike is when the sanctions happened, and in the month after the sanctions, the amount of ETH in Tornado went from about 250,000 to about 100,000. But in the months, in the years since then, the amount of ETH is up about 40% to back about 130, 40,000. And this is despite US sanctions, the devs being arrested, the DAO being hacked by a malicious governance proposal, and the UI being compromised by the DAO hacker. The smart contract is immutable, and what that means is that it will continue to operate as programmed until the heat death of the universe or the end of the Ethereum blockchain, whichever one comes first. Not even the Torn governance system could shut it down. Also, it was a non-custodial system. There was no admin key to freeze deposits. If there was, that would have been a massive security vulnerability for all of the users, including the legitimate ones, because if it was hacked, then all of the legitimate users could also have their money drained. And the smart contract can be accessed from any UI or command line interface. The UI that the Tornado Cash devs were managing actually did go ahead and block addresses using the Chainalysis Sanctions API, but if other people can access it through other UIs, there's nothing they can really do to stop people from accessing it. And so the devs are not the criminals that you are looking for. Further, the legal action against them represents a disproportionate misapplication of the law. When HSBC laundered $900 million for the cartels, no one was criminally charged. But when the Tornado Cash devs wrote some open source code, they were crucified. So when the HSBC cartel money laundering happened, OFAC pursued a civil enforcement, and the Department of Justice went ahead with a deferred prosecution agreement, which resulted only in fines, no criminal charges. With Tornado Cash, OFAC went straight for sanctions, and the Department of Justice went straight for criminal indictment. And this is despite the FinCEN guidance that non-custodial privacy tools are not money services business. Notably, FinCEN did not take parallel enforcement action as they have in the past. The Tornado Cash developers are fighting for all of us. The outcomes of these trials will have far-reaching consequences for ETH developers and for users, especially those working on privacy tools. If they lose, they face imprisonment and government overreach. Holding the protocol developers accountable for the crimes of their users will reach only further. I'd like to thank NounsDAO in particular and Brennan.eth, who submitted a manifesto along with his yes vote to send the NounsDAO proposal. I'm going to read part of this manifesto. We find ourselves at a pivotal juncture in history, where our actions and decisions will significantly influence the landscape of commerce and freedom. Across our global village, voices rise in unison, advocating for the liberty to engage in commerce, for the autonomy to innovate without undue hindrance, and for the sovereignty to partake in the vast tapestry of global trade. These are not mere theoretical concepts. They are the bedrock upon which we construct our shared economic future. Let us be clear. Our resistance is not born out of a disregard for societal governance or societal welfare. Instead, it is rooted in the belief that true economic prosperity flourishes in an environment of freedom and open competition. Our struggle is not against regulation per se, but against the overreach that stifles innovation, creativity, and equitable access to markets. Thus, let us advance with determination, not as adversaries of regulation, but as advocates for balanced and reasonable frameworks that nurture innovation and equitable commerce. Let our resistance be a testament to our commitment to economic freedom, a beacon for open trade, and a clarion call for the empowerment of all participants in the global market. Thank you, Brendan.eth. We turn the manifesto into NFTs, and you can purchase them and support our cause. Please follow the Twitter there. I'd like to also mention privacy pools, which is advancing the compliance tools that Tornado Cash team pioneered. With privacy pools, users can publicly dissociate from illicit funds. And this aligns with the regulatory objectives of isolating the illicit funds while still providing privacy for legitimate users. There's a testnet that's live on Goerli at privacypools.com. You can check it out. And it works like this. You can see the red boxes at the bottom. Those are the deposits that you don't want to associate with. And so when you withdraw from a privacy pool, you can provide a proof that says, hey, I'm not going to tell you which specific deposits I am, but I can prove to you that I'm not the illicit money or the North Korean hackers or the DeFi hackers that have deposited. We shipped a working demo last ETHDenver. We published a paper with Vitalik on privacy pools and compliance. We worked with Dr. Fabian Schar and his team from the University of Basel, the authors of the original Tornado Cash paper that was published in the St. Louis Fed. And we've been presenting the work at regulatory conferences to educate regulators about the new opportunities that are unlocked by using zero-knowledge proofs for compliance. Moloch DAO gave the grants to Chainway to build the Privacy Pools 2.0 system, which we will complete this week. And now that the R&D is complete, so is my involvement. And I am now advising Oxbow, a company doing compliance, monitoring, and whitelisting for privacy pools and more, which we'll discuss on the panel after this. I'd like to conclude by saying that putting the devs in chains for eternity and feeding their guts to the eagles won't prevent the zero-knowledge proof fire from spreading to humanity. The future we want depends on zero-knowledge proofs for privacy, whether it's freedom from central bank digital currencies that are essentially massive surveillance operations, or if we just simply want to iterate and make better blockchain-based democratic institutions where voters cannot be coerced or bribed or put in danger by their votes being public. And in the story of Prometheus, he's actually rescued by Hercules. And so today, together, we can all be Hercules. Let's free our Promethean friends who dared to steal the fire of zero-knowledge proofs from the gods on our behalf. Thank you. Oh, it's done. Okay. No video.
Okay, and if you're not already enraged with what's going on based on Amin's talk, I'm sure you're going to be now. Now? Cool. So FinCEN has actually issued a proposal just this October trying to address what they think is a serious issue that comes from mixers. However, the government, as always, misapprehends how the underlying technology works, and they resulted with a proposal that would encompass day-to-day transactions on the blockchain, including, for example, single-use wallets, compartmentalization that was talked on the stage before, any type of pooling of funds. And I think one of the solutions that the industry is proposing and the government is, of course, completely oblivious to is privacy pools. Can you guys talk a little bit about how privacy pools would kind of ease the tension between the ethos of blockchain and privacy and anonymity and regulatory concerns that have to do with bad actors using blockchain and its ethos to perpetrate financial crimes?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a history of governments being confused about new encryption technology dating back to when they tried to ban HTTPS and then later mandated HTTPS to be used on all government websites. I don't think this is going to be much different than that because they know that they can't secure all of our data, and so there's dangers to having these giant data honeypots. And it doesn't make sense that on a blockchain I would be forced to, like nobody puts their Venmo on public, right? We all like make fun of people who do that. So there's no reason why I should have to do that on a blockchain. And so I think that if we can accomplish the goals of the regulators, which is that they don't want legitimate users who are depositing their funds to be associated with illicit funds, then there might be a way to get the best of both worlds, where you get privacy for the legitimate users, without but helping isolate the illicit funds.
Yeah, and privacy is a human right. Your bank account isn't public by default. You should have the right to share what data you'd like to share with the world. That should be optional.
Yeah, and I think one of the arguments that are now being heard in DC and are so infuriating is that suddenly, because you're a blockchain user, you don't have any of your constitutional rights anymore. You live in the US and suddenly you're supposed to be disclosing every part of your transactions and every part of your day-to-day life. Despite that, even within the community, when the privacy pool paper came out, you guys did face a little bit of criticism from supporters of more anarchist views, I would say. Why do you think that is, and how do you address that?
I think part of the reason is because they don't want to update their systems to incorporate new ways of allowing users to have more sovereignty over their own privacy, like privacy pools lets you do. So, for example, I don't want to associate with the funds from a hacker who hacked my friend's DeFi protocol. But if I don't have the option of dissociating publicly, then I'm sort of forced into that. And so I think that there's some natural tension there because maybe they think, oh, well, it's better for the world if everybody's forced into associating with everybody. And I don't really agree. I think given the preference, I would choose to not associate with the terrorists or IRGC or people who hack my friends or what have you. And that just requires building a slightly better compliance system into these privacy tools.
And at the same time, privacy pools are designed in a way that essentially you opposed any type of disclosure to centralized authority, correct? Still, you would have safeguards that wouldn't allow a government now or 100 years from now or 9 months from now to be able to exploit that data.
Yeah, so the way the privacy pool's smart contract and protocol is designed is that it doesn't have any sort of centralized access or admin keys or preferences for specific governments. So it doesn't collect any of this information. You basically decide as a user who are the other deposits that I'm willing to associate with and not. If the services that provide those lists collect data that's, you're choosing to use those services. It's not necessarily one group that's getting all of the data.
And I think one of the most interesting aspects of these systems is the way that they promote scalability of DeFi, and they also promote practical aspects of how this could be used and how they could promote broader use. Zach, you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I think in order to scale DeFi and kind of bring it to a broader market that's outside of just like retail and like degens and everybody here, we need to provide like a better atmosphere for institutions, like hedge funds, banks, any organization that needs to follow particular guidelines to participate in a healthy way. So what Privacy Pools does is it essentially allows those who are participating in these liquidity pools to know for certain that they're not commingling assets who they're participating with, and I think that's going to be a pretty big thing for this like next wave in the market.
And do you see that there is also, or there could be an intersection between blockchain and TradFi, that, for example, a traditional bank could use privacy pools? Yes, it would be a very different type of privacy pool, would be limited to their customers, but it could still be used by them and protect privacy even more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that all of traditional finance is going to be on Ethereum within the next 5 to 10 years. And I think we're building towards that. I look at the ETF now, so what's it going to look like in the next 5 years? I think that we need systems like this in place in order to create that atmosphere that enables that broader participation.
Yeah, and like there's practical examples where it can be useful today. So when I withdraw from Kraken, for example, it says, Kraken 3 to my address, right? You can imagine a privacy pool amongst exchanges that would obfuscate which specific exchange I have a relationship with, so that somebody trying to get my data doesn't know which exchange to call up and bribe in order to get the information. Banks, especially banks in Switzerland, who have an enlightened view about privacy, unlike the American surveillance state bankers, want to promote they also want to participate in DeFi without revealing their competitive edge. So that's another use case for them where they just want that in order to scale up DeFi.
Or even more practically, like payroll.
This is really the best one.
Yeah, or sending my
often overlooked.
Sending my mistress some money.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Not that I know. I don't know anything about that either. Love my wife.
Privacy is a right. We're not going to judge on how someone uses it. And part of the issue with what FinCEN is doing and the way government is still viewing AML and KYC procedures is that in the future these are not going to work the way they work today, and we're looking into alternatives in how you can implement these procedures. And do you see privacy pools and similar systems, or something like Oxbow is doing, in being able to facilitate something that works more efficiently and taking into account these concerns?
Yeah, definitely. Oxbow is our compliance solution for privacy pools, monitoring all of the deposits and providing a judgment on whether or not we think it's acceptable for them to join our association set, which would then be all of the users who withdraw and are part of that association set would be associating with. And so we're doing pretty rigorous wallet analysis that goes beyond KYC. And KYC is basically going to be broken in the next year. It's already getting broken. Like, people are generating AI, wallet IDs and stuff, and it's not going to work as well. And even if you get past the KYC of the system, you still want to trace it back and be like, oh, actually, this does come from this DeFi hack. I don't care who you are. I care that your money isn't illicit. And so I think it's going to be even more important in the future.
Yes, I think this is going to kind of hopefully take the place of KYC to some extent. You don't really need to prove who you are. I don't need to know your name necessarily. I just need to know that you're not a sanctioned individual, you're not a North Korean, you're not some baddie out there that's trying to do something weird.
Yeah, exclusion. What do you see as the weaknesses of privacy pools? Like, we have inclusion delays, you do need the intermediaries. What do you see as one of the creators as the gaps that you want to see filled in the future?
Sure. Like, our original privacy pools demo was a point and click, and so you'd see all of the other deposits, and you have to be like, I'm not this guy, not this guy, not this guy. And so that's not really a scalable solution. For something like privacy pools to work at scale, it does require this data analytics role, which can do the monitoring to make the lists, right? That's one maybe weakness of the system. In the future, it would be cool if everybody had access to their own personal monitoring systems that scaled, but I don't see that happening just yet. She mentioned the time delays. So one of the ways that privacy pool would be used is for when somebody deposits, they're not immediately added to the association set. There's a delay. We're thinking 3 days, a week, hopefully less, but something like that to give us time to do the retroactive tracing of the funds, and in order to make sure that the system doesn't allow illicit funds in.
And one of the issues that I think the paper touches upon, and I think everyone is interested in, is how do you defend against malicious ASP? And that's kind of built into the ethos of the system. You want to explain that a little bit?
Like people improperly being rejected from the yeah, I mean, ideally you don't want like the CIA guy's girlfriend to be like excluded because he hates her or something. And so you would want to have a system that has some internal checks and balances. Unfortunately, this isn't something that you can really make public because there's a lot of private information involved in the judgments, but having multiple stakeholders who have transparency and into the decisions that are made around the judgments and for what reasons people are rejected and accepted would be helpful to mitigating any personal attacks.
You might be able to implement some sort of social consensus as well. If you're in enough association sets, you can essentially attest to your peers within that association set, and the more association sets you're in, that kind of adds some degree of hardness to the identity and associating that identity with like one of the good guys, or not being one of the bad guys.
Do you guys want to talk a little bit more about Oxbow, what you're working on now, how will this develop, and what you're hoping to achieve?
Yeah, sure. Oxbow. So we're we're the first association set provider. So that's essentially vetting all of those lists and making sure that there aren't any addresses present within that association set that are sanctioned entities or hackers, just general bad guys, people that are exploiting things within the system that we're aware of. So that might extend to additional tooling that allows other users to create their own association sets. For now, we're just an information provider. So, but we plan on scaling and doing a lot more stuff within the privacy stack.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think, I mean, you mentioned that you have been trying to work with the regulators, educate the government on how this will work. I will emphasize that this is critical. Like, we were in DC yesterday meeting with different Senate staff, and like the ignorance is just enraging. One of the questions that the Warren staff asked was, well, there's no way to combat mixers, so we need the report of every single transaction, which you don't have with banks, by the way, as you just said. So I think it's really important. Have you seen any progress when you're talking to them? Do you see that there is actually like a way to work with them?
Yeah, I think something people should realize is that something like privacy pools on one single axis is actually the best thing on the planet. You can't go into a bank today and withdraw from the bank and publicly prove that you're not the illicit deposits that went into the bank. You can't do that with Coinbase. You can't do that with any other system ever, except something like privacy pools. Obviously, it doesn't do everything else a bank does, but on that one axis, it's better. And so I think coming from the position of teaching them about the new compliance opportunities is helpful because they think, every mixer is the same, or, and I hate using that word, but you have to educate them that it's not even really a mixer, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's even a mixer, really.
Yeah. And so they've been receptive. It's not super evenly distributed who's receptive, right? There's Swiss central bankers who I believe are uniquely enlightened because one of them proposed that privacy from the central bank itself for the users, it should be a feature that benefits the users. That's not something you'll hear very often in America, but I think that that helps legitimize privacy as a useful thing, right? They're concerned about honeypots. They don't want to have to deal with all the data. They get hacked. They reveal all this stuff. That's a security threat. So for them, it's much better if they have ways of preserving people's privacy. And how do you do that? Well, you use the same zero-knowledge proof systems that we've been building and iterating on. And so they were, when I went to the Basel University with Fabian and presented the stuff, they were very interested. He's been continuing to educate them. I went to a regulatory conference in Philadelphia where I presented the privacy pools paper to, I don't know, CFTC, FinCEN, SEC, DOJ people. And that was also helpful. Obviously, they have concerns, but we're still being able to make some progress on educating them about the opportunities for compliance. And it's important because we didn't even really know this stuff was possible, right? So like, it was only after the Tornado Cash sanctions that we started, tried to figure out this problem of how do we, publicly dissociate from these illicit funds and realize that there is this compliance opportunity. And the reason that we moved so fast to try and write this paper with Fabian about it was because he was providing recommendations to the regulators about what the law should be around privacy. And so we thought it was very important that they all understand what the total playing field of compliance opportunities are before they make all of the laws.
And I think it's really, really important, I can't emphasize that enough, to change the regulator's perspective of the industry. And most of the times we talk to them and we're trying to say, we want to be regulated, we want to be compliant, you guys are not even trying to work with us. And perspectives like this one and proposals like this one shows that the industry wants to exclude bad actors and is actually actively trying to find solutions rather than say, oh, everyone in the industry is the same, we never want to comply with the laws, we don't care if we work with North Korea, which is fundamentally untrue, and it's being used by politicians and certain regulators in order to paint the industry a certain way to promote their own financial interests and their own political interests. So I think what you're doing, both of you, is incredibly important. If you have any final thoughts on privacy pools or anything else you'd like?
One way I'm kind of thinking about it is like SSL for money markets. And that's kind of like a pretty simple explanation. I don't know.
Yeah, SSL, which was banned by the government and then mandated to be used.
And that's what enables online banking.
Yeah.
So what's the next generation going to look like? I think it's going to look a lot like this.
Yeah, check out privacypools.com and oxbow.io, spelled with a 0x.
Okay, let's see what will be next year, this time of year.
Yeah, we'll talk about it here next year.
Hopefully you'll all join us again.
Thank you.
Is your mic? Hold on here.
This concludes our main stage programming. The mic is tired, just like me. Thank you for joining us. Have a lot of fun. ETHDenver's only partially way through. The whole evening awaits you. We're going to be back on stage at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And yeah, the night is young.
Yeah, so go forth, be merry, procreate, party. Don't party too hard, and we'll see you at 10. Thank you guys so much for your time today.